another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimegoju.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimegoju. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimegoju. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimegoju. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimegoju. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is. Enwala sebe uche me for one name. So Enwala ma sebe uche me for one name. At least that was what I heard. Good day again, friends. We meet again. So we do meet again. Of course, we meet again. We always meet at this time, and always a pleasure to be in your company. I never take it for granted. You know, I go live with the session in the hope and anticipation of your presence, but I never take it for granted. How can I, of all of the things you could be doing, you've chosen to spend the time with us. So always grateful to have your company. So there it is, the Holy Holy song from our Southeastern brothers. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Buhari approved crippling cash withdrawal limits for Nigerians. So this is Emefiele speaking now. So it looks as though there's been restrictions placed on just how much you can withdraw from banks in Nigeria. And that move towards a cashless society is propelling at rapid pace within Nigeria. And Nigeria is far behind, by the way. They've already forgotten what looked like cash in places like Kenya and Uganda, where they have an Mpanza system or something. So necessarily, we must go cashless. And I think that direction towards cashless society is all of these restrictions that we're seeing now. So they've changed the Naira note to bring in all of the Nairas that is in public hands back into the banks, and then they're going to restrict the amount of Nairas that they're going to release to the public, to then force the public into that cashless space. So the grueling pains of change. Buhari approves crippling cash withdrawal limits for Nigerians. Emefiele making the headline. So I'm pretty sure that Emefiele did not put it quite in those words, crippling cash withdrawal, because of course he a functionary of the administration. Nigerian electoral body INEC decries apathy in Enugu, says 100,000 voter cards uncollected. So this you see, this is something that we've spoken about endlessly on this platform, and we only speak about these things only because there's antecedents in history to tell us then that this is usually the direction of travel. So all this enthusiasm that you're seeing at the moment, often instances, it does not translate into the polling vote. Into the polling booth, rather. It does not translate into the polling booth. It does not often instances carry through to a vote. All this enthusiasm. And I can only really cite the example, pardon me, my voice is a bit perched, by the way. I'm not sure if I'm coming down with a flu or something. So you have to pardon me. I feel all dried up and bunged up. But so I can only really cite the example of what happened in the United Kingdom just a few years ago, when there was a debate about the country leaving the European Union or not. And that debate, it was so weighted in a certain direction that they decided to call a referendum. So the weight of the argument was that the country did not want to leave the European Union. Virtually an overwhelming, at least a sizable majority did not want to leave the European Union. And the government of the day, led by Dave Cameron then, he did not want to leave the European Union too. So because he read the mood of the country, he decided to have a quick referendum to solidify the United Kingdom's place in the European Union and to cancel that question completely. But when the result of that referendum came in, Britain left the European Union. That wasn't the will of the people. Do you know what happened? It was voter apathy. Voter apathy. That's the thing. And the demography, 40, 45 downwards to 18. So that is it. And that's consistent through history, through voting. And that is what is repeated now in this headline coming out of Enugu State. So this doesn't catch anybody that knows politics off guard. Nigerian electoral body, INEC, decries apathy in Enugu, says 100,000 voter cards uncollected. So uncollected voter cards cannot, of course, be used to vote. So from Enugu back to Lagos State, why I resigned as Tinubu's deputy, Bokno Akerele. So there's a video clip that goes with this, but I'm not quite sure how much of it we can play. and not for reasons of copyright, for reasons that she's speaking in Yoruba language, and there's a divergence in the audience that listens to this platform. But there's an essay that goes with it, so we read out the essay instead. Why I resigned as Tinubu's deputy, Bokno Akerele. So quite why she did that, we know she's going to stick it into him. And that guy has so many enemies. It's almost for politicians have enemies anyway. It's baked into the nature of that space. But at Tinubu especially, everybody hates the guy. 4 days after Tinubu's appearance, Chatham House invites Peter Obi for conversation. So that is to be looked forward to next. What performance will Peter Obi put up? Is he going to delegate questions in the same manner that Tinubu did? Is he going to be going there to be saying Malaysian statistics and all of these things? And then the Englishman will be looking at him funny. How is it going to play out? So that is something to look forward to for the future. 4 days after Tinubu's appearance, Chatham House invites Peter Obi for a conversation. So I would like to be a fly on the wall during that conversation. Cashless policy, CBN official appears before Senate panel for screening, says worries will be addressed. So what those worries are and how they're looking to ameliorate it, we'll find out shortly. A lot of the cashless position of the Nigerian state, time is right for full implementation of cashless policy, CBN Deputy Governor claims. So quite why she is claiming that, we find out shortly. And then we pick up a story that we've been discussing just over the last couple of days. Nigerian Anti-Corruption Agency, ICPC, discovers 20,000 more ghost names infused into N-Power scheme, tagged debunked list, musician to remain in detention. So musician to remain in detention, but I thought they had granted him bail. But the link of the bandit's name to that space, it can only really be because it's complicit in some form, because it's too far left field for it not to have some veracity. So we continue to monitor the debate space. So plenty to discuss as usual. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Surrender yourself to the space just for as long as the session lasts. But before you do surrender yourself to the space, click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not subscribed already, then correct that immediately and right now. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and a conversation ensues. It's an open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So come join us. And then, of course, if you want to tip towards the platform, you have the option of a super chat, but the preferred option of the platform is the Buy the Coffee app. So if you click on that, then you can go donate to the platform, to your heart's content. Pardon me. I'm not sure how long we will last, but we'll see how it goes. I'm just all bunked up. So there it is. So let me bring in another musical intro as I have a coughing fit. So let me bring in another musical intro. So Osonde Owendi, Osonde Owendi.
Osonde Owendi. Osonde Owendi. Ife samu Osonde Owendi. Eke salila samu Osonde Owendi. Ebe mi bana konyo Osonde Owendi. Eti jemi Osonde Owendi. Eti kanyo Osonde Owendi. Ebe sanya kanyo Osonde Owendi. Osonde
And there it is, the Osunday Owende song. The Osunday Owende song. So let me actually bring you this one that just happened upon whilst that song was being played. Let me bring you this one. And by the way, if you want to join us on the screen, please come early now, not in the later stages, when the room is full or we're about to round off. So if you do want to participate, then please click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard now. Labour Party dissolves Ogun Exco, sacks its national publicity secretary. So Ogun State, of course, that was where the sacking of Donye Okupe came from. And it looks as though now the axe has been wielded from the central space. The National Working Committee of Labour Party LP on Friday, December the 9th, announced the sack of the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Abayomi Arabambi, and dissolved the Ogun executive of the party. Alhaji Umar Farouk, National Secretary of the party, who read out the resolution reached at the end of the National Exco meeting, said the decision was taken due to allegations of anti-party activity against the state chapter and Arabambi. A disciplinary committee has also been constituted to investigate Arabambi's alleged anti-party activity, Farouk said. Ogun State chairman and the Exco has been suspended. A caretaker executive will be appointed soon to take charge of the party's activity in the state, pending the recommendation of the disciplinary committee to be set up to investigate their activities in office. National chairman of the party, Barrister Julius Abure, also received a vote of confidence. So that's just the thing then. So you have to know the background to this story to know how relevant it is and why we're bringing it up for discussion. So within that space, just early within the last few days or so, they had decided to revoke Donye Okupe's membership of the Labour Party for reasons that he was not paying his membership fees. They said they had given him copious reminders to pay his membership fees. He ignored them. And then, of course, according to the constitution of that party, whoever does not pay their membership fees for 6 months, they automatically lose their membership. So they invoked the constitution of the party to remove Donye Okupe. So the national space, of course, are just completely subsumed with rage. And the result of that rage now is the sacking wholesale of the state chapter. But the name that comes through, these are the Abayomi Arabambi. He is a senior functionary both in state and at the national level. I suspect that he may even be the spokesperson of the Labour Party. So is that internal implosion within that space? All of that, come share thoughts about that. Buhari approves crippling cash withdrawal limits for Nigerians. Emefiele this time. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has revealed that the recently launched controversial policy that limits cash withdrawal for Nigerians was approved by President Buhari. Mr. Emefiele made this disclosure just as the House of Representatives ordered the Apex Bank to halt the policy's implementation. The president said we should carry on with our work. No need to fear. No need to bother anybody, Mr. Emefiele said in Daura, Katsina State on Thursday. So they were saying that Tinubu was going to move the capital from Abuja to Lagos if he becomes president, which of course may not be exactly the truth. It's more likely to move the capital from Daura to Lagos because of course Buhari governs. It is already moved out, by the way. If you want to see him now, go to Daura. Emefiele defended the bank's decision, stating that numerous electronic channels have been established to support cashless transactions in the nation. He also stated that the recent move was necessary to actualize the overdue call for a cashless policy, which has been repeatedly abandoned since 2012 due to a lack of suitable payment infrastructure in the nation. The governor promised Nigerians that the Apex Bank would not, if we don't abandon this session, I'll be surprised. The governor promised Nigerians that the Apex Bank would not be overly strict in executing the new policy, promising that it will be revisited on a regular basis. So that is to say then, it's a soft pedal introduction, So that is to say it's not being enforced in a draconian manner. The central bank has continued to make critical economic decisions in isolation whilst claiming Mr. Buhari's support. In October, Finance Minister Zainab Ahmed chastised the Apex Bank for failing to engage her ministry before implementing the new monetary policy to redesign the 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes. So you cannot make the decision, of course, to redesign the country's currency outside of the knowledge of the president. I don't think that is a likely thing to have happened. So a total nonsense. The Zainab, of course, just feeling irked somewhat that she was sideswiped and made to look redundant and irrelevant. But that is not to say that due process was not followed. And that is to say then that it might not necessarily be because they wanted to keep the information as close to their chest as possible. As little as a few people knew about it. I suspect that Osinbajo would not have even known because he would have just leaked it to his criminal friends in Lagos. In October, Finance Minister Zainab Ahmed chastised the Apex Bank for failing to engage her ministry before implementing the new monetary policy to redesign the 200, 500, and 1,000 naira note. The CBN announced on Tuesday that individuals and corporate organizations would not be able to withdraw more than 100,000 and 500,000 naira respectively per week for over-the-counter point-of-sale machines and automated teller machines. So there it is right there. So and that is per week by the day, not per day. So which somewhat that is a curiosity. So you cannot, let me just unpack it because this is a very important space. You cannot withdraw more than 100,000 naira. But the thing is, that's per week, from your ATM machine going into the bank, etc. So more than 100,000 naira cannot come out of your account per week. So what does this mean? In a cashless society, not in a cashless society, we're not a cashless society, we are a cash-run society. So what does this mean in a cash-run society? How does a household run on 100,000 naira per week? We're giving the price of everything. And what of emergency spending? But then, of course, they are not saying that only 100,000 naira can come out of your account. As much as there is in there can go out of your account, but you have to do it electronically. So what does this mean? But a lot of people, of course, will be setting up business accounts now so that they can be taking out 600,000 naira, 100,000 as an individual, for 500,000 naira as a corporate entity. But that is where they're moving to now, as they start to squeeze the news around the cash in Nigeria and move towards that cashless space. The CBN announced on Tuesday that individuals and corporate organizations would not be able to withdraw more than 100,000 and 500,000 naira respectively per week from over-the-counter point of sales machine and automated teller machines. Several commentators described the policy as an attempt to tax all dimensions of financial transaction, cash and internet banking. But the thing is, the one space that they should address, of course, is the cost of transacting with your own money, which I think is something that, if they are saying that they are trying to recover the spend on digitalizing the Nigerian financial space. I'm talking about the financial industry now, because of course, you know, when you transact, they will charge you 50 naira there, 40 naira there. So all of those transactions, they will tell you then that they are necessary for transmuting the Nigerian financial space into a digitalized space, because of course, the banks had to do the spend to digitalize, and they wanted to make a recovery. But they've digitalized that long that money would have been recovered. So a policy position has to be adopted by the central bank to force these banks not to be stealing money from people. Several commentators describe the policy as an attempt to tax all dimensions of financial transactions, cash, and internet. According to the new CBN policy, cash withdrawals in excess of the restrictions will be subject to pressing cost of 5 to 10% respectively. So if you want to withdraw, processing cost, that's it, not pressing cost. According to the new central bank policy, cash withdrawals in excess of the restrictions will be subject to processing cost of 5 to 10% respectively. So if you wanted to withdraw more than 100,000 naira, then per week as an individual, then you will incur a cost of 5%. So what's 5%? So it will cost you 5,000 naira to withdraw more than you can withdraw 100,000 for free, of course. But if you withdraw more than 100,000 naira, then it will cost you 5%. But I'm not sure if it's 5% of the spillover or 5% of the overall cost. And a corporate body, it will cost them 10%. So a real squeeze on the financial space. The one thing that the Nigerian space does know is how to 419 Nigerians. Nigerian electoral body INEC decries apathy in Enugu, says 100,000 voter cards uncollected. So all of these are newfound enthusiasm, of course. It ends just, it's a flash in the pan, isn't it? A moment in time. The Independent National Electoral Commission has lamented lack of interest in voting from Enugu State residents. This was stated by Chukwuemeka Chukwu, Resident Electoral Commission REC in Enugu, who said that over 100,000 permanent voters' cards are yet to be collected in the state. So, of course, that is the heartland, the heartbeat of the obedient space. He said this on Friday, whilst briefing stakeholders ahead of the official start of PVC collections, which is set to begin nationwide on December the 12th, 2022. Chukwu stated that the meeting with stakeholders is to inform them of the start of the exercise and to educate voters on the importance of collecting their PVC. He said, we are concerned about people's lack of interest to collect their PVC. So somebody should actually come and educate us on what a PVC is and a BVAS is, because I think we say all of these acronyms sometimes and we don't really know their purpose and effect. He did, however, say that people should be informed that the 2023 election will be different from previous polls. There is not going to be any incident form during the election, so nobody will vote without his or her PVC, he added. He also urged political parties to educate voters, particularly their supporters, about the importance of collecting their PVCs during the window period. Chukwu also stated that INEC would hire 17,000 ad hoc staff for the 2023 general elections across the state's 17 local government area. He stated that only 5,000 people have applied for art. So, by the way, this is a space to make money for the young and unemployed in Nigeria. If you have more than a GCE, if you are educated to GCE level or WAEC level, as is my currency, because I came in under the WAEC system, I don't know any of these GCSEs. So if you're educated up to that spot, and I think INEC may be looking for you to offer you employment, it stated that only 5,000 people have applied for ad hoc jobs so far, and that more people are needed to apply. The REC also assured residents that the state election will be transparent, free, and credible. So when have they not ever said that? They always say that, but then of course they experience something totally different. Why I resigned as Tinubu's deputy, Bokno Akerile. A former deputy governor of Lagos State, Senator Kofoworola Bokno Akerile, has said she resigned from her appointment over irreconcilable differences with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Correspondents report that Senator Bokno Akerile was deputy to the APC presidential candidate from May 1999 till November 2003. Speaking in a recent interview with Alaroye magazine, the former deputy governor alleged that her former principal terrorized her whilst they worked together. Bokno Akerile also alleged that Tinubu has different behaviors and fought her with charms, stressing that her mother told her to quit the position. She said, "He has different behaviors. In fact, he fought me with charms and all." So later, Awishe Savage called me and advised me to resign. My mother also called me and reminded me that I am her only child and she was aged, and asked me to resign. Speaking further, Bokno Akerile said she fell out with Tinubu when she went against an attempt by the APC flag bearer to take over the Alliance for Democracy. A video showing when the APC presidential candidate was educating his team on how to. Oh, right. Let me see if we can. I think this may well be a new video. So let me see if I can. Let me see if I can snap this up. This may well be what one of the subscribers actually sent to me. Let me see. Oh, somebody actually sent this to me. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. This should be interesting. Oh, all right. No, so let me. All right. All right. So, well, it's suddenly gotten interesting. So, this should be interesting. Let me just quickly put this in the room. All right. I was just reading Ayizon's suggestion. Ayizon, we don't even see you on the screens anymore. Are you intimidated by my presence, Ayizon? As I was saying to what's his name, just hold on. Wait, I just downloaded something. There's a clip I want to share with you. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, there it is. I got it. All right. So, yes. So that Bokno Akerile storyline, it tailed into a new headline. So let's now go into that new headline, because this may well be a bit more entertaining. Pardon me. Snatch it and run with it. Tinubu tells team members how to acquire power at all cost. Okay, let's just find out what this means. A video showing when the All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu was educating his team on how to acquire power at all cost has emerged online. Correspondents report that Tinubu, alongside his team members, appeared at the Chatham House in London, the United Kingdom, on Monday. The former governor of Lagos State spoke on issues concerning the 2023 elections, economy, and security. After the event, Tinubu and his team also had the opportunity to unwind from their stress at a private dinner where he educated them on political power. According to the APC flag bearer, political power is not served in a restaurant or a la carte, and a person must be determined to get it at all cost. He noted that if taking over political power involved fighting for it, individuals should snatch it. Individuals should snatch it, grab it, and run with it. And meanwhile, the general overseer of the Living Faith Church worldwide, known as Winners Chapel, Bishop David Oyedepo, on Thursday, revealed what Nigeria needs ahead of the 2023 general elections. According to Oyedepo, Nigerians in the forthcoming elections do not need a leader, but a deliverer. Our correspondents gathered that the cleric stated this on Thursday when the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, attended the Shiloh program at the church's headquarters in Ota, Ogun State. The former governor of Anambra State was amongst the dignitaries in attendance at the Thursday's episode of the program. Oyedepo disclosed that he warned the nation in 2015 that it was headed for crisis and trauma. So there it is right there. Peter Obi continues to traverse the churches, they accuse him of playing religious politics, and he continues to traverse the churches. So maybe he'll leave the churches and come to London because he certainly has an invitation. 4 days after Tinubu's appearance, Chatham House invites P2B for a conversation. Barely 4 days after Bola Tinubu, the All Progressive Congress APC 2023 presidential candidate, made an appearance at the Chatham House in London, his Labour Party counterpart, Peter, will take a seat at the same venue. In a post made by the Chatham House Africa on Thursday, December the 8th, Obi will be having a conversation on the forthcoming Nigerian general election. The event, which is the second of several more to come, aims to examine the 2023 general elections in Nigeria and the political developments leading to the poll. According to Chatham House Africa, the event is built to hold in London Friday, January the 16th. So it's not anything that is immediate and right now. So it's not anything that is immediate and right now. All right. All right. I just saw another headline about Ayu and Yemsen Wike, but I think we've labeled that space to that. But let's go back to the cashless thing, because that seems to be the story of the day. 2 officials of the Central Bank of Nigeria on Friday appeared before the Senate Committee on Banking and Finance on Friday. I don't know why they have to tell us it's on Friday twice. 2 officials of the Central Bank of Nigeria on Friday appeared before the Senate Committee on Banking and Finance on Friday and explained the new withdrawal limit introduced by the bank. They are this bank's Deputy Governor on Financial Systems Stability, Aishat Ahmed, and the Deputy Governor on Corporate Services, Edward Adamu. The duo, who were recently reappointed by President Buhari, were before the lawmakers for their screening exercise. It was during the rendezvous that the senators demanded an explanation for the policy, which has generated mixed reactions. since the announcement. Correspondents reported how the apex, so it goes on to tell us all of that. In her address, Ms. Ahmad said the policy is not new. It was introduced in 2012 during the Goodluck Jonathan-led administration. She said it started in Lagos and was later extended to Abuja and 6 other states in 2013. Although full implementation of the policy has not been carried out by the central bank since then, she said its introduction at the time has brought a lot of transformation in the banking and payment system. Based on information available to CBN, the time for full implementation of the policy with proposed limit on cash withdrawal per week is now, she explained. Required infrastructure for its implementation in terms of financial access point systems, mobile money, e-Naira, etc., are available across the 774 local government councils in the country. She assured that all fears and worries being expressed by Nigerians on the new policy are seriously being taken care of because nobody will be left out. So it's usually nobody will be left behind, but she, however, said the Apex Bank is flexible and will be ready to accommodate opinions that will not make the policy strenuous to any category of Nigerians during implementation. The committee chairman, Ubasani, APC Kaduna Central, seemed satisfied with the explanation and asked the nominees to take a bow and go. So that seems to be the screening process in Nigeria, isn't it? No incisive questions, no probing of anything. Take a bow and go. Take a bow and go. And there it is right there. Take a bow and go. So the next headline, of course, is something already captured in that one. So we leave that to one side. Just so that's 2 more to go. 2 more to go. And then we'll see if there's anybody in the room to take it on. So this is going back to the debunk space. Nigerian Anti-Corruption Agency, ICPC, discovers 20,000 more ghost names infused into Empower scheme, tagged debunk list, musician to remain in detention. So there it is. Famous Nigerian musician Oladapo Oyebanji, famously known as the Banj, will remain in the detention facility of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, over a fresh discovery of 20,000 ghost workers infused into the Empower program, correspondents gather. The anti-graft agency detained the Banj on Tuesday over fraud allegations involving the Empower scheme. On June 8, 2016, President Buhari launched, also it gives us all that, but let's go to where it talks about. Correspondents earlier reported how top government officials introduced 70,000 ghost workers into the Empower program and fraudulently diverted billions of naira into their pockets. 70,000 names were infused into the Empower by officials of the Buhari regime in the last 4 years. The fake list cost Nigeria 2.1 billion per year, whilst original Empower candidates are left unpaid, a source told correspondents. In June 2021, correspondents reported that 14,000 beneficiaries of the Empower program were owed for 5 months. Empower is a youth empowerment scheme sponsored by the Nigerian government under the Social Investment Program, SIP. Other programs under the scheme include homegrown school feeding, trader money, market money, and the traditional cash transfer in the 36 states of the country. Correspondents gathered that since the Social Investment Program of the government was moved to the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, the minister, Sadiya Farouk, had been making attempts to stop some of the programs under the scheme. Aside from announcing that beneficiaries will be laid off, she had also refused to release funds for the school feeding programs in some states. A source at the Humanitarian Ministry on Wednesday told correspondents that top government officials in President Buhari's government have been using cronies to siphon funds under the social. They are just a godless bunch, the Nigeria. They will steal remember how they were even stealing palliatives that were donated by foreign countries under the COVID space. Yeah, it's unbelievable. A source had confided in correspondence that ICPC would release the band on Wednesday night after failing to successfully link the musician to fraudulent activities in the Empower program. The band will be released tonight by the ICPC. The agency is unable to link him concretely with fraudulent activities in Empower, a source in the agency told correspondents. However, the source on Thursday said investigators discovered a fresh list containing over 20,000 ghost workers tagged the bunch list. He said the names were allegedly used to divert 600 million naira monthly for over 2 years by government officials in connivance with the Nigerian musician. The source, however, added that the band refuted the allegation and denied any knowledge of the list. Like I told you yesterday, the band was to be released last night, but our ICPC Director of Operations was not available. So his lawyers were asked to come back today. So I thought releasing somebody was an administrative thing. I didn't know that you needed Oga to come and sign it out. If it's not meant to be in detention and he continues to be detained for a minute more than he's meant to be in detention, then he's being held illegally. He's being kidnapped. So there it is. So there is the demand space, of course. They're just stealing hand over fist. And the conduit for looting, by the way, seems to be this Sadia Farouk. She seems to be the one that they are passing illicit monies through. Empower, Sadia Farouk promises to support ICPC fraud investigation. So this now the last readout. Humanitarian Minister Sadia Umar Farouk has pledged to support the ICPC in its investigation of alleged fraud in the Empower program. Ms. Farouk also assured beneficiaries of the National Social Investment Program, NSIP, especially the Empower, that despite allegations of fraud, the ministry is committed to continuity. This was contained in a statement signed by the ministry's permanent secretary, Nasil Sani Guazo, on Wednesday. She said the ministry's attention was drawn to a recent publication regarding ongoing investigations concerning fraud allegations in the program. The ministry has deployed a well-rounded mechanism for the selection. The ministry has deployed a well-rounded mechanism for the selection of eligible beneficiaries from across the country, adding that this has been in place since the inception of the program. Working with our service provider, program beneficiaries are onboarded, trained, and deployed to pre-selected places of primary assignment, the minister explained. Ms. Farouk added, when it came to our notice that there may have been sharp practices by some personnel of the payment system provider involved in the payment processes of beneficiaries, that matter was immediately referred to the ICPC for thorough investigation. So she goes on to plead ignorance. She noted that she was aware that certain persons have consequently been invited as part of ongoing investigation and commended the ICPC for the remarkable job they are doing to address the issue of alleged fraud discovered in the Empower program. However, to ensure transparency and accountability in implementing Empower and the other NSIPs, Ms. Farouk revealed that the ministry was involved that the ministry had involved other MDAs, security agencies, and civil society organizations in monitoring and compliance checks across the country. So there it is right there, a bit of our political talk. a bit of a gobbledygook. So there it is, gobbledygook. So we only have Ajale Koko, which is tell you that we may not be here for more than a minute. So I wonder if Ajale Koko is there. But as we wait for Ajale Koko, let me play this clip of Tinubu inviting his friends to join him in rigging.
Study the anthropology of it. Where are we? Now, political power is not going to be served in a restaurant. It's not served in a la carte. It's what we are doing. It's being determined to do it. At all costs, fight for it, grab it, snatch it,
Yes, sir.
and run with it.
Yes, sir. Jagaban. Jagaban.
So there it is. That's but Ajale Koko, what was wrong with that? And they colored it like he was giving them a master class on electoral rigging.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, every statement that comes out from the mouth of a leader carries some implication. Actually, what he was doing behind closed door with his team and his supporter, and telling them to go and grab the power, is a way of energizing them that this business of politics, particularly when you are pursuing a position of power, is you have to be strongly committed to it. You have to see it that as if you are going to war. So, but to ordinary folk who doesn't know who cannot really interpret the language of politics, it will sound very odd to them.
But actually, power is taken, not given, which is the substance of what he's saying. But because I've been monitoring some platforms, and the way they have been expressing it in some spaces is that he was giving a master class on rigging. That wasn't what I heard.
Oh yeah, you will hear that because those maybe those platform are platform of his supporter of his opposition, his opposition supporter rather. So they will color it, they will interpret it in such a way to ridicule him and portray it that negatively, portray it negatively and not in the right context of it. So Tinubu is by that statement and everything is said there was a kind of morale booster to his support, to his supporters rather, inner supporters, that look, this election is not it's not for play. Everybody have to go all out there and do the best you can do. If you get to a point where you have to fight. If there's get to a point where you have to wrestle. Just go all out and let us take this power. I didn't hear him mention any word that sounds violent. He didn't say anything like that. That let's go and kill them. I mean, sorry for that language, Mama.
Yeah.
Let's go and attack people. Some kind of language like that, or word like that. He didn't use it in that statement, but he just used I mean, everything he said is aimed at energizing his his inner supporters and aides and close associates.
So just
Kind of
a rallying call, a
a
rallying
rallying
call.
call, yeah, a rallying call. Never get tired. Let's be upright all the time. Let's develop that spirit of fighting and taking this thing, and let us just go and get the result. So I don't see anything wrong in that statement and everything he said.
All right, I somewhat agree with you. As usual, much ado about nothing with a lot of things around Tinubu. But this one is not much ado about nothing. So I think we've discussed it oftentimes here at Janle Koko, that Nigeria must move necessarily in the direction of a cashless society. And it looks as though now the central space, they are taking a policy position on it. You cannot withdraw more than 100,000 naira per week as an individual, 500,000 as a corporate entity. So this now seems to be the new rule. What are you making of that, Ajanle Koko?
Well, I think we should understand what Emefiele and his team, what they are trying to achieve. They are trying to drive the economy from cash-based economy to cashless economy. But Emefiele is too aggressive with the way he's trying to achieve this. The measure he's trying to take by this new policy appeared too draconian. It appeared, being something that is strange and coming very sudden to the people, and considering the economic hardship that Nigerians are going through now, and the nation economy particularly, it seems that this will further, cause a setback to the economy instead of stimulating economic growth.
What they are arguing, Ajanle Koko, is that there's a rich enough of a menu of options of digital payments that almost everybody has some sort of opportunity or device to digitally transact, and therefore then the need for cash is no longer as prevalent as it once was. And they're saying that the digitalized space, it has penetrated to the 774 local government areas of the country. So, which is to say, then the need for cash, and of course, it squeezes crime a lot more, because crime in Nigeria often instances cash based, especially violent crimes. So how about that?
Well, look, the banking operation, particularly banking infrastructure around the country, is not adequately spread to the rural area in that country. Presence of bank and banking operation are concentrated in major cities around the country. The rural area, most of our rural area does not have any bank that operate. some that used to have some bank have packed up due to insecurity because terrorists and some armed robbers have attacked them several times, and they lost their staff. They losing money, so they packed up. We all know the insecurity around the country now. So banking.
But the nature of banking, Ajanle Koko, is no longer the bricks and mortar sort of banking where you go into a building. They can use mobile facilities to penetrate into the interland and give them facilitation for digitalized banking. So nobody really. In fact, you should rarely go into a branch anymore to transact anything financially, either through a phone call or just keying into a device. That should be the nature of banking, and the infrastructures is plenty in Nigeria.
Let me tell you, when you want to use developed economy, how banking system operates in developed economy to our own economy, I think we'll be getting it wrong. Most of our people are not educated, particularly people in the rural area. They still operate by the traditional banking method that they are used to, and they transact, do their businesses with cash from hand to hand. Farmers from the bush to trader that want to buy and go and sell in the market. It is cash to hands, hand to hand cash transaction. That is what they still operate. So, but Emefiele and his team and the banking industry should have used this opportunity of redesigning of dollar, redesigning of naira to attract more people to open bank accounts, particularly those in the rural area. They should have used this opportunity while they are returning their money to have some staff in the bank that can ask questions. Do you have, do you have bank accounts? If you have bank accounts, this is what the government is trying to do. Do away with cash way. This method of payment by cash. This is the way you can do it. We can help you to start operating cashless, and let them know, give them some kind of incentive. If you know somebody in the village or in your area, if you bring a person to come and open bank account, we will give you a referral fee of 50 naira or 1,000. Just do something that can, make the banking system and banking operation
Why can't
be attractive.
Why can't
Yeah.
the banks themselves just get some mobile unit and go into the interlands and onboard these people? Just get some van or something with all their computers, go into the interland, tell the chief to gather the people, register them all up.
That is another way to do it. That's another way. But there could be risks to that, because they could be subjected to attack. They could be subjected to kidnapping. So bank itself have to be careful to send people to rural area. There are some parts of Nigeria that you cannot even go. As of today, even look, from Lagos to Ibadan is even dangerous. Not talking of, the interior part of the country. So, but they can introduce kind of referral, reward, yes, by, telling people, come and open bank account. This is what we are doing. If you bring somebody, we will give you 1,000 naira. Anybody that you introduce that never have, and then the bank, while opening this thing, we check if they have this VIN number. What do they call this? The number that they just
Is it VIN number or something like that?
is it?
BVN.
BVN. I
BVN.
said VIN number. VIN number is what you have on our vehicle.
Which one is BVN? Which one is BVN?
That is verification, banking verification number.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I think bank verification. Yeah. So they can use that. They can let them have BVN, and they can, talk to them and let them know that this is what they are doing. That, they could lose their money if they don't do that, and they should have a department that can help these people, those that are traders, that can help them on how to operate the bank, the cashless system. Nigerians, people at the leadership position in our country, you want to talk of business leadership, the banking and all these things. They don't want to do anything to help the people. They just want to use. I think they just like to enforce. Enforcement.
But hold on. Just as a direction of travel, do you broadly agree that the country should move? If they iron out the kinks that you are identifying, just as a direction of travel, do you broadly believe that the country should move in that direction?
Oh yes, the country should move. The country, because when we achieve this cashless, it's going to enable the central bank to be in effective management of the money in circulation. And if we can achieve that, the banking industry will be stronger. The banking industry can easily monitor, cash transfer from one account to the other. And they can easily identify suspicious movement of funds. So this idea of, what do you call this thing? Terrorists asking for cash, ask for what do you call it? If terrorists cannot get cash, what do you call whenever they request for ransom and they cannot get cash of 1 million at a go, and somebody have to transfer money to their account, they can easily be identified and they can easily be exposed. So there are a greater advantage to that. Our economy will become stronger because the banking system will have control of the large percentage of money in circulation, and they can have enough money to even loan out to businesses. And
do you think the only way this can work is to address frontally those criminal charges that all of these banks embed into transactions, that they'll just find some way to just snatch some 40 naira from you, 50 naira from you, before you know it,
your money is gone.
Yeah.
Your money is gone. How can you keep money in the bank, and the bank itself will be charging you one kind of interest, one kind of fee, from with different names. They'll be stealing your money, and that doesn't make banking system attractive to the people. A lot of people, traders that work hard for their money, people in villages, we say, what's the point? If I go and put 200,000 or 100,000 there, after some week, that due to bank fee and this thing, your money already reduced to reduce in against what you initially put there. So what is the point? Let me keep my money in my house under my pillow.
Adele Koko, I know a lady in Nigeria. I think she's a banker as well, actually. She's of some wealth, but she always puts her money in gold. She will buy gold and then go and deposit it in the bank.
In the bank.
Yeah, that's what she does.
The gold doesn't lose value.
It will only really go up in the long term,
Yeah.
So whether you change the currency or you don't change the currency, she doesn't care about that. Yes. If she wants to go to Dubai, she'll go and take out some gold and go. Yes. She doesn't care about your forex, So
yeah. So it's Emefiele is taking too aggressive approach to this, which I don't like. It's going to make a lot of people more poorer. How can you say that somebody cannot withdraw more than 100,000 in a week? How much is 100,000? Convert it to dollar is.
Yeah, I was wondering that doesn't run a household. 100,000 naira. It doesn't run a household.
No. So they need to work on making the banking attractive to the people, so that more, lower level people in the country can go and, put their money in the bank, and they should not be charging them, all this. They can charge them little, but not something that will be too significant that reduces their balance all the time. So I think that is what they should concentrate on. It is too aggressive with it, and I don't think that will help the economy. It will further cause a setback, and it won't help generate economic growth that we seriously need right now. It should be making policy that will generate economic growth in that country. So Emefiele, I think the Senate or the House have invited him. They should be able to sit down and work out something good that will not put too much pain on the poor masses in that country. So it's a good policy to go cashless, but it have to go on a gradual approach and not this draconian, harsh, and a total enforcement with automatic alacrity. No, it should not go. It should not go like
that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, interject. But go on, interject. Yeah.
So basically, what we are still not doing right in that country today, even no matter the level of policy, people will still not follow. You see, this country we are, if we bank the way we bank in Nigeria, people will still keep their cash at home. You see, the banks in Nigeria, ask average Nigeria, for example, just like in Canada here, average person, when you get a card from bank, you have access to credit. How many people in Nigeria have access to credit? So if you don't create a product that will cause people to do, to improve on cashless transaction, how will they come to that place? Basically,
no. That will. I'm not sure I'm clear on what you're saying, but that will come as people continue to form the habit of banking. Then they'll begin to get introduced into the benefits of banking because then the bank is able to audit the way they handle money, their in and outflows.
Bank in Nigeria is not ready to give average person on the street credit.
Why is that? Because they are not able to document their financial.
Yeah, that's why I'm just.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So,
yeah, I wanted to bring you in actually.
Yes. Thank you. This is my first time here. I just wanted to quickly interject and kind of like respond to what my friend here has been saying about banks not wanting to give credit. to Nigerians. I think this is a little bit false. As somebody who has a little bit of insider information, having worked in the financial institution for some years, I would say that banks actually give loans or credit to businesses more. We live, Nigeria is a very low trust society.
No, it's
When,
not talking. Hold on, Femi. It's not talking about businesses. It's talking about
yes,
individuals, the average individual.
yes, I'm actually going somewhere. Like I
Consumer
said,
credit is what I'm talking about. So
yes,
yeah,
yes, I know,
see,
Oh,
Femi,
hold on,
Femi.
I
No,
know.
no, let me tell Femi something so that we can interact very well. See,
Okay,
Okay.
I work in
okay,
a bank. Not only I
okay.
work in a bank, I work in the electronic banking section. I work with the switch. You know, when you switch transaction, ATM card, and all those internet e-banking services and mobile. So I can relate with you when you talk very well. So when we talk, I'll be able to understand and tackle some of the
But
questions.
don't make it. Hold on. Don't make it too technical though, because
No, no, no,
otherwise,
no.
hold on. Don't make it too technical. Otherwise, the audience will get bored. So don't try and out banker each
Don't be
other.
don't be
Yeah,
too professional.
No, 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 no,
yeah.
no.
Otherwise,
I'm not going to. I'm not
yeah.
going to make it too technical. That's not what I'm saying.
Mm.
Because you know that point that I raised was just a point there. Because there are a lot of things around our banking. For example, if I put money in my bank now, maybe some money misses in my account, for example, you will find a situation whereby because it's insured, they will reimburse me my money. But in Nigeria, it takes a lot of fighting. I can tell you, my wife lost 50K just last year, just through this internet banking we are talking about. The beneficiary of that money later is say, oh, just do for your own for God. And the bank, I don't want to mention the bank, for example, were just moving around and they were dancing around. Now, tell me, how will she be comfortable doing such kind of transaction the next time? Because the bank in Nigeria, in most cases, they want to put the responsibility to the customer. Now, you withdraw money from ATM, for example, if sometimes it can take you forever to get the
All right.
transfer of your money.
No. All right, Ola. That wasn't really the direction of the conversation. The
Yeah,
direction of the conversation was more Nigeria trying to move into a cashless society and trying to onboard people into the financial system.
yes.
So Femi, I mean, what's your take on that space
Okay,
and
like,
and the restriction of cash withdrawals to 100,000 individual every week and 500,000 corporate entities.
yes, one man. Thank you very much again for the
Hmm.
opportunity. It is not like Gordon Mayfield said. It is not cast in stone. If you actually want to exceed the 100,000 limits as an individual, you will pay the fine. If you can pay the fine, oh well and good. Nobody is saying you can only withdraw 100,000 and that is it. If you decide, I need this money and I want to withdraw, you actually have to write a letter to your bank. The process is kind of cumbersome, but you'll be allowed to withdraw, but you would have to pay 5% as a fine. Like I was saying, let me just kind of like segue a little bit into what I was saying previously before I got cut off. I was trying to say that banks actually give loans or credit, lines of credit to business accounts, to businesses. But the reason why banks do not kind of like give loans to what I'll call retail customers is because Nigeria is a very low trust society. We actually have look at these loan companies. People, I don't want to mention names. You know them. These companies where if you send a text, they can give you 50,000 instantly, 100,000. How many Nigerians who take that loan repay? Most of them don't repay. They see it as it's free money. I'm a sharp guy. Let me just chop these people. So you actually see all these loan companies, these loan sharks. I call them loan sharks, who are on the internet. They have to keep threatening and doing a lot of things because the average Nigerian, I'm sorry to say this, is actually very fraudulent. The average Nigerian looks for ways to circumvent the system. So when you say banks don't want to, the trouble, when I call the ROI, the return on investment, or loaning to an individual 50,000, 100,000, and him defaulting on the loans is very high compared to the return on investment of loaning 10 billion, 20 billion, 50 billion to a Dangote or whoever who might not default, or even if he's going to default, he might reschedule the payment system. You can actually see that it actually makes more business sense for banks to loan to businesses than to individuals. Another thing again is that when you say okay, that I think that kind of like handles that. I was kind of like segueing into what you call retail banking. Banks actually have what you call retail or agency banking right now. What you call POS. It's called POS. There are POSs everywhere. But this current development in the banking system now, where you have they are trying to force people into using e-payment channels and e-payment systems, kind of like defeats this retail or this POS agency banking, because most people who go to the POS are actually going to withdraw cash. They are not going to do transfers or do anything. So when you're now moving that burden of
but the POS is already a digitalized system. Can it not just be recalibrated so that it can just be a portal from moving money electronically?
you can it is possible, but like I said, the average Nigerian is going to a POS to go and withdraw 1,000, 2,000, 10,000. They're actually going to withdraw cash. And Nigeria has a right now. Nigeria has a literacy level of 61.38% as of 2022. I don't know how true that statistic is, but
Are you Peter? Are you Peter B? Are you quoting statistics?
I know
In China.
No, I know why I said that, because how many people are comfortable? Like my brother just said, he said his wife lost 50K. There are a lot of channels, a lot of avenues where bad actors can actually circumvent the banking system. Right now, my Nigerian bank, once it is outside banking hours, that is 9 to 6, you can't use mobile banking anymore. That's new development, because most of the people in IT security, most of the people in e-channels, most of them are jackpot to Canada. Most of them are in Canada. A whole department left at the same time to Canada. So you can see that the banking system is actually on shaky legs right now in Nigeria. It's really terrible.
Are you one of the jackpots? You sound like a jackpot.
I'm not a jackpot.
You sound like you are in Nigeria now.
I am in Nigeria right now.
So all right. So sorry. It's as the visa application not been. How far into the visa are you?
No, I'm not jackpotting for now. If the opportunity comes, then. But right now, I'm not jackpotting for now.
Where would you like to jackpot to?
I'm not interested in jackpotting for now. I think I'm good. I'm good where I am in Nigeria.
Look at that. You think go with
No, I'm not holding anything. I'm not going.
Look at this
That's
guy.
just on the lighter note. Yes.
If I can interject in that piece just for some seconds.
Yes, please. Okay.
You see, when you say that loan, because we are talking of consumer loans now, like retail
Oh
loans,
God,
whatever.
I was trying to move the conversation away from banking though, but make that point and then go. Oh yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
No, make your point. Since
sorry,
hold on.
okay.
Ola, make that point.
Okay.
Ola.
You see, as I was saying the other time, see, even here, if you give consumer loans, there is this behavior, there's this tendency that they tend to default if the mechanism is not there.
Exactly.
Now,
yes.
These guys that are enforcing the mechanism now, what is BVN supposed to do, for example? Is supposed to be across the bank that if a consumer A has a loan with the bank A and it's not honoring the payment, is it not supposed to go when you want to borrow from bank B? They will know that you are defaulting somewhere. All
right
those
now,
things are supposed to be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
it's all about
the BVN.
Exactly. So those things are the kind of mechanism that's supposed to represent all these credit rating, whatever we are, pending the time we are going to have standard credit rating. But we are not doing that. All the CBN is doing is just to throw policies at people. Like I said, if you don't give consumer loan, it will be very difficult. See, getting unbanked people on board is not the problem. But the banks are not targeting them with the right products. If you target them with the right product, you bring them in. For example, you go and give a Yaoloja who is selling lace and Idumota, and you are still expecting me to pay some kind of fee on the POS you are giving to that person. Now, what are you doing with the cash collection you are doing from Yaoloja? You are supposed to be making business. No, you want to have it all. You want to make profit. At the same time, you want to pass responsibility to the consumer you are supposed to encourage. So those are the problems that CBN is supposed to address, not enforcing things on people.
All right. So CBN should address that. So let me come back to you, Femi, and take you away from that banking space. I ask you instead, where in Nigeria you are? You sound like you are in Lagos. There's a Lagos confidence to your voice.
There's no Lagos confidence. I'm in Lagos, though. You're correct. I'm correct.
Yeah, of course. Now we know how Lagosians talk now. They
Yes.
talk with confidence. But what's the political situation there? How is the politics playing out in Lagos, Femi?
Politics.
What are people saying? What's on the ground?
At the local level, it is a slam dunk for Sanwo-Olu. I don't think the PDP
No
person or
Jandor.
the
No
Labour,
Jandor.
Jandor is I'll call him a Trojan horse who was sent by the APC to scatter the PDP as an opposition. He is clearly not serious. This is somebody who was a PA to Fashola, and he's clearly not serious. I call him the spiritual successor to what do they call this perennial PDP guy, their governorship candidate, that pharmacist in Apapa. I've forgotten his name right now. It's kind of slips in my mind.
Yeah.
So he has come to actually take the position of that man. So he knows he's not going anywhere. But he's just going through the motions. And right now, PDP Lagos is in disarray. But the judge is vehemently against Jandor. So Jandor is clearly. Let me not sound too dismissive of his ambition, but I think he's a joker. Especially when you look at
how deeply, Femi,
yes,
how deeply has the obedient movement penetrated into Lagos? What's your reading of the strength of that movement in Lagos?
In Lagos, the obedient movement is like I would always tell people. Lagos is a microcosm of Nigeria. It's like a small sample size of the larger country. We have a lot of people. There's no tribe or tongue that is not represented in Lagos. So you can't really say the obedient movement is strong. It's strong in Lagos. It's strong everywhere. But the thing is, if in a free and fair election, I see the obedient movement going head to head against Tinubu and his candidature. But the thing is, Tinubu might likely win in Lagos if he unleashes his normal.
Yes. Are you saying?
Yes.
Are you Jimmy Agbaje? By the way, was the name you were looking
Yes.
for?
Yes, exactly.
Are you saying that in a free election, Peter Obi can threaten Tinubu in Lagos? Is that what you are saying?
At the moment, it's all I can see. Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
You think so?
I don't think so. I know so. I'm on the ground. I can see things. So I can calibrate.
Where is
Obi's?
Yes. Where is Obi's vote likely to come from? Because a lot of people narrow his vote to just is a section of the country.
Yes. That's a very good question. Let me just lay it out as I see it. Right now, in the southwest, the only states I can, like I said, Lagos being a microcosm of the generality of Nigeria. In a free and fair election, Obi takes Lagos. In a free and fair election, Obi takes Lagos. Free and fair, not in a free and fair election, Obi takes Lagos.
Right.
He takes Lagos.
Okay.
Other states in the southwest.
Wait. Stop. Talk us through how you've made that statement. Talk us through it. How does it take Lagos?
Like I said, in a free and fair election.
Yes.
Yes.
Tell us how that happens. Yeah.
I've already given you the basis for my assumption or my predication is that Lagos has everybody in Nigeria, and right now I would say people kind of like term Obi to be a sectional candidate, but I wouldn't say that. He has a kind of widespread general acceptance in almost all the states in Nigeria. So when you have the Igbos in Agor Palace, definitely will vote for Obi. The Igbos in Trade Fair, in parts of Ushudi and those places will vote for Obi. But there are some parts of Lagos like Agege, Yanopaja, all those places who will definitely vote for their perennial man. Yanopaja, they vote for Tinubu because.
Where would they? Alimosho, where would they?
Alimosho, thank you. Those are strongholds of the APC. Even if you, as a person, want to vote for.
But Alimosho local government area. Hold on, Alimosho local government area is 75% the population of Lagos. That's where Lagos is.
If you say so, I don't have access to statistics I can quote and tell you. But if you say so, I agree. There's a lot of population there in that region that has, you know how you call Kano, Katsina, Kaduna the Kardashians of Nigeria. That's how you call Alimosho. That is why the results from those areas normally come later in the day, especially when they need to pad the figures. So they actually bring out results in mass acceptance for the APC from those regions because they are mostly populated by
Are you saying? Are you
Southerners,
saying?
by
Are you
Yoruba
saying?
people.
Hold on, Femi.
Yes,
Are you
yes.
saying that? Are you saying that the Yorubas in Lagos will vote for Peter Obi? Because that will have to be in their large numbers. Because that will
I
have
never
to be the case.
No, I never implied that. There are Yoruba people today who would actually vote for Peter Obi. There's a sectionality. There's how I will classify them as there's a certain sectionality of Yoruba people in Lagos who would vote for Peter Obi. One, they are educated. Two, they are young. They are younger. But when you talk about the elderly people, the traders in Lagos Island, all those Yaloja, and those people would never ever vote for Peter Obi. There's no way because of they feel Omowani is our son. We have to vote for Tinubu and things like that because of tongue, tribe, religion. He's Muslim, so you can't expect Maniyaloja it's a Campo Square or Tinubu Square that will now say I'm voting for Peter Obi. No, to them, his candidature doesn't is a joke. It doesn't exist to them. So, like I said, in a free and fair election, it is possible that Peter Obi takes it against
You
Tinubu.
know, we've heard a lot of outlandish comments on
Mm.
this platform. I think that's probably the most outrageous thing that anybody has said on this space. That Peter Obi will take Lagos from Tinubu.
Kindly note, I said
Is unbelievable.
in a free and fair election, free and fair election.
Free
Put
and
that in
fair or
quotes.
not,
Free and fair election.
free and fair or not,
Uh-huh.
it's impossible.
Uh-huh.
Impossible.
It's impossible.
Yes.
But you're not on ground. You are not on ground. I have to tell you what is happening. That's why I said in a free and fair election. I know that definitely elections in Nigeria are never free and fair. That's why I said in a free and fair election. Okay, let us, Goldman, please. Let us kind of like move away from Lagos now. You know, you told me to access the whole country. So let's move away from Lagos segue into other parts of the southwest. In places like Oyo State, in places like Oshun, Ogun, Ondo, and Ekiti. I don't see Peter Obi winning in those states. That's why I said the only place he stands a chance, a free and fair election, is Lagos. Other parts of the southwest, I don't see him winning those places. Why? Because of tribalism, because of religious affinity, and just generally dismissing the.
Do you know that? Hold on, Femi. Do you know that
yes.
Lagos is over 73% Yoruba? Over 73%. Did you know that?
Okay. If you say so, I
am saying so. You may not know so, but I am saying so.
Okay. Like I said, there are still Yoruba people in Lagos who will vote for Obi. I don't know why you think it's impossible. There are still some people
No.
I don't assess the situation and actually vote for what they feel is right, not just voting along tribal lines or language, tribe and culture and religion. They can actually do that.
Yes, no, I believe that some Yorubas will.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Some.
So you can't say it's a slam dunk for Yoruba people for Tinubu.
It is. Lagos State is a slam dunk for Tinubu.
Oh, really?
Free
February is 80-something days. 80-something days. So it's not too far anymore.
Free and fair or not, Lagos. Okay. I mean, what are you even talking about? What are we even having this as a conversation that Peter Obi will take Lagos from? Peter Obi.
Why do you feel Peter Obi has no chance in the free and fair election in Lagos State? Why? Why do you feel Why do you feel all Yoruba people will vote along tribal lines? It's not everybody that chose that piper. Once they play the tune, everybody dances to that tune. I still believe that there are some Yoruba people who are capable of independent thinking, who can actually assess situations and say, okay, I'm not voting based on tribe, I'm not voting based on religion, I'm not voting based on culture. Let me just vote my conscience and what I can see based on the credible and sane assessment of all these major leading candidates. I don't know why you feel that is actually
let me tell you why I feel that. And you've already said it. A lot of the politics of Nigeria is ethnic.
It's tribal.
Yes, it's tribal. So and Lagos is predominantly Yoruba, their warriors, etc. And to the vast majority percentile. And yes, there will be a smattering of people that have this elegant thinking that they're not going to give consideration to tribe. But all of the voting patterns in Nigeria, the one thing that it has ever told us is that tribe is one of the primary considerations that people give to voting. You know, I'm not sure that the Yoruba person will see a guy called Bola Tinubu and go and vote for a guy called Peter Obi. There's no sense of affinity, there's no close kinship, and there is nothing that aligns culturally. They will go for
Yeah.
Tinubu just for that familiar of culture.
Yes, yes, I agree with you. But that archetype of a voter, actually, like I said, it actually fits the demographic of the elderly kind of
No,
person, the
it
less
calls up. Oh
educated in
God, look at
Nigeria.
this guy.
You can't
Look at this guy.
at this
One man,
present moment.
can I ask a question from this guy?
Oh, go on.
Okay.
Sorry, his
Ask-
name is Femi. His name is Femi, so call him Femi.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, Femi.
Yeah.
Sorry, pardon my word.
No,
Femi.
no, it's fine. It's fine. Carry on.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question. What is your definition of free and fair?
Free and fair. Okay, free and fair is no rigging, no threats of violence. Let me give you an example of 2019 because I was also on ground in Ago Palace. In Ago Palace, people were being disenfranchised. Like the Igbo people in Ago Palace were prevented from voting. It was like you come, you present your voter's card, they will actually assess you and tell you no, you can't vote. There were a lot of area boys who were released into the streets to drive away what I'll call non-Yoruba names, people with non-Yoruba names. They were driven away in 2019, where it even got to a stage where the Igbos in Ago Palace had to actually come out to actually become aggressive. They actually killed the Yoruba thug in Ago Palace because of that.
Okay.
That's when you say free and fair, the threats of violence is removed. Then accurate counting, accurate transmission of results, use of the grievance match, things like that.
Let me ask a follow-up question.
People find it very difficult to win.
Let me ask a follow-up question. My follow-up question is, do you believe that this 2023 election
Yes.
is likely to be free and fair?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Why?
I don't think so.
Why
Because
not?
politicians can't change their ways. They can't change their ways. I mean, Nigeria, I know what is happening. They can't change their ways. One, they will resort to violence, threats of violence. They will resort to bribery at the polling booths, bribery to INEC officials, to collation officers, things like the avenues for the election to be compromised are too many. There are too many avenues. So like somebody is calling me Obike or something. I don't know what that person said.
Whatever it
Whatever it is, or Kerenke. The thing is, I have no dog in this fight. I have no dog in this fight. I'm not voting on that day. So I'm just like an apathetic observer, trying to like tell you what I can see and analyze things. I'm not.
So
I'm not for Tinubu or anybody. I'm just telling you as I see it because I'm on ground. You might
agree?
Disagree. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you agree that any politician
Yes.
whose election is not in his or her favor also believe that the election is not free and fair?
They always do.
Okay.
They always do. Nobody wants to be a loser, so they always do.
See, I am not talking in concession to what woman is saying, but I'm saying that by your word, if Lagos is a microcosm of Nigeria, and we all agree that our election is characterized by ethnicity, I don't know the parameters. See, people, that's just that it will be, if it's free and fair, that is the language that anybody will use when election does not go in their favor. There is no way Tinubu will beat Obi in the East. No way. There is no way Obi will now come and beat Tinubu in Lagos. There is no way. That's not possible.
Oh, okay, like I said.
Hold on, Femi. Hold on, Femi.
Okay.
Femi, can you hear me? Wait, when I say hold on, please do. I think Charlie Boy wants to put a position to you. Charles, you wanted to say.
Please.
Charlie Boy. Charles, you are not a stranger here. Unmute yourself and ask Charles. You were saying in private. Oh, I think it dropped out. So maybe a connection problem. But no, yes, that probably the most far-fetched thing I've heard on this platform ever. But there it is. That Obi would take Lagos from Tinubu. So X0, I'm sure you delight in that. So X0, let's hear from you. We never hear enough from you. X0. Look at that, X0. All right. All right. There's a lot of whooshing sound there. So let's hear from HO then. So HO, what what Femi was just saying there, do you concur? Is there logic to that, the suggestion that Peter Obi might take Lagos State? I've never heard anybody say that, HO.
Well, the truth is this. Our people are tired of the old order. I think it is high time all of us that are experts in analyzing who wins which state and who does not win which state should know that Nigerians are tired of the old orders. And this time around, those who think buying vote is the answer to them entering the villa, their money will fade them. Woof, woof.
No, sorry. Hold on. What's led you to the thought that Nigeria is tired of the old order? And what even constitutes the old order? Because you hear this language a lot, that this time around they will shock you, this time around they will surprise you. But in the actual real politics of it, we're not seeing any signs that there's either going to be a shock or a surprise in 2023. In 2023, all the indications are that status quo will maintain. So is this to G the troops up? Is it to keep the momentum going? Is it to keep people happy that all this language of they will surprise you and all of that?
It's only mumu that they will beat first time, second time. And they also make a parable in my language that the stick you see cannot blind you. So at least Showore has helped, and other people has helped to awaken our understanding and our thought that it is our destiny that has been mortgaged in the altar of greed, wickedness, and callousness. And our eyes are open with the help of the internet and the global world to know that we are better than what we are supposed to be. But some group of people has hijacked our destiny, and they have made up their mind that as long as we continue to be mumu, they will continue to use us by giving us peanut, such as 2,000 naira, 10,000 naira, gari, Ijebu gari, and ekpa to drink. Then at the end of the day, we kill ourselves for them. And at the end of the day, when they enter office, they say bye-bye to us. And during this period of us killing ourselves for them, their children are busy in the Western world obtaining the best school they can think of. And when they have finished, they come back to continue.
Hold on now. Is that not the nature of life?
Me? I don't like
No. Hold on, because we've heard.
Allow me to.
Can you? When I say hold on, please do, HO. We've heard that narrative from you endlessly, so we want to interrogate it now. So it's not a sermonization; it's a dialogue. So it's a dialogue, not a monologue. So let's yeah.
Okay, just to kind of like counteract what HO is saying.
Please let me land my talk.
Hold on, Femi.
Okay, let me hold on.
Yeah, hold on, Femi. Now, what I was going to say to you, HO, is that all of those things, they are just essentially a narrative of life is unfair, and it never has been. So the people will always be taken advantage of, and people make themselves receptive to being taken advantage of. And people who are often taken advantage of, often instances do not react to being taken advantage of. So there is, yes, it's unfair. People are being taken advantage of, but there is nothing in the process that tells you that they're going to recoil from that in 2023.
I speak as a mother. A mother never gives up on her children until she drives home that she wants to drive home for the child to fulfill a better destiny. So, woman, when you say you have heard that from me, you will continue to hear it until my children, it enter into their heads and they take their destiny by their hand. So telling me that has been my song, I will continue to sing it until our mindset is changed to the fact that it is our destiny that has been mortgaged, and it is us our responsibility to take back that belongs to us, our original destiny. So the music has changed. By the mercy and the grace of God, their money will fail them. Thank you.
No, their money will not fail them, though. I'm not sure I accept it as a lash out against the system, but I'm not sure that changes the paradigm in any way. So their money will fail them. There's a good chance that it would not. Can you hold on? Who's that?
It's me. I want to support what you are saying.
Yeah,
I want to support one man.
Yeah.
Madam Esho,
Yes, sir.
do you think that Nigerians are ready to take their country back? Do you see it at all?
The truth is this.
No. It's just
Well, let me answer you now.
Do you see them by any action that they want to take? They really want to take their country back?
Yes. And why did I say yes?
Okay.
They are not where they are before. Their mindset is not in that very environment that it was some years back. So their mindset has shifted. So if they can't take it this time, 2027, we are taking it fully.
Okay. Yeah, that is the way you see it. But I am telling you that Nigerians are not ready. If you have a person like Shore that is so clear to us that he is offering a different direction, entirely a different direction with a vision that can take us to where we are going. And still, you can't see large crowd behind him showing sign that, yes, they really want to take their country back. I'm not convinced that Nigerians are ready. The status quo will still play out. And all these people that have been described are front runner as status quo. And they are the ones that you see large crowd behind them. So I'm not convinced that Nigerians are not ready.
There is no indication that there's no indication that
nothing indicating that they are ready.
That will change in 2023. There's no indication that anything will change in 2023.
Like I said, at least our people, our children, are no longer where they are before.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because of the movement they have right now.
No, they are divided among their oppressors.
Which movement? Which movement?
They are divided among their oppressors. They are not. There is no movement anywhere.
They are divided among the oppressors.
Among the oppressors, yes.
Good. They are divided among the oppressors, and some of us that are in social media, we are aiding that division. We've not been able to. Well, let me finish. We've not been able to let them know there are only two tribes in Nigeria: the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressor. Until we define ourselves like that, we cannot move forward. We are here talking of Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo, but the truth is the fact that there are only two tribes in Nigeria, because the elite, they are in Igbo, the elite, they are in Hausa, the elite, they are in Yoruba, the oppressors, they are in Hausa, the oppressor, they are in Igbo, the oppressor, they are in Yoruba. Why? Whereas the oppressed, they are also in this category of people. And in the kingdom or in the tribe of the oppressors, they don't divide themselves with religion. They don't divide themselves with tribe. But when it comes to us that are suffering, the oppressed, we divide ourselves with religions and tribe. And until we come to our senses to know that if we continue to dance to this music, they will continue to destroy us. So let us wake up to the fact that there are only two tribes in Nigeria, and let us begin to sell that narrative to our people so that we can wake up and fight for what belongs to us.
Yes and no. There's no disagreement with that, by the way, HO, because we hear that also from people like Aisha Yesufu, who is always talking about the two tribes, the oppressor and the oppressed. So we do know that, but the mind shift of the Nigerian population, there is no indication that there is a mind shift of a recognition that the country belongs to them. There is nothing that tells us that the Nigerian space, as the youth space, the more traditional spaces, the cynical and the optimistic, there is nothing within the Nigerian political landscape that indicates that there's a mind shift that the country belongs to them. So that is why I would suggest that status quo will maintain.
I understand that very well, Mr. Warman. And that is why I said from now till 2027, we're going to do a lot of underground work, making our people to understand their right, making them to undo what has been done in their brain through organizing a symposium, town hall meetings, village square, everywhere you can think of, that we can reach to our people in the church, in the mosque, wherever we can send them this message. That is going to be our job. And Andamo Go Foundation is testing that in preparing ourselves for 2027. We will also organize our people who want to contest election. We will interview them, prepare their mindset to the fact that you are going there as a servant, not as a master. So these are the strategies we will put in place. The remaining one, so I put the remaining one inside my belly.
Is
Madam
that your...
Mesho,
Yes.
Madam Mesho,
Yes, sir.
let me tell you, Nigerian people are not determined people. Nigerian people are not courageous people.
Good. I
Nigerian
understand
people
that. But let me tell you one thing, Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Ajale Koko, let me say one thing. I'm a go-getter. The person that
you cannot do it alone. You can't do it alone.
The person that made Burger King, history has it that he failed for 60 good time. 60 good time. The person that started Burger King continued to fail. His wife spoke to him. Just try one more time. This 61 time. That is what brought Burger King to stand. And today, Burger King is everywhere. I believe in the Nigerian child. I believe in the Nigerian teenager. I believe in the youth. It is only poverty and hopelessness and lack that puts them where they are. I have the
hold on. Can you hold on, please? Sorry. No. Echo, let me say one thing first. When I say hold on, you don't have to give us the whole of the delivery all of the time. Let us have a conversation rather than a sermon. A conversation rather than a sermon. So you were talking. So hold on, Ajale Koko.
Okay.
So you are talking about an organization which I suspect that you are the champion of that, and we want to hear more about the organization. But what is the entry point of this change that you are suggesting is the thing? So don't go the long essay. But what's the entry point in terms of an age demography that this change can have effect? Where are you going? Where are you pointing this change? And don't just say youth, because youth is an ambiguous term. What's the entry point for the change?
The entry point starts from the Nigerian child.
What age?
From zero.
From zero.
Nigerian child, Nigerian teenager, Nigerian youth, and Nigerian grown-up. We have a roadmap for that.
You have a roadmap for everybody?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't sound coherent to me, I have to say.
Let me say, Madam Mesho.
Can you hold on, please, Femi? Yeah.
Madam Mesho, let me tell you, Nigerian people are not courageous people. They are not determined people. And they are not patriotic. Let me finish now. And they are not patriotic people.
None of us is patriotic. None of us.
So when you have people across the country that are not patriotic to their country, you think they can make things work in that country? No, it's not going to work, because look, we are sharply divided against ourselves. We don't see things the same way.
I know.
The way Yoruba we see things is different from the way Igbo will see it, different from the way Hausa see it. So you find yourself in a country where you are, you know, you are all against each other. If Yoruba people are speaking for justice, equity, and fairness, to some people, they don't agree with it. Some part of the country will not agree with that. Same way, when the other part of the country, what the meaning of equity, justice, and fairness is different from the way we are going to define it from our own side.
I know.
So you have a country that along the regional line, we are divided, religious, ethnic, and these people
I know
that are in position.
Ajale Koko, I think
Yes.
I think what HO is talking about is change. But where I was trying to get her to is that where that change can take effect.
Yeah, what I'm saying one point is that change is possible, but there is no sign. We can't see the sign.
Now, Ajale Koko.
Our people are not showing any sign that they really
Ajale Koko.
looking for change or they are working for change. We cannot see. They are working for the status quo.
Hold on, HO. I think the point is, if the people are not showing an indication that they want change, but change is necessary, then the people who feel that change is necessary, they have to enlighten the people that the change is necessary. But where I was trying to get HO to, because she says she runs an organization that is trying to bring this sensitization to the people, and some people are just too satiated and already stayed within their mindset, so they are not really for changing. So for that change to have effect, you have to have a target demography and then point your resources there. But you are telling us that from newborn to everybody, so that doesn't sound like any.
It doesn't sound, but just wait and see.
What do you mean with that? That has no meaning now. What's the meaning?
It has a meaning.
It has no meaning now. How can you capture the whole?
Hello, Mr. Woman.
Yeah.
You do not have my roadmap.
Right.
It may not have meaning to you because you don't have my roadmap. You've not seen my roadmap. So it will not have meaning for you. But wait, you will see my roadmap in due season. Maybe then it will have meaning to you. Right now, I am building my organizational structure. We started in November 19. Even when I started from Calabar, a lot of people thought I'm from Calabar. No, I started from Calabar, where that is where I went to school. Then two, I wanted to show to people that we are one. I must not start from Delta State where I come from. So
hold on. What's the theme? What's the theme of the organization? What are the three main bullet points that you're trying to the three main bullet point areas that you're trying to effect that change? What's the narrative?
My narrative is this. I'm a strong advocate.
No, come on now. The mission statement of the organization, the three key things that you're trying to effect that change with or from. So what are the three impact points that you're looking to address? The three most pertinent spaces that you're pointing your organization to?
I'm pointing the organization to fairness and justice.
Right.
I'm pointing the organization to the fact that we are too blessed to suffer.
Right.
I am pointing I'm pointing people to the fact that what we are looking for in Sokoto is in Sokoto.
Right.
So we have all it takes.
No. Let me tell you, not to tell you.
You know what?
Yes.
I be old school. I not carry
What do you
grammar
mean
for
old
head.
school? No. All right.
Give me
Okay.
your phone number and I will send you the website. Go and look at our website, even though it's under development for now.
I'm talking about a mission statement. Or you
I
cannot
not
say.
get them for head now. I tell you.
But you're the
Says he doesn't
arrowhead
have the
now.
mission statement.
I don't want.
All right.
Hello.
All right. Can you hold on, please, for me? Thank you to stay there. Let's welcome Fatai to the conversation. So, Fatai, good to meet you. Where are you based? I
Hello.
can hear you.
Can
Yes,
you
I
hear
can
me?
hear. Yes, Fatai. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, I can hear you.
All right. So a conversation is taking place. So, where you sound like you're in Nigeria as well.
No, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in Cyprus.
You're where?
Cyprus.
Cyprus. Oh, right. Oh, brilliant.
So they come Cyprus for March for business meeting. We go meet.
No problem.
All right. So tell us what's brought you into the conversation. Give us your take on what we're talking about so far.
Well, thank you for letting me in. As you're right, my first time. I didn't even know where to get inside. Actually, the first thing that was going to bring me in was the other guy that was saying Peter Obi was going to win Lagos. And I live in Lagos. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen such a thing before in my life. It's never going to happen. I live in virtually many parts of Lagos. I live in Lagos, I live everywhere. Sorry, my voice is kind of terrible tonight. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I think there's a bug going around. My voice is croaked as well, but carry on, yeah.
I mean, I don't know where you got that from, and I think that plays into the conversation that happened afterward. A lot of people think about Nigeria as like the things that are wrong with Nigeria as like it's peculiar to Nigeria. Nigerians are this, Nigerians are that, this change, that change. Every bad thing in Nigeria happens everywhere else in the world. There's no particular, there's no unity. Everywhere in the Cyprus, there's no unity. Everywhere there's no unity. This is not the point. The point is we need people, we need someone or people that can marshal our country forward. We don't need all these. There's so much people, division, separatists, all of these. We have only one problem in Nigeria, and that problem is from the 70s. Whoever allowed the introduction of subsidy into Nigeria, this is the beginning of the problem of Nigeria. If you can get it solved, there will be a lot of problems going to be solved. Also, that problems are irrelevant. The other second problem of Nigeria is actually the media. I think they are not helping Nigeria. They are making Nigeria go through a lot of unnecessary emotional pain. The youth this, the youth that. The youth have to understand we are going to run this country into the ground if we put the wrong people in there. Take for instance the poll. There is this organization, ANAP Noi poll. I mean, have you ever seen in your life a poll that looks like a periodic table? And they are promoting people that have no capacity for anything. Excuse me, Peter Obi is a very nice person, but Peter Obi is an insider trader. If he doesn't have inside information, he's not going to, it doesn't really work that much. I will fix security decisively. Of course, he will fix it decisively because Buhari already got the Kano jet. Anybody will fix it decisively. There's no direction, there's no nothing, except I will do everything. We will fourth industrial revolution. Excuse me, fourth industrial revolution.
You see, those are that's what Fatai. It's those sort of things that rankle people. They're just peppy little buzzwords. They're just phraseology. They're just utterances. It's tautology. It's just words.
Exactly.
I will attack. Hold on. I will address insecurity decisively. I will bring the country into the fourth industrial revolution.
We're not even industrialized.
It doesn't mean anything.
Actually, it does mean something. We are not even industrialized for you to be talking. Fourth industrial revolution doesn't mean It just means that the industries are going to be upgraded to technology. Like things are not going to be worked. You're not going to be using much of mechanization. But you have to be industrialized first to be talking about first. Literally, Peter, this manifesto is totally meaningless. I don't know who wrote it, a bunch of. You read it, though, it means completely nothing. Peter B was a governor in Anambra. You take people's money, put it in your own company, Fidelity Bank, you are a major shareholder. Every time he's talking with Netherlands, America, this. If you do that in America, you will be prosecuted. For instance, if you are an investment manager, because I'm an MBA, I did MBA, I'm not even in finances. If you take for instance, you're an investment manager, and you have what do they call it, pension funds. You are managing pension funds. If you invest pension funds in in some other than U.S. Treasury bills, you're going to have a lot of problems. You have to invest people's money in safe places. And in this particular case, why would you be investing the people's money? Who gave you? Where did you do a referendum and the people told you to go and invest the money? Did you deal with the legislature, with the parliament, whatever they call them, and you all decided to invest the money? I tell you, for instance, Mr. Man, I tell you, I invest your money in my own company business. I mean, this is so crazy. Nigeria is so corrupt, but Nigeria doesn't need a new
You
level
know,
of corruption.
it's borderline criminal. It's
It's
borderline criminal,
criminal. They
isn't
like
it? You
robbery.
know,
I don't know how
yeah.
that guy is going around.
Woman,
They like robbery.
woman,
They
I have
like
my mission statement for you now.
wait,
Oh,
all these politicians, they are all corrupt. But at least they do it in the dark of the night. They are hiding. Peter B is not even hiding. He's rubbing us in the face and telling us we have to. I mean, I have never seen anything so incredible.
Woman,
it's quite a spectacle. But let's hear HO's mission statement. Yes, let's hear it.
okay. The mission statement of Anga Mogo Charity is to provide education, healthcare, and economic resources to disadvantaged Africans and American youth and their family, creating a sustainable future. And we are to motivate, educate, engage, empower, mobilize, create opportunity for sustainability and impact in young people in their future, family, and community.
Right. And then how is that broken down into an actionable plan?
You go host me, make I tell you that one. Host me 1 hour, I go tell you.
All right. I mean, that sounds like an ideal, but what I would suggest then is that, because empowerment has always been the pathway to elevate people out of a situation to a better place. So if you wrap your organization around empowerment, I would suggest that is the best part. But good luck with it. We will certainly support that in as many ways as we can, because of course the whole purpose of everything that we're doing is to empower people. So keep up the good work, HO. Let's take the conversation to Ola and have Ola speak to us then about Akerele Bokno stabbing Tinubu in the back yet again. What are you then making of this woman? She had been done since 2003, but she's still out there crying wolf. Ola. All right, we don't appear to have Ola. Let's go back to Ajan Lekoko then. Or does anybody have any thoughts in that direction? Akere Dolub Bokno Akerele, her commentaries on Tinubu, saying that he's not fit for purpose, he fights with charms, etc., etc. Why is she doing this at this point in time? Let's take that to Femi. Femi.
I actually didn't read, or I don't have access to the exact statement she made, but I can just hazard a guess. We all know the falling out she had with Tinubu during Tinubu's first tenure. I think she was impeached or let go somehow. I can't exactly remember right now. But I think she's just trying to have a pound of flesh. I'm not a Tinubu fan. I'm not an Obi fan or whatever, or a Makerele fan. But I'm saying I think she's trying to have a pound of flesh by saying he's not fit for office. And who else would say it rather than somebody who has worked in close proximity with him? Also, know that Tinubu also had another deputy, Femi Pedro, who also had a falling out with him. So I kind of like see that in some ways, Tinubu might not be the suave team player that some people think he is, because sometimes the people who work with him in close proximity kind of like falls out with him. He fell out with Fashola after Fashola's first term, but due to the popularity and the street credibility that Fashola had, he couldn't deprive him of his second term ticket. He fell out with Ambody because he noticed Ambody was kind of like cornering all the resources of Lagos State and not sharing it to the
No, why are
party.
you saying that? What fact do you have to that effect for you to say that?
Like I said, I'm on ground, and there is
What do you mean you're
what
on
I'll call
ground? That means
what I'll call
nothing.
to you it might mean nothing, but I would say to people who have their ears on the ground in the streets of Lagos State can tell you that words on the street say that Ambody, his sidekick or his account officer, was the staff of the so-called bank. I will not mention the bank right now. And they cornered all the accounts, Lagos State official accounts, to that particular bank. So anything Lagos State contracts, anything was going to that bank. And we all know how banks work. Whenever an account officer is getting a lot of deposits, the person rises in the system. So it was basically funneling Lagos State's resources into that bank, elevating his side chick's career. And also, when you talk about Loma, when you talk about these LSPs,
No. That's
I'm
sharp
going
practice.
somewhere.
But no,
I'm
hold
going
on.
somewhere, please.
Can you
Okay.
hold on, please?
Okay.
That's sharp practice, not illegal. So what are you trying to infer with that?
What I'm trying to infer, I'm going somewhere actually, if you can allow me to land.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say that Ambody at that particular point was actually depriving food in quotes from the mouths of APC party leaders.
All right.
Because
Okay.
the system on ground is that LSP contracts in various locations in Lagos State are awarded to the party leaders, the strong men of Lagos State. But Ambody during his tenure actually took it away from all of them and tried to like centralize it. So that was one of the primary reasons why he fell out with Tinubu. So Tinubu has a kind of like a tendency to actually fall out with people who actually work in close proximity with him, from Aregbesola to Fashola and the rest. So I wouldn't like argue with this reverend woman. She's an elderly woman. I think she's in her 80s right now. I don't see what she stands to gain by trying to like tell lies against the personality of Tinubu. I think she knows him better than you and I. So she should be able to tell us how Tinubu actually operates in the private. Everybody has a public facade, a public persona that they bring out to the open. What the Japanese would call it, white face and black face. So he brings out his white face, but his black face, which is his private person, you might not really know. Somebody like this woman should actually know, and she should be able to tell us. I wouldn't come in and start to say, Mama, you are lying. This is not true. So let us like give her the benefit of the doubt and like kind of like listen to what she has to say. But I don't know. Maybe somebody else has a differing opinion, but I think she's also
but you know that
pound of flesh.
Femi, you know one thing in politics, right?
Yeah.
If you are not there with them, you won't know the grudges. I think what Madam Buckner she's trying to do is seeing an opportunity to hear our own voice. Because, all right, during that time, all we heard that time was that she was going to be impeached, and somehow she was forced to resign. Now, Tinubu felt, from rumor, he quotes, Tinubu felt that she was just too slow and she was not in compliance with what she was going to do. You know, that time the chief of staff, just like what is happening now under this Buhari too, which happened to be Fashola, appeared to be stronger even than that office. So I think within the internal thing, there was this internal conflict that Tinubu have to force her to resign, or otherwise she would have been impeached outrightly. So those grudges, we won't know the reality. But when you are saying your master, your boss, or it's not fit for purpose, evidences around say otherwise. Because you can't say someone is not fit for purpose and he got to that place despite the fact that the federal government took hold of the more allocation to the state. He still find a way that at the end of his tenure, it was generated from 600 million a month. he was ending up with 5 billion every month at the end of every month. So you are saying a person like that is not fit for purpose. Someone that brought successors that perform very well, and you are saying that person is not fit for purpose. Then what's the definition of getting fit for purpose? So to me, it's just one of those political conflicts. You will never, this thing is all about interest, your perception, the way you see it is. You will always have such conflict. To me, it's just a normal political ruffle, nothing more than that. Am I saying Tinubu is the best since the sliced bread? No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that whatever Madam is saying, there are no evidences on ground to
No,
give
Allah, you
No smoke without fire.
you are taking everything that woman said in a wrong context. She didn't say whether she didn't make enough revenue and this and that. She didn't say all of that. What was responsible to his removal from government was what she narrated in that video. And what Tinubu wanted her to do that she didn't want to do. That was what she narrated in that video. But you are taking it, you are fine-tuning, and you are putting your own pepper and atadidi and everything into it.
Jara.
No, Ajali, that's why I said it depends on individual perception of the situation.
No, this is not individual perception. What she narrated exactly what happened between them and why she left the government.
Have you watched the video?
I watched the video. And after that, Tinubu, another person that he appointed again as the deputy, that one was fired again. Does that not tell you that Tinubu is the problem?
But Ajali Gogo was the issue that led to the firing. I want to know.
The issue that led to the firing was that Tinubu wanted to do away with Afenifere people. He wanted to form his own political empire and not be under the control of Afenifere or AD leadership. And she was of the position that is not right. Why must we do away with them when these are the people that help us to where we are today? And that was how their problem started. And according to her, it goes worse to the extent that, according to her, Tinubu started using juju against her. And some leaders.
So how did she know? How did she know?
So, and it got so hot, so worse to the extent that the mother and everything, they have to let her advise her, look, you can't go and kill yourself in this because of serving the people, and you will allow somebody to kill you because of their own selfish political interest. So that was why she left. And you can't, the way you narrated, you are saying that, she wasn't performing well, and because of that, a person that was a chief judge in Lagos, how dare Tinubu want to be smarter than her, or what kind of competence that she wouldn't have? A person that was a chief judge.
Let's have a bit of a listen to her. Maybe you come up. But apologies, a lot of it is in Yoruba, if not all of it. Let's see.
Sorry, can I say something?
Ipe ká gba ẹgbẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá, ẹgbẹ́ AD, àwa pẹ̀lú àwọn bàbá ládẹ̀dá AD sílẹ̀, àwa Afẹ́nifẹ́re. Mo dẹ̀ sọ fún wípé báwo la ṣe lè gbé ẹgbẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá tó ní ẹgbẹ́ àwọn bàbá yẹn náà fi wá síbi tá a wà lénìí èmi ò dẹ̀ lè ṣe yẹn nítorí pé ilé tèmi ti jáde a kì í ṣerú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn bí ìjà wa ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn nítorí pé ó ti rí i pé mi ò ní fún un ní support láti ṣe nǹkan tóun fẹ́ ṣe. Bọ́lá Tinubu ti kọ̀yìn sáwọn Afẹ́nifẹ́re pàápàá náà nítorí pé kí ó ń ṣara wa tẹ́lẹ̀ kò sí inú Afẹ́nifẹ́re so kò ń ṣara wa mo dẹ̀ rò pé ìyẹn ló ṣe fẹ́ gba ẹgbẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn àgbà Afẹ́nifẹ́re. Nǹkan tẹ̀mí kan mọ̀ ni pé ìgbà tá a ti jàjà nàdẹ́kò tán tí a dẹ̀ ti ṣe AD tí AD rẹ̀ ti wọlé èmi fẹ̀yìntì díẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n bàbá Ọ̀nàsànyà ló pè mí ńjọ́ kan ló dẹ̀ ní kò fọ́mọ mi a fẹ́ kó lọ ṣe igbákejì Bọ́lá Tinubu ó dẹ̀ sọ fún bàbá mo ní ká jẹ́ pé Wahab Dosùnmú ló wọlé o màá ṣe igbákejì ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n Tinubu yìí o àjọ wà ní Senate ni bẹ́ẹ̀mi dẹ̀ ṣe rí sí kì í ṣe ẹni tí màá fẹ́ ṣe igbákejì ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n bàbá Ọ̀nàsànyà bẹ̀ mí ó ní kí n jọ pé tí mi ò bá lọ ṣe Afẹ́nifẹ́re ò ní nǹkan kan nínú ìjọba Tinubu kí n lọ ṣe kí n bá lè wà níbẹ̀ fún Afẹ́nifẹ́re nítorí náà ìgbà yẹn ni mo ṣẹ̀ wá gbà pé màá di igbákejì Tinubu. Téèyàn bá ń wò wà èèyàn á mọ̀ béèyàn bá lè ṣe igbákejì ẹ̀ béèyàn ò lè ṣe igbákejì ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà táwọn bàbá ti bẹ̀ mí yẹn kò sí mi ò lè kọ iṣẹ́ sí wọn lẹ́nu. Oríṣiríṣi ìwà ni ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ tògùn àti dédé ẹ̀ ní pàápàá ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà tó yá ni ìkan náà àwọn àbúrò mi Àwíṣẹ́ Savage ló pè mí ní pé kí n lọ fi ipò yẹn sílẹ̀. Màmá mi náà pè mí pé èmi nìkan ní ọmọ kan ṣoṣo táwọn bí àwọn dẹ̀ ti dàgbà àwọn ò fẹ́ pé kó di pé àwọn ò rí ẹni tó máa sìnkú àwọn o pé kí n lọ fi iṣẹ́ yẹn sílẹ̀. Tinubu fẹ́ pé ká gba ẹgbẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá ẹgbẹ́ AD àwa pẹ̀lú àwọn bàbá la dẹ̀ dá AD sílẹ̀ àwa Afẹ́nifẹ́re mo dẹ̀ sọ fún pé bó la ṣe lè gbé ẹgbẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá tó ní ẹgbẹ́ àwọn bàbá yẹn náà fi wá síbi tá a wà lénìí èmi ò dẹ̀ lè ṣe yẹn nítorí pé ilé tèmi ti jáde a kì í ṣerú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn bí ìjà wa ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn nítorí pé ó ti rí i pé mi ò ní fún un ní support láti ṣe nǹkan tóun fẹ́ ṣe. mysis ló máa ń pè mí nígbà yẹn ṣe bó oúnjẹ mi ìgbà tá ti ẹjọ́ ń ṣe campaign cook mi ń bí báyìí ló ń ṣe oúnjẹ fún wa ló máa pààkẹ́ lájọ máa jókòó lájọ máa jẹ lájọ máa mú nǹkan tí mo bá gbé sílẹ̀. Tá a bá ríra tó bá kí mi èmi náà á kí mo tiẹ̀ gbọ́ pé bàbá Ọbásanjọ́ tiẹ̀ sọ fún mi pé kó wá kó gbìyànjú pé kó parí ìjà yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kò wá rí mi rárá. Dédé wa la mọ̀ pé Tinubu ò ń ṣọmọ Èkó pé Ìrágbèjì ló ti wá orúkọ ẹ̀ ò dẹ̀ ń ṣe orúkọ Tinubu ó yá orúkọ yẹn lò ní. Wọ́n dá sí i níwọ̀nba tó ń fi lè dá sí ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà yẹn Bọ́lá Tinubu ti kọ̀yìn sáwọn Afẹ́nifẹ́re pàápàá náà nítorí pé kí ó ń ṣara wa tẹ́lẹ̀ kò sí inú Afẹ́nifẹ́re so kò ń ṣara wa mo dẹ̀ rò pé ìyẹn ló ṣe fẹ́ gba ẹgbẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn àgbà Afẹ́nifẹ́re. Kò sí ipá kankan lórí ètò òṣèlú wa nítorí pé ńgbà yẹn òun ti kúrò lọ́dọ̀ àwọn Afẹ́nifẹ́re pátápátá ó tiẹ̀ lọ dá tiẹ̀ sílẹ̀ tó ń pè ní Afẹ́nifẹ́re renewal so kò bá àwọn bàbá ṣe mọ́. Ó ti bàlújẹ́ pátápátá ni. Ṣé tá bá wò 1915 ṣé báyìí ní ìlú rí? 2015 sorry. Ṣé báyìí ní ìlú rí? Dédé nǹkan ti dàrú. A lè lọ sí Ìbàdàn sẹ́yìn ká má máa bẹ̀rù pé bóyá àwọn kan wọ́n wá jí wa gbé lójú ọ̀nà. Kò dẹ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀. Tẹ́ bá wo àpò ìrẹsì nsẹ́yìn, àmọye tá à ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀, àmọye tó ti dànù sẹ́yìn. Railway wo náà ṣe? Tẹ́lẹ̀ railway tán láwọn ṣe, àfi tó ṣe lọ sí Niger ni mo lè sọ pé òun ló ṣe. Dédé ìyókù yẹn Jonathan ti ṣe sílẹ̀. Tẹ́ bá wo inú ìwé tí Jonathan ṣe, Jonathan ti ṣe, àwọn kan wá, wọ́n kàn wá ń gé tape àti gé ribbon káàkiri ni. Wọ́n ń parí iṣẹ́ tí Jonathan ti ṣe sílẹ̀ ni. Dédé àwọn railway yẹn Jonathan ló ti ṣe sílẹ̀. Àfi tóun ṣe lọ sí ìlú ẹ̀ ní Niger. Èmi ò rò yí pé dédé tẹ̀ ń sọ yìí pé ó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ rárá o. Ẹnikẹ́ni lè lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ bàbá Fásọ̀rántì. Ó dá mi lójú pé Àtíkù náà máa débẹ̀, Kwankwaso máa débẹ̀, Peter Obi máa débẹ̀. Àmọ́ bá débẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbàlagbà, wọ́n á bẹ̀ pé kó ṣàdúrà fún wọn. Téèyàn bá dàgbà, téèyàn bá ní kó ṣàdúrà fún mi, ṣé wà ní rárá ò ní ṣàdúrà ni? Ní ilẹ̀ àwa Yorùbá, wọ́n bá bi àgbà pé kó ṣàdúrà, àgbàlagbà yẹn máa ṣàdúrà nínú kẹ. Kò ní kọ̀ láti ṣàdúrà. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ bàbá Fásọ̀rántì ni. Àjọ awàpọ̀ níkẹ́. Ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá, a sì lọ sí Ìjẹ̀bú ní ilé.
All right, let me stop it there. It's a 17-minute long session, video rather, with the lady. So it's long and involved, and I recommend that people go and watch it because she unveiled and revealed quite a lot of things. But some of the things that she did address was that Tinubu's name is not actually Tinubu, no, that he borrowed that name. And then she also told us that Tinubu is not from Lagos, it's from Aragbeji, somewhere, wherever that is. So that's what she is claiming. But these are narratives that have been circling around the political space for a long time. But she has some sort of vendetta against Tinubu. So is she latching onto that is one argument. But then she was the deputy for Tinubu from 1999 to 2003. So you would say that she knows him in closer quarters than most. So is there some veracity to what she's saying? So that's another argument. And then of course she dismisses the Buhari administration completely, a total nonsense. You know, but there it is. She says Tinubu was fighting her with charms. Ajale Koko. Yeah, come in.
Sorry. So Pa Onosoya is from my hometown, Alepejebu. Chief Obafemi Awolowo is from the next town to my hometown, Ikene. See, the problem with Afenifere, the division within Afenifere is basically that these people, Adebanjo, they are one division of Afenifere who believe that the collapse, Obafemi Awolowo could have been president of Nigeria if there was no collapse in the negotiation between Awolowo's team and Great Zik of Africa, that they could have rescued the presidency from Shagari. Okay, but Tinubu is of the opinion that okay, fine, this is very nice story of the past. This is not the reality of Nigeria of today. That's basically the division between them. These people are making a lot of calculations And people like Tinubu believe that this calculation does not work with the reality of Nigeria. Whatever you like, whether you like Tinubu or you don't like Tinubu, one thing is very clear. Tinubu definitely has a problem with this, with some kind of paper somewhere. I don't know whether it is the age or this or whatever it is. But for me personally, I think it's very unfair. I think our generation, especially also generation below us, they have no idea what it was, life was in this older people's generation. Now we have electronic passport. Before, do you know how people traveled abroad before? The whole thing was a mess back then. All the football players playing all over the place, I mean, they all play with their real age. We need to fix Nigeria. All these things everybody is talking about. Whether you like Tinubu or not, you cannot take away, look, everybody, Tinubu doesn't have people who can sell him actually. What say with those things, the only thing you need to point out that Tinubu did in Lagos, Eco Atlantic, the Babbage. Babbage was a mess. If this flood that happened that happened in Nigeria right now, if that Babbage was still a mess, if it got to Lagos, it's going to wipe out the whole Lagos would be if the Babbage got angry and that flood met it, the whole Lagos is finished. That's an amazing thing. I was in Lagos when Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. All these things is palace intrigue. Bokno is saying he's talking about. It's palace intrigue.
Is this bitterness? Is this bitterness that we're hearing from the woman? Is this bitterness?
Well, it's political interest. Everybody have their different interests. If I win, some people are not going to win something. Everybody's going to lose. All this is palace intrigue. These things don't matter. If what is the eventual goal with all of this now with Padebanjo's side that Peter Obi should be president of Nigeria? Is that a joke? It's not. It's not tribal. The Igbo people even don't like Peter Obi. This is still the problem.
No, sorry, settle down. What do you mean the Igbo people don't like Peter Obi?
I will tell you. When Obasanjo became president of Nigeria, the real problem, when Tinubu is saying Yoruba lokan, if Babangida and all of them put Obasanjo as president, it did not even win Southwest. It's not a consensus of Yorubas, what as they call them in quote, intellectuals. Oh, you people put him there. It's not Yoruba. He's not like a Yoruba.
No. You're talking about something. Hold on.
Wait. I'm going somewhere.
But don't go along. Don't go a long journey.
Okay. The same thing also is happening right now. The Igbo. There are many people within the Igbo intellectual group. There is this guy who is the CEO of United Airlines. And many of them that are all these Soludo, all these many people like that, they believe that the best path for Igbo people, their shortest distance to the presidency is to vote for Atiku, so that the next go around will be Igbo. They don't want Tinubu to win, by the way. They want Atiku to win, so that they will have the next time it quickly goes to the south, and it will be southeast. So there is a big division in the southeast, whether even Peter Obi should go. If Peter Obi by the time it gets late in the game, if Peter Obi is not showing capacity to win the election, they're not going to vote for Peter Obi. It's not a guarantee Peter Obi is going to win Southeast. If he continues to demonstrate capacity to win,
hold on, Fatai. I can see what you're talking about, and I do see what you're talking about. And it's just a delicate space, that's all. And Titan, you can come into the conversation as well, because I suspect you are from the Southeast too. But what I'm hearing, which I somewhat concur, is that the senior political spaces in the Southeast, they are not for Peter Obi. We've always said that on this platform, that there is no big name endorsements of Peter Obi amongst the elite spaces in the Southeast, for all of the reasons that you have just described. But you know where the difficulty is? The mass of the population in the Southeast, they are for Peter Obi, but the elites are not. But the elite cannot go against the mass. That's the thing. But Titan,
yes.
What are you making of what Fatai just said?
I can definitely concur to what Fatai said. Peter Obi is definitely not liked in the Southeast by the elite. Obviously, when Peter Obi comes for occasion and things like that, people always say he's very stingy on 2 occasions I've been with that Peter Obi has been there. He's a very simple man. He comes there, he does his thing, he gives speeches as usual. His normal speech, we have to help Nigeria, we have to move Nigeria. Then when people ask him for money, he disappears, especially during election. Most of the politicians were expecting to like contribute towards their election and things like that. Peter Obi has never been that kind of person. He has always been a one-man mopo, like they say. So obviously the political elites don't like him in the southeast.
But Titan, I'm not sure that is where Fatai was pointing his submission. What Fatai is saying is that the political calculus in the southeast, the political calculus in the southeast elite space is that it will serve southeastern presidency better if Atiku wins and then power transits back to the south, or power transits to the south after an Atiku administration and then comes to the southeast. And I think that's sort of the language of people like Charles Soludo, etc. So it's not especially or essentially about him being stingy or not. I don't think a lot of them, I don't think they're lacking for money.
Oh no,
But
no. That's also a philosophy of
Right.
some of them, because they believe in with Labour Party, there's no way he will be able to, get the amount of votes that he needs to win the election. So they believe instead of that, it's better he just collapse his structure, work for Atiku, and let's try and get Atiku to get this thing. Then in 8 years' time, he'll be able to, not him actually, because obviously they wouldn't want him to contest after Atiku, but they're obviously looking towards someone else. So they are obviously looking for ways of how to like diminish his popularity, but it's a slippery slope because of most people in the Southeast still believes in him. You know how people in the Southeast is. Once we choose someone, we ride with the person, no matter what the person says or do. So,
the curious thing, Titan, is that the senior politics in the southeast is divided almost in equal measure. Tinubu or Atiku. So people like Oji Kalu, they are Tinubu, etc. And I suspect people like Rocha Sokorocha, both of them, of course, is Tinubu, but then, of course, party affiliation and all of that. But even in the celebrity space, people like Mercy Johnson, therefore Tinubu, etc. But out of all of that divide, we don't see any notable names that are endorsing Peter Obi outside of people like Pat Utomi and Hope or...
This is how I'll put it. Politicians that cannot win election in the Southeast are definitely in support of Tinubu, because they believe Tinubu is the kind of politician that will be able to maneuver them into political offices. Those are like the Hope or Muzodima, the Rochas or Korocha, people like that, people of questionable characters. Those are definitely the ones that are definitely, because they have no hope of like getting the masses to vote for them. So the only option for them is to support Tinubu. Definitely, Tinubu will get a lot of vote in the Southeast. I can never deny that one. He has 2 governors. He has a couple of senators who obviously give him the vote. But what I'm saying is that I think Nigeria has come to a stage where we need someone decent, or someone that appears to be decent, to be in the political space. So that is just why I'm like giving Peter Obi my support for now. But normally, if I'm to choose someone to support, I'll definitely choose Donald Duke, followed by maybe Fashola. Fashola did very well in Lagos State. But for someone like Tinubu, no, definitely not. I was in Lagos when Tinubu was a governor. And what Tinubu did was to increase the amount of taxes we were paying from 3 different taxes to 11, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, 11 different taxes. We had a supermarket in Lagos State, Apapa, so we started paying. He increased the taxes. He brought out different level, different kinds of people that were just collecting taxes. It was almost like they had a mission to like revamp, or they had a mission for, okay, this local government, this is the amount of money you're supposed to contribute. This local government, this is the amount of money you're supposed to contribute. They were just giving them
Double taxation.
yeah, we were paying liquor, environmental, lockup shop, advert, entertainment, um, just silly
So you don't want to
things.
pay tax. What do you mean?
No,
You don't want to pay
what I'm
tax.
saying is
What
that
are you talking
we
about
had
now?
a base tax we were paying. Fine,
Right.
you can add one or two things, but from going from just paying for sales tax to going to pay unreasonable amount of things to paying 11 different types of taxes, different kinds of people collecting money anyhow. And we definitely asked the woman that was in charge of the Apapa local government area, and she was like, oh, they gave them a mandate to produce this amount of money, and every month they keep increasing the amount of money they were supposed to produce. There was nothing to show for it, to be honest. Like, there was no development, no new road, no nothing that was done with the money. They just needed more money and more money. That was just all Tinubu could show for it. But he did a couple of things. Maybe in Lagos Island, I know in Lagos Island he did some roads. Then where else again? Then the bar beach. I think he's the one that started the bar beach, and also that was completed during Tinubu's fashion last time. But apart from that, apart from collecting taxes and creating some very bogus agency that were collecting taxes, obviously, and that increased the amount of area boys that were on the road, because in Lagos that time it
Well,
was
what do you
kind of
mean? What do you mean area boys? They were tax collectors. What do you mean area boys?
they were tax they were area boys. I don't know how you want me
He's
to
right.
describe
Titan
Agberu,
is
it.
right.
Agberu economy, one man.
Agbero
No,
economy.
you know, Agbero is a tax collector. You know,
Hello,
all the
hello, one man.
No,
yeah.
no,
Hello,
No,
one man. Just to chip in.
see,
Sorry, just to chip in. Sorry to cut you short a little bit.
yeah.
Just to chip in. I'll just give you, when you're talking about taxes and Agberu, I want one man to know that the Agberos in Lagos actually remit a certain percentage of what they collect to the Lagos state government.
Of course.
I had one of my clients then who was a strong man in Oshodi, NURTW. He told me then, this was around 2017, that Oshodi Park contributes 50 million naira to Lagos state government every month. So they actually have a certain cut that they give the Lagos state government. So when you're saying Agberus, don't downgrade them or don't
They are
underestimate them.
tax
They are
collectors
actually
now. It's just the
special.
language. They are tax collectors.
They
so,
work.
No,
so, so,
I'm not
yeah,
downgrading them.
yeah.
Most of
But
them are
but
my
but
So,
but
sorry to,
that is the amount, 50 million they remitted. How much did they actually make? Do you know that? That-
Ajale Koko, I think the way the system works is there's a ticketing system that
yes.
they sell that the local authorities they sell to the motor park administrators who people who people call Agbero, but they are motor park administrators. That's who they are, not
Yes,
Agberos.
we
So
treated it here now.
yes, we treated it here.
Yes.
And then of course, because it's a business space, they then levy their own profit on top of that, and then the ticket are commercial vehicles. So that's it now.
That's it now.
yeah, yeah. Sorry,
The Agberos.
sorry, can I cut in? Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
go.
sorry. I think Titan is actually right. The only situation is that what the problem you highlighted actually has very simple explanation. Lagos is definitely known for those Agbero boys, but the problem is that like unlike everybody says, Tinubu didn't create the Agbero Boys. The Agbero Boys existed, predated Tinubu. He repurposed them. Tinubu faced a lot of headwind with the government. There was no allocation coming to Lagos State. There's no way to make money. There's a lot of people in Lagos State trading. Tinubu is a rough guy. There's no doubt about that. And that a lot of people, all these Bokno and
He
everybody,
empowered them. He
yeah,
empowered.
no, this is not this for sure. Everybody knows this. This is not, even
He
Tinubu doesn't deny
empowered
it.
and he expand and
Nobody denies
you
that.
know.
Tinubu doesn't deny it.
Yes.
As someone that was
Tinubu
living
is
in
a rough
Lagos
guy.
before Tinubu, and was doing business in Lagos before Tinubu. Before Tinubu, when you go to Lagos Island too, there were Agberos there, but it's not like you could actually refuse to pay. But
Oh
now,
no.
I'm
Yeah,
telling
but
you,
They will go to
you
sorry.
could actually
Sorry.
refuse to pay them, and it was only certain type of people that, okay, these are market levies that you have to pay. This is something you have to pay. It wasn't like commercialized
But
like the
where
way
was
it is
Tinubu
now.
going to get money for Lagos State if he wasn't collecting? Let's put it in a nice word: taxes from the marketplace. The marketplace is not a formal place where you can get your accountant to process your tax in the bank or whatever.
Mhm.
You have to collect it that way. There's nothing else you could do. This is the only business in Lagos. The only big
He
business in
turned
Lagos.
Agbero to lucrative business.
He's an accountant. He's an
He turned it
accountant.
to lucrative and he empowered the Agbero and
Yeah, but how is that? That is not
Agbero, are more richer and more
But
wealthier than
they collect the
educated
money.
university graduates and as a bank executive and all the rest.
Sir, my brother, the
during
Agberos
Fashola's time,
collect the money. If you collect the money, it's a simple accounting process. If you have the money, if you have the one, if you have the channel for getting the money in, of course it's a simple deal. You're going to be rich. If I make money for you, the football players that make the money, they get millions per week. Not because they are doing anything, or the football players are they better than the bankers or the engineers?
Why do
No,
we have
but you get the
revenue?
money.
Why do we have
Lagos Inland
Lagos
Revenue.
Okay, the
inland revenue
inland
and this
Lagos
thing?
State inland revenue.
When they could be doing that instead of Agbero
Also, they could do.
empowerment,
They
it's
could.
political. Let me tell you,
Wait now.
everything is political.
Hold on,
It's
Fatai.
political. It's
I know. I
political.
don't argue. I agree.
So sorry, hold on, Fatai. I'm not sure that it is political. The Lagos Inland Revenue space, they have not demonstrated the capacity to generate the level of taxes that should legitimately be generated within Lagos. And
Why
that's
is it?
one.
Why is
That's
it
a
their
good point.
leader? Why is
Yeah.
it their leader? Why is it the governor? Why does he have them working under him? If he cannot improve, improve their capacity and make them work for the
Yeah,
benefit of the state.
that
He
was what
failed.
he
He
did.
know what he's doing now. He know why he empowered Agbero, why he didn't empower the internal revenue services of Lagos. He know what he's doing.
Because
It's
the
kind of
Lagos
criminal.
Internal Revenue Service agents are
Yeah.
not going to be snatching ballots. That's just the reason.
No,
They
forget the
will
snatching
snatch
ballot
ballots.
forget that
But
one now.
it's not
Oh,
about
can
that.
you
Can
not
I make
unmute
one
yourself at
comment?
that? Oh, sorry.
Reason, one man, yes.
Yeah.
The Agbero are making money and he have political reason why he's doing that too. And his paying is working for him. Agbero are the strong, a strong political base for him in Lagos. There is strong political base for him in Lagos. And he have to empower them in order to continue to use them when election comes, and how do you call it?
Sorry.
Deny contestant or opposition party, to rubbish them and deny them vote and crush them. He uses them to crush opposition. That's it.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, let me disagree with you a little bit. The public motor park administrators, who you colloquially call agberos, but the public motor park administrators, yes, the administrators now, yes, the public staff, yes. They are actually they are another tier of the Lagos Inland Revenue Service, but they are like casual workers who are not essentially on the payroll. Because if you look at it, what I've been told now is that local authorities sell tickets to these public motor park administrators with an instruction to hit a certain target. So let's say 50 million, etc., etc. So that they are still part of the greater Lagos Inland Revenue Service is the point I wanted to make.
One man, what of the damage of that this thing is causing? Like other states, like my state, Imo State, did not have agberos or things like that, especially in the southeast. But immediately people found out that, okay, this is a way of generating money and this is actually a very lucrative business. All over Nigeria, it's now everywhere. So I don't see why we should be here encouraging bad behavior, because it's not going to be in one place. Bad behavior in one place affects everywhere you go in Nigeria. And things like that, like even in, especially in the southeast, like the way the government are trying to revamp all these taxes and things like that. It's not like people are making more money or there's excess money for people to pay more of these taxes. And it's not like they are doing more with the money they are collecting. The money they are collecting, they are just sharing it. I don't see them doing more than what they were doing before people who were not collecting these taxes were doing.
So, I think it's the cynicism of the Nigerian space that we just automatically conclude that they are just sharing the money. You were just telling us now how they were recovering the Atlantic so that Lagos would not be subsumed by water. You were telling us about the roads that he was building on Lagos mainland and all of that. And then you also told us how he was generating the money with the Agbero system. So is the account not already balanced just from your own narrative?
I think the Lagos Babbage was done with like, is it $6 million or so? I'm not too sure.
$6 million or $600 million?
No, it's not 600 million. It's not that expensive, like compared to what they are getting. And to be honest, if you're going to say Lagos is generating that amount of money, how come Lagos has the most amount of debt? And Lagos state government is still yet to sign the Freedom of Information Bill. So for now, no one can actually say how much Lagos state generates, and all this speculation is the 5th largest economy and things like that. All those are just speculations until they sign the Freedom of Information Bill, and which we can like be able to trace how they spend their money, how the government allocates money. But for now, nobody knows Lagos finances. So it's just shrouded
what do you mean? Come in.
No, Titan is making very excellent points, especially when he made the points like there is danger, like this thing spreads to other parts of Nigeria. That's a risk associated with that, that kind of behavior. But the point that I was making is, at the time, or at that time, it's not the internal revenue services don't have didn't and don't have the capacity to go into the market in Dumota and be asking people for money with their tie and suit. It's not going to happen. This is reality. They can't collect the money. Tinubu thinks there's a lot of money can come out of this place, and he utilized it. Whether you agree with it or not, well, I don't know. I think the risk that Titan pointed out also is there. But the point still remains that this is a guy that saw an avenue to get money at the time that the federal government wanted to essentially kill Lagos State because they had to wrestle it from Tinubu. Tinubu was a great warrior to a lot of people. To a lot of people, especially what Obasanjo did was terrible. Obasanjo was
No, no,
very
no, but,
terrible.
okay, would you credit his ingenuity though? Would
Of
you
course, I
credit
would.
his
Tinubu's
ingenuity and
Tinubu,
his capacity for creative thinking and creative
Tinubu,
solutions?
100%. Tinubu is a very intelligent person, very creative, very rough guy, very rough guy. A lot of people know
Is
Tinubu.
he more
So like,
intelligent than your principal, Peter Obi? Is he more intelligent? Is he more creatively,
That
creatively
Peter Obi.
function? Yeah,
Who?
than your
Of
principal.
course, now, of course, Peter Obi is an inside information guy. Peter Obi trade. No, 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 really, he knows that. Look, Chivita Obi knows that Buhari, this Siemens thing with the transformers, with the power, were coming from Siemens. Then he goes to Egypt to go and study because once Peter Obi knows the information, Peter Obi can. If you know Peter Obi knows that you are going to Mr. One Man, you are going to something is going to work for you tomorrow. This evening, Peter Obi is getting out in front of you. He'll be very quick on his feet with information. But if he doesn't get the information, he's not a creative person. You can even see it in his manifesto. It's all, of course, man, there's no comparison between Peter Obi and Tinubu. Intelligence I mean, okay, I mean, I'm just talking about opinion, of course.
Wait,
But
I,
you know,
wait. Are people always attributing all the success of Fashola to Tinubu? Because I don't get how we attribute success of one person to the other person. Like, if you're going to
No, no,
say
no,
on
no,
how
no.
to generate,
can I
Tinubu is
contribute?
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Woman, can I interject, please, to for
mhm.
you by starting?
Okay, hold on. Let Titan line this point, and then I'll come in to interject with the
Okay,
taxes. Yeah.
yeah. What I'm
okay.
trying to say is that Tinubu, as an accountant, no one can deny his pedigree and his ability to generate money. I think he is in part in generating money with the pastor, I think PA Adeboye. So they are very good at generating money. So I think apart from generating money, I'm not exactly sure as what Tinubu should be known for. But I think in terms of development, we have to give it to Fashola. He's the one that came up with these waterways and trying to like beautify the water side of Lagos State. But he also tried to incorporate most of these agberos into formal legal working, like trying to he also used the military and police to like arrest most of them and put them into skills acquisition centers. But obviously I think Ambode did not follow up with it and is back to square one with the whole Tautish and all those type of things. But I think Tinubu is a very intelligent guy. No one can deny that. Very smart, very intelligent. That's why people from till now cannot trace how he makes his money and how he's able to spend at least 500 million naira in giveaway with no source of income. So I give him that.
What do you mean with no source of income? He owns several successful company, Alpha Beta being one of them.
No, his surrogate denied it that he's not associated with Alpha Beta. So
Oh,
I
all
don't
right.
know. And they also denied TVC. So obviously, until they are able
Oh,
to.
all right.
Okay.
Let's hear from Ayo, who I think wants to talk us through taxation. But on the way to Ayo, let me just acknowledge this. We've been doing the buy the coffee thing. The person that has really been, we always say we have 100% in that space. The person that has really kept that 100% is Ayo. So if you look all the way through, I think it's pretty much Ayo that uses it. So 5 days ago, that's Ayo. 4 days ago, that's Ayo. Ayo, all the way through. So thank you for that, Ayo. Of course, you being a tax man, we can now see why you are able to buy the coffee all the time. So talk us then through the Agbero system, the Agberos, who once upon a time hooligans, now tax collectors. Ayo.
All right, thank you, woman. Well, first, let me say this. Well, I'm not the Ayo who buys the coffee, so that
Oh, so you are not there, you don't get the credit then. Whoever that
yeah,
Ayo is,
I have
well
to
done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so that so
this
but
is the
people,
honest hire. This is the
Hmm?
honest hire.
so I think I've said this on your program in the past. I don't know. Yeah, but I will say it again. And I think there was a time, I think I explained this when we were talking with Ajale Koko and Thomas some months ago, when I think there was an issue, network issue. So we're only three of us there. So let me explain how things work. LRS is called Lagos State Interrevenue Service. I worked there for about 10 years. So I can tell you basically how things work. It has nothing, and I repeat it, I'm on it, nothing to do with NRUTW. No. NRUTW is for the unions. They pay taxes, if you don't know. So let me just start with that. They, even MC Oloma and his crew and the rest, they all pay taxes to Lagos State government. They are personal income tax. Personal income tax is different from motor levies and the rest. No, they are two different things. They are not the same thing. So those that drive the buses, they pay their taxes. It's just that they have a fixed amount they pay. Just the same thing like market women, they have a fixed amount. The vulcanizers and all those trade unions, they have a fixed amount they pay. Now, what was the logic then? When he came in, he took away the Lagos State Revenue Service. It was under the Ministry of Finance then. I said, okay, I want to take you this out. I'm giving you autonomy. He took it out for Ministry of Finance, and it was solely on its own. That was why Lagos State Revenue Service came into existence, and it was not under civil service, just like their regular hours, which they work 8 to 4. No, we weren't doing that. We work weekends sometimes, and sometimes we stay in office till 7 p.m., 8 p.m. working. And now, this is how it works. There are 3 tiers of government. The local government collects some fixed amount, like the radio, TV license, lockup, and the rest like that, which is for local government. State government collects personal income tax, pay of employees of labor and employee. They collect tax. Then they pay business premises for the person who owns a business. If I'm a business owner, I have 10 employees. My employees pay taxes to Lagos State, which I deduct from their salary. It goes to Lagos State. I, as the owner of the business, the employer, I pay my own tax too, depending on how I want it. If I put myself on,
Ayo, let me take you to the ticketing, because I think that's where the real interest is.
yes,
So
okay,
the ticketing system that is administered in motor parks,
yes,
who runs that? Who gets
good,
that money?
yes, certain, yes. Now, as somebody who drives a car, you're obliged to pay certain fee to your union, which is the NRUTW, National Union of Road Transport Workers, and there's another one, the RTN. So what they do is this: when they collect that money from their people, I think about 80% or 60% of them goes to them for that. The rest goes to Ministry of Transportation, not even Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Transportation. So it doesn't come, it's not part of what comes to our budget or what comes to our income for Lagos State Revenue
Yeah,
Service.
but it still goes into the state's revenue.
No, yeah, part of it goes into the state's revenue, not all. But what I'm saying is that they have a union. That is why they control them. They know their members. They know this. So that's, yeah, but part of it goes to government. I'm not saying it does not. But that does not even form 0.001% of what is generated in Lagos State. Absolutely lie. No, that is not true. Never. The bulk of money that comes to Lagos State, it comes from payee. Those employees of services in Lagos State that pay their taxes, the employers of those people that pay their taxes, and other arms of taxes that comes to Lagos State. Like we have the hotel occupancy and other units. So you see, you have to give it to Tinubu. Let me give you a brief story. I don't want to use more than 10 minutes, as I said earlier. I want to go back here. Now, something happened. I told Ajale Koko, I don't know if you remember then, but I'll say something happened in 2013 precisely. Yeah, I think I do not forget. Yeah, 2013 or thereabout. Before I came to this, something happened. Some people came from 2 countries from East Africa, Kenya, and I remember the other country. Do you know what they came to do, woman? they came to
to
understudy.
understudy. Okay.
I tell you, I was part of the crew for 3 or 4 days. They came to understudy. How is this done in Lagos State? How come you guys do this and this? And they were in a meeting. You see, that's why it's not as business as usual for anybody when it comes to working with Lagos State Revenue Service, because you have to be sound with mind and everything. You must get your ICANN. You must do your this will do for taxation.
CITN.
CITN. Thank you. CITN. So it is not a play joke. It's not as if the business as usual with those things. Let me tell you a secret, woman. Even those that were in the old board before they moved in, some of them could not get done. You know why? Because they cannot meet the trend of things. They couldn't pass. We were doing exam. You see, before you promote, you do exam as if you are doing ICANN. If you don't meet that certain level, you will not promote to the next level. So it wasn't a joke. They were bringing groups of young people that knows how to do things. You were given target and you must do it. So what we were doing was just, there were so many people weren't paying taxes and we were bringing them in. Let me
but Ayo, what people are saying is the impact of all of this voluminous amount of money that you are describing as being generated, the impact of it was not felt in Lagos. So they were all going to Tinubu's pocket.
No, that is not true. I will say that again. When people say this, that's why I want to come to Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta is not, it's called Alpha Beta Consulting. What they do is this. I'll come back to your question. I'm sorry. What they do is they are the one who prints the receipt. The payment goes into, we don't collect cash. Your payment goes to bank. It goes into a central base. They see it. They print out the receipt for you. They generate the card. Your tax card are being printed by them. So that once you have your tax card, it's just like your ATM card. It has a chip. Your payment goes into everything there. Now, if you're saying the money is not, I'm not. I know I was a civil, public servant there, so I will not be talking about what was done. But I can tell you, we can see what was done. If nothing was done in Lagos, you wouldn't see investors coming to Lagos. What are we saying? As an investor, if you see Lagos State and you see Anambra, will you go to Anambra or come to Lagos State? You see,
Woman, can I contribute?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah. So in that area of saying there is nothing people can see that they use money for in Lagos, I don't subscribe to that. See, it might just be a political statement. How can we say there is nothing they are using money for in Lagos, a state where we have over 20 million people, and you want to compare it to other states? But to deal with garbage alone in Lagos cost money. To maintain traffic in Lagos cost money. The security equipment that Lagos state government buy for the Nigerian police, no other state pump such money. So the fact that you are not seeing all these big structures does not mean that the money is not going. So you can't. Nobody hits money.
There is no denying that Tinubu corruptly enriched himself. You know that Tinubu,
I agree.
He declared bankruptcy prior 1999. You know, he declared bankruptcy, and now he's probably second to Dangote alone as the richest man in Africa. So, and that, of course, obviously just through that slot of 8 years that he administered Lagos State. So how can a man that was near bankrupt becomes governor, which is a salaried income space, then suddenly evolve and emerge as one of the richest men in Nigeria? He just went into loot. He went into loot the place. He went into loot.
Woman, see, nobody has ever denied. I don't think there's anybody has ever denied that Tinubu has never stolen money. All of us agree on that. All of us agree on that. But it's one of the easiest way to steal money in government is to do projects. So there is no way Tinubu will have stolen money without executing project. The other man who was saying that they introduced about 11 taxes. See, if he lives in the diaspora, you will not have big deal about all these taxes. We see we pay all these taxes here. If you enter ordinary a gas station, you will see so many certificates, occupancy, this, all those, they are taxes. So when they collect it in Lagos, it shouldn't be a big deal. But because we are hostile towards Tinubu doesn't mean that collection of taxes is illegal. We
Thank
pay
you.
it here.
You're right. Oh, woman, let me just have 5 minutes, please, before I leave. Now, just to buttress what he said, he has answered that question which I wanted to answer about. Oh, you didn't see it. It will be difficult to see it because each day flocks of people are coming to the state. If a
Absolutely.
state is not doing the right thing, you wouldn't see people coming in drones, 5,000 coming to Lagos State. I know what I'm saying. Even
can you
Ayo, let me say this.
Yes. Okay.
Look, there are so many areas that we should have had improvement if we have prudently managed those resources very well. The
Like
income
where?
making. Okay, like in the area of health.
Okay.
In the area of provision of pipe-borne water.
Education.
Okay.
And roads.
Now,
Look,
let me answer
with about 25 million people.
Hold on.
Okay.
Now.
Okay.
Look, we shouldn't. We won't be doing good for ourselves if we are giving credit to these people or trying to even say they did so much for us. They didn't. Look, this man went for surgery recently in abroad. Do you know how much he spent? And I believe it's going to be at the expense of Lagos State for knee surgery. They have been in control of Lagos State for 25 years or 23 years now. And yet, you cannot have a medical facility that can take care of his knee problem. That's a failure on his side. If you go to General Hospital, you will cry the way you will see that queue. And I mean, they should have it's like the way it used to be. It's not getting better. Pipe-borne water there. We used to have pipe-borne water in Lagos everywhere. Most of the places. I mean, why can't they improve on it when you generate more money than the previous administration in the past? We should be able to feel it. But people doesn't feel it. They don't feel that impact much as expected. But yet, we have seen this money coming in every day, huge money. That is just it. We have to give credit to him that at least for that ingenuity to improve on the revenue generation. That is very good. But what has he used that money for or on that make meaningful impact in the life of majority of people? How much? I mean, how has he used that money?
Out. Yeah.
No, I can hear him very well. I can hear.
We can hear him.
No, it's breaking off.
Yeah.
I mean, how has he used that money to make meaningful impact on the majority of people in Lagos? We were alive during the time of Jakonde. I mean, health service was free. Even the medicine you'll be given free. I'm telling you, you go to the pharmacy after the doctor has seen you. You go to the pharmacy, they give you prescription, you get all the medicine free. That was the government that make meaningful, and the education that we never had before. We were paying for secondary school. They make it free. And they changed it from 2 sessions in a day to 1 session. With housing, this guy built how many? Within 4 years, they bring over 50,000 housing units within 4 years. They open up so
But
many
those
places.
were simpler times, though.
No,
Ajale
there's
Koko,
never.
those were
Yeah.
simpler. Those were
Can
simpler
I
No,
answer
hold
times.
your
on,
question,
people.
please?
Hold on,
Can I
people.
answer your question?
Hold on, people. There never a time that is so simple. Never a time that is so simple
Actually,
to come up.
it was actually simple according to what they said.
Eh?
See,
What
most
you
of
say?
Odua investment were working that time. That's it. The revenue from Odua investment alone that time, in addition to what they got from the federal alone,
He is making more money. Do you know? Okay, can I tell you how much Lagos State?
and the revenue
Hold on,
sharing.
Ola. Hold on, Ola. Can I tell you how much money that Lagos State were making back then? 4 million.
In what year, sir?
That's
In Jakonde period.
In Jakonde period.
So that was when it was 75 kobo to $1. So can you quantify?
Forget about we are taught. Look, all
waiting
this
now.
reason. Hold on.
Waiting now.
All
Wait,
this.
Ogala, hold on, please. Let me ask you this question.
Whether
Hold on, please.
75
Now.
No,
kobo.
everybody hold on. One voice at
Don't
a
let me
time.
lose
Yeah.
it. Don't
Hold on.
misquote me.
Whether $75.
Ajale Koko,
$4
let
million
Ola land
then.
that point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Convert $4 million then to the value of today, and let us benchmark side by side, and let's see what they were making in the 80s compared to what they were making now.
I will convert $4 million. Let's put it at the rate of $100. 4 million naira to $100.
No, in today's value, because we want to benchmark it with today's revenue. No, we want to benchmark it with today's revenue. What is the equivalent of $4 million?
Ola, take it to the wider point that you want to make. Take it to the wider point, so that
otherwise
we get boxed into.
It would be so wrong to say the like of Jakonde were not making money then. And you now say today they are making money. Now, when you look at the money being made that time, benchmark the thing with the population and the type of population we have today, you may find out that we are even at the disadvantaged position today than then. So it's not as if I'm trying to defend Tinubu, but the reality is this: $4 million then is far stronger than 50 billion naira you want to make today. That's just my point.
And I agree.
Sorry, can I explain?
Can I ask you this question?
Can I comment back?
Oh yeah, hold on. Let's hear from War Pace. We've not heard from him yet. So War Pace, come in.
Yeah, is there any course in university that's easy?
Is there any course in university that is easy?
Yeah.
Media studies. Media studies.
Nothing that is easy in this life.
Thank you. You answered my question. Nothing that is easy. So at Gajiko was saying during Jagoto time, it wasn't easy for him too. So you cannot compare. You cannot be using the comparison of value of
but it was easier. It was easier.
No, that's the wrong narrative. One man. There's never been a time that education was easy. Even at your time when you went to secondary school, right? SSC. At my time, it was difficult for your time, and it was difficult at my time. Difference of maybe 10 years or 15 years. It has never been easy. No government is easy that have easy pass.
Look, let me tell you that it wasn't easier. It wasn't easy back then. It was only in the West that we had free education at secondary school. It was only in the West that we have state-owned universities that were free. It wasn't in other parts of Nigeria. So it has to do with leadership with vision, leadership that are not corrupt, leadership that are really committed, leadership that have plan. With the leadership of Awolowo and all his associates, they have planned everything they promised before the election that we are going to do. They achieve everything within 4 years. Everything that they said they're going to do. It has to do with leadership and commitment to serve the people. Tinubu brought in this ingenuity in revenue generation. But what he did, look at how many houses he built. Compare it to what Jakonde built at 40,000 or 50,000 within 4 years. We are talking about 4 years. Go and compare that 4 years with his 8 years. And even up to today, how many houses you think they are built with all those revenue generation? Look, we don't have to succumb ourselves to bad leadership and this corrupt leadership.
One man, can I continue?
All they have done is for themselves. and they are showing it to us. We see the lavish lifestyle they live. They go abroad for they never travel once.
How
For
do you know
medical
that?
for once. Yes, I
How do
know.
you know? You don't know now.
I know. I'm telling
You
you.
suspect. You come
No, I'm
on.
not suspecting. He
Oh,
said
come on.
they have said it. None of them, all the except what do you call Bisi Onabanjo that have a heart problem. That one was the one that I believe that go abroad sometime to recharge his the battery that
Can
he
I
was using back
contribute?
then. Not that country never travel for once for medical treatment. Go and check it.
I have to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't have to stress it so
Okay.
much. It's on their manifest and log, their governor manifest and their minutes. Anything that whatever they did when they're in government, when they were in power, is being minute down and kept in record. If you travel to Akure, it's written down. If you travel to London, it's written down. If you travel to London for medical treatment, it's there. So if Odeko say it is not very
But if he travels to London on what he describes a private visit, but it's actually medical.
no, it's not like that. We are not trying to spend something here. Then in that time, but you are more accurate and sincere and straightforward.
What do you mean sincere? When has a politician ever been sincere?
Well, I mean, the system then was more sincere then than this time around.
The system there is still the same system.
No,
Still,
now is very corrupt now.
everything is minuted and gazetted still now. It's not.
No,
One man can
you have leadership that are very open to their people. Jack Conde was using his own personal car, Toyota, that he was using before he became governor. That was the only vehicle that he was using throughout. And he lived in his personal house. He didn't use government house. He built that secretariat that they are enjoying today in Alausa within 4 years. He's the one that built it. Even the governor's office, he built that governor's office last. He said workers must enter the new building first before him as the governor. They toppled him. He couldn't even use that governor's office that they are enjoying today. He could not enjoy it for 1 day.
Oh, my brother, you just make the right. You just make the right point now. They topple the
All the Sherry, Ogodu, all this Okwebi is the one that opened up those places. What do you call this? All these new areas.
Aja,
Dokbebu, all this Aja, all these places.
Hold on now.
He opened all those places. Within 4 years. Look, we need those. Oh God, I wish we could have leadership like that. Nigeria, we will have been
the greatest governor that Lagos State has had is Tinubu. Is beyond equivocation. He has done. I'm probably the greatest governor. Now it's documented. But let's go to Ayo, who was actually okay. Actually, let's hear from Fatai. But then I want to put to you, Ayo. So think about it whilst Fatai makes his contribution. I want you to list at least 3 marquee achievements of Tinubu's administration. And I don't want soft, unquantifiable things like he did something that is not easily identifiable. I'm talking about projects and monuments and structures that can be verified, not that he changed some policy or did whatever. So think about that, Ayo, and I'll come to you in a bit. But I think Fatai wanted to share something. So Fatai, let's hear from you.
Yeah, what I want to share is this. Look, everybody referencing Jack Conde Awolowo. Jack Conde was a great governor in Lagos State, but Tinubu came. He said like it's a different of philosophy. It's a different approach to the government. People like Tinubu believe like this Jack Conde and this all these our chief at Awolowo. These were good people, but they will never achieve the sustainable progress for, I don't know, maybe for Yoruba or something. They will not get toppled or they will not get there. Tinubu believed in building great, strong, powerful institutions like and the difference is that in the end, everything will percolate. If you build a co-Atlantic city, look, for instance, if you go to Victoria, all these civic centers, all these things, everybody, all the comedians go to do their shows. All these people all these places were dustbins. He built all these, well, not a hotel, there is one another hotel. Like he built all these things that people go there. In the end, if you build great institutions, all of these things, the developer will calculate. If you build one build school here, build school there, okay, where are those things today? The more the society grows bigger and bigger, those things will never evaporate. They will be meaningless. You will only see the physical structure of the building, but the sustainable development. That is why Tinubu continues to be relevant. That's why Tinubu, he holds the flag of APC, his hand is shaking, and everybody knows he's going to be president. Jakonde will never get there. Awola will never get there. Tinubu has a different philosophy. He's a rough guy. He believes that the world, whatever, the political state is a rough space. You need to have money to, if you don't have money, you're not going to, you need money to get there. Now, is it gathering all this money all for himself? I don't know. Tinubu doesn't work alone, by the way. All this Oba of Lagos and all of that, they control Lagos together. They know where all the money is going. It's not only all the money is going to Tinubu's pocket. All of these people know where all this money is going. Tinubu has a consensus of majority of people in the Yoruba space who believe that the likes of Papa Awolowo, the likes of Jakonde, these were great people, but the manner, the way they see the world is, it's not sophisticated enough. This is the difference. Tinubu, the likes of Tinubu believe that they are more sophisticated than all these. Our father, they had good minds, but they were not sophisticated enough to see that the world is not a baby's place. It's not a place where you think you're going to take the presidency away from Shagari just by building some schools. It's more or by you don't know that they're going to rig the election. Of course, they will rig the election, or by going to try to make a deal with Zeke that everybody could tell is not going to work out. So it goes to the north. It goes to do this. It's different approach. You could see it from Awolowo to Abiola. Abiola was an improvement on Awolowo. Tinubu is an improvement of Abiola. That if you see Tinubu's manifesto, it's almost like Abiola's manifesto. Because it's like building on that.
I wouldn't say Tinubu was an improvement on Abiola, because no. the Abiola politics is very similar to, actually I should say Tinubu's politics is similar to Abiola's politics.
No, it's similar.
Oh, yes, it's identical.
But
yes.
Improvement.
No,
actually, I agree with you. But if you notice, Abiola's politics is a deviation from Awolowo's politics.
Yeah, no, that's what I was.
This is where the difference is. Between this Afenifere. Anybody that wants to understand Yoruba politics, that's the way you have to understand. This is where the split came in. This is where the split is. These people believe they need to move away from the way the Awolowos of the world were thinking about the political space. That is not going to take Yoruba to anywhere. It's not going to bring sustainable development. Fine, it will bring development, but 20 years down the line, where is going to be the development? As you Aja Nikoko said, they kicked Jakonde out of the house secretariat to build for Lagos. Who's going to kick Tinubu out? You have to think futuristically.
All right.
Can I just comment? Do you think politicians actually do things for the development of the people or development of their pocket? You're talking like people.
Hold on.
Or you're talking like people like Tinubu because he wants to develop the country or he has this great plan to develop. No, they like him because they feel they'll be able to get what they want through him. That's just the reason. There's nothing like.
Can I counter that?
Sorry, can you hold on? And please, when I mute you, unless you want to interject, don't unmute yourself. Just to sorry. Titan, what do you think motivates a politician?
First and foremost is relevance. Second is money.
But what do you mean by relevance? They just want to be important.
Yeah, they just want to be important. They just want to sit on the high table, to sit on that high seat and feel and overlord people. That's just what they want. They just want power. I think they even want power more than the money itself.
All right. I don't think that. Because I think we had this conversation maybe a couple of days ago. I think the overarching motivation of a politician is actually a desire to do good. They identify where they can add value and improve their society, community, etc. But then, of course, wrapped within that is personal avarice and greed and all of that. But maybe it's the romantic in me, but I would prefer to believe that the overarching motivation of a politician is a desire to do good. I wouldn't say they're just, well, of course, then when they go in there, it may well be different, but I'm hopeful that they're not just out just to steal money. Is the over. I mean,
One man. Let's just look at this. Like, I've been with some politicians, and even if they have that initial idea to do good, but when campaign starts, you go to this place, you go to this village, you have to drop money. You go for this occasion, you have to drop this money. By the time you spend at least approximately 600 million for a salary that is 450,000, I believe. That's what the governors earn. So how does it match up? It's not possible. It's
well,
not.
what do you think? What do you think is motivating Tinubu to want to be president?
It's power. He likes
Right.
power. He likes to be the top.
Yeah,
He likes
but
to
to
be.
what end, though? Just power for its own sake, or power to? Is that the destination? Power. That's the ambition.
I think the ambition is power. I wouldn't say it's money because I don't see Tinubu as someone who is so money oriented like that. He's very generous. People that are close to him have attest to how generous he
Yeah,
is.
no.
But
Yes, I'm glad you're saying he's not there to steal money because
mhm,
I think he's already stolen Lagos State. But you're saying is after power. So I'm asking then, is it power just for its own sake or power for a purpose? So if you're saying is after power, why? Why is it after
it's
power?
ego. He
Ego, all
believes
right.
he's more important than those people that are presidents and things like that. And he feels he's more relevant than them in the political sphere. So it's more of an ego thing than actually to steal money. And obviously, once he gets to the presidency, he'll want the next person to be under him. So that's my own opinion. The opinion of
You see, because that power, because power itself cannot be a destination, because that power has to have a purpose. Do you see where I'm going? So the power itself cannot be the destination because power without its usage, it has no meaning. So
I know.
if you are saying it's after power, then where is it looking to point that power if he gets it?
I know people like to believe that Tinubu has one grand plan for the Southwest, but trust me, he doesn't. He doesn't have that plan or things like that. He just wants to be president, and he's more of an ambition to be president. But I don't think beyond that he has any philosophy, or there's any kind of philosophy, or there's any kind of, you wouldn't attribute him to someone like Tinubu.
You don't see a philosophy in Tinubu's antecedents in governance and politics. You don't see an ideology there, do you not?
His ideology is state capture. That is his ideology.
My
It's
goodness me.
nothing more than that. It hasn't been more than that. It hasn't been. He hasn't like okay. If you're saying he has this overall belief of okay, this is going to be beneficial to the Southwest or things like that, he would
No,
have.
why are you fixated with the Southwest? He's not going to be the president of the South.
He's not going to be president of the South.
Yes.
I don't think people see it that way. I think a lot of people see it because people are voting for him because he's a Yoruba man.
Right.
And that's why most people are voting for him. And there are also people voting for him because they want to achieve the ambition of a Muslim ticket. There's also people voting for him based on the belief that he's like, based on people from the north, they like strongman politics.
What do you think propels Peter Obi, Titan? What propels Peter Obi?
What propels Peter Obi is, I know you might not want to believe this, but
No,
Peter
don't worry
Obi
about what I want to
actually,
believe. Tell us what you think. What propels Peter Obi?
Peter Obi is actually a good man.
All right.
And that's just the short form of it. You might think otherwise, but he's actually a very good man.
Can I contribute?
Can you hold on, please?
Sure.
Sorry. I wasn't asking if he was a good man or not. I was asking what propels him.
What propels him?
Yes. What propels him to want to be president?
He really wants to see Nigeria do good.
Right.
He might not. The same thing. That's also what propels Buhari. Buhari actually really wants to see Nigeria do good. But then you can say, does he have the capacity to do that? That's a different topic altogether. But I truly believe he really wants to see Nigeria do good. It's not like he started talking about all these things. Now, this is all he has always been talking about, right from people that know him after he became governor, before he was governor. This is always what he has always been talking about. Before now, they were always inviting him for shows and things like that. And he has always been talking about cost of governance. And when he was the governor, he reduced the cost of governance. He has always been talking about trying to uplift education. He has always been talking about poverty,
So he doesn't lust for power, Peter Obi. He doesn't lust for power.
All politicians lust for power. But he's actually different. Like, on the two occasions I've met him, and I can even tell you those two occasions, like former governor of Imo State, Achike Odewa, his daughter's wedding, Peter Obi was there, and they invited him to the high table. He, as usual, he declined staying in he stayed with exactly where the average people were staying, and he said he was comfortable there. He's not the kind of person that wants to be, obviously, other people, senators, this thing, they were all on the high table. And also a time they were doing funding for clinics, for, how do they call this thing? All these local clinics. They were doing the funding. He came. He actually did not say how much he was going to. He told the organizers that he come to his office and meet him personally, that he will discuss with them and provide the money. But he didn't say how much he was going to give. So those are the two times I've seen him personally. I'm not talking about people telling me or people saying this. I'm just talking about the two times I've seen him personally. So, and he also spoke the same thing he speaks about. And what I'm telling you about is this is I think before 2000, and I think this is around 2010 or 2009. It's a long time ago. So this is
so Peter Obi is after power to do good, but Tinubu is just after it for personal aggrandizement. So that's essentially what you're saying.
I'm saying that's not what I'm saying. Yeah,
that's what you
can put it. You can put it like that. Like, I didn't say I said all politicians want to do good, but what motivates them is actually different. There's no way you will say Tinubu will actually, he's not a fool now. He won't go there to destroy the country. Where will he come back to? They all love Nigeria. I'm not saying they all love Nigeria, but they love something more. I don't know. Right. Except you can give me instances that you can tell me, okay, this is what Tinubu wants to do. This is who he has been. This is what he has been preaching about. This is what he has been talking about. No, you can't find situations like that. But if you dig deep into the archive, you can see this is what Peter Obi has always been talking about. And this is who he is. You may not like the way he talks, but this is who he is.
I'm not sure, but I think you are reading into Peter Obi more than he has offered the political space. I think you are, let me. So I put a question to. I'm still coming back to you, Titan, on that space, because of course Tinubu has a philosophy and an ideology. It may not be. Tinubu is a left or is a right of center capitalistic politician, and that is what I just described when he created a tax template to generate income to build infrastructures within the state. So that is what he does. So that as an ideological thrust, it is more practical than somebody that just affects a do-gooder sort of.
But can you tell me the infrastructure? Just remove Fashola's tenure.
No, you can't, can you? You can't, can you? But that was a question that I put to Ayo, so maybe he's ready to address that. He was in a situation when Tinubu was having dominance over Lagos State. So Ayo, so that question, what infrastructure exactly? And don't tell us about changes he made in administration. What infrastructure did Tinubu do when he was governor?
All right, thank you, Woman, again.
Yeah.
Woman, just you said I should not talk about infrastructure. Infrastructure is not part of development. If there are no good roads, are you going to come to invest in Lagos State? It's a question.
No.
So
Sorry. Hold on, Ayo. I am actually asking you to talk about infrastructures, but to tell us infrastructures that he built. So he built what? The Lagos, the second mainland bridge, whatever. So what did he actually do in terms of infrastructure? What did he build?
Okay, thank you, Woman. There are so many inner roads he built during the tenure of Tinubu for that 8 years. So many of those roads. It might not be the bridge. Yeah, I'm not saying he did that because government is continuum. He laid the foundation and then Fashola followed suit, then Abode to now. But there are so many bad inner roads there in Lagos State that came in place during his tenure. We cannot write that off, never. Security is part of it. We all know what Lagos State was before he came in. You cannot just dare go to Oshodi 10, 97, 98. I know what I faced 1995 when I was going there to do this.
How many hospitals did he build?
Okay, I do not have the records for them, but I know.
Did he build any?
And there are so many primary health care he did too during his 8 years. And part of that initiative was the Kasam bus, where you see those buses for emergency that they were always on the road to help people and things like that.
So he did not build any hospitals. How many schools did he build?
There are so many schools he built, and so many he has to renovate through the Lagos State. What's this project then? It was called the Lagos State Scrap, Lagos State Primary Renovation of Public Schools. Then I know those things were done by that unit, and it started under him. But I might not give you that record and say, he renovated.
Okay, because he told us that he met Lagos State 600 million and he took it to 5 billion. And so then what you would then expect to see is that actual physical structures that were built as a result of that economy that he generated. But you are not able. You see how you are struggling now to tell us.
I'm not.
He generated the money and he put it.
I can tell you what Jakonde built within 4 years.
I can tell you
hospitals that Jakonde built.
Let me have the floor. I know you will come back and say, Baba Kekere did this during this tenure. But the truth was that, and this guy said it, Ola, do you want to compare how much that 4 million you were talking about was?
No, don't run away. Don't run away. Tell us what Tinubu built is what we want to know. They always talking. They are talking about his achievements in Lagos. People are saying he's taking the credit for the achievement of succeeding administrations, which he cannot because Fashola has his own name, Ambode has his own name, and what is documented in their period is attributable to them. So what is documented in terms of achievements in actual physical structures that were built under the Jagaban of GBT He told us he took the money from 600 to 5 billion. So,
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I mention what Jakonde built within 4
Now,
months?
hold on, because I don't want Ayo to escape that space. He's trying to escape.
Wait, can I say something?
Civic comment section. Ladies and gentlemen,
Can I say something?
Hold on, we have from
let me bail Ayo out. Let me give Ayo a lead.
It was a senior.
Can I say something?
Can you hold on, please, Echo? Now, can you hold on? I want to nail this guy down. I want to nail this guy down.
Please let me give him a lead. You see, when Tinubu got to that place, the health center were not functioning. Primary health care, and this guy introduced.
And what did you say? I want to hear you.
Primary health care.
All those primary health center, you know, health center where you go to
and what happened to them? What happened?
It was dead as of 1999. He brought one.
Oh Lord, just stop this! Stop this! For God's sake! Hey, hello. No. I will not allow you to lie, for God's sake.
No, it's not right now. This is
the sector. Hold on. This is the sector that I have vast experience in it, and I know about that sector very well in Lagos.
I'm saying what happened in Oregon now. I want to give a specific example.
You said Oregon. You said in Lagos State.
Now, where you see Coast Road. Wait now. From
Can I say something?
No, goodness me. Okay, do you want Ola to be quiet so you can say it, or do you want him to finish and then you say it?
But somebody else is interrupting.
Because he's not landing a point. Adjane Koko did not. So somebody has to land a point. So let him. Land it.
There was an health center introduced to that place on Kudirat Abiola, and it was under Tinubu. I'm 100% sure of that because I live in Oregon. So see. The fact that people are not bringing out these stats offhand doesn't mean that it didn't. Okay, what about
what are you talking? It built a health center in Oregon. Did he build it actually, or did he facilitate it? They just rented the room.
Okay, let's say
they rented the room, Abi. They rented the room.
Facility. He provided facility for that. Then I remember vividly, offhand. Don't quote me. I researched and give you. He built new 5 general hospitals, and this healthcare center we are talking about, if I remember, I think 50 or 60 something that this man established. Ask those people that went to island mentality, the situation of island mentality before Tinubu got to that place.
Don't worry about the situation of island. We're talking about what he built.
Let me land the point before I keep quiet.
Yeah.
Now, see, look at the way he repositioned pension policy in Lagos.
No. We're not talking. No. Hold on, Ola. I'm talking about physical structures that he built. So you are talking about policy adjustment. So hold on. So if we're saying what physical structures were built under Buhari, we will talk about the Lagos-Ibadan Express rail service, which HO rightly said is attributable to Goodluck Jonathan, but the actual construction of it was under Buhari, the second Niger Bridge, and on and on and on. So it's things like that. So with things like that, did Tinubu build in an 8-year tenure when he told us that he quadrupled the economy of the state, but what did they use the money for? You know?
One man.
Can I
come to your head?
No, let me just stop for 1 minute and I will quit the state for now. So let me say raising the revenue is not as if it started in 1999 or 2000 immediately. So it grew gradually, and 5 billion towards its end of his tenure. It was gradual, and it was denied the money coming from the federal government. And out of those money raised, don't forget they will pay the workers there. And don't worry. No. Sorry, thank you, Ola.
I'm
But
not trying
he
to.
built
I'm
Project
not. Can
Abiola
you
Road.
hold
I'm just
on?
giving an example.
Can I
Yes.
Like,
say
that's what I'm
something?
doing.
So that.
And
Oh God.
I told you
Eh,
he
eh,
built 5 general new hospital, and I will search and I give you the detail. So those are the things
Yeah,
that I'm
no,
telling.
but those are what I'm talking about. I want to hear what he actually physically built, not all of these excuses. So we want to hear that he built something. You know, what did he build? Echo, let's hear from you.
You put the truth is this: why we are where we are is because people like us are defending non-entity. In this Western world we are living in, we can see specific. Somebody spent 8 years in office. You are telling me how many billions of money he generated from internal revenue in the expense of the poor masses. That is where he generated that money from. In the expense of those poor masses. Those women selling and hawking on the street.
No,
That
don't
is
worry about that. They are
where,
income earners. They have to pay tax. Everybody pays tax.
that is where he generated that money from. You forgot that that very state called Lagos was the capital state of Nigeria before. So there were structures that were built there as the capital of Nigeria. We have forgotten that. Then after him, lots of work are done by the governors that took over. We are forgetting that. Why should we be attributing every effort of other governors after him to him? That is not fair and it is not right. So let us stop defending mediocrity here. He did something, but he didn't build Lagos. The only thing he did, he legalized Agbero. You hear me? That is obvious.
Woman, can I come in?
Wait, let me be done. He legalized Agbero, so you can attribute that to him. But what is the job of the Agbero that he legalized? Fighting, killing people, rigging, carrying ballot paper. Is that an achievement? If he has turned those people to go to school and make them more creative, more productive, then you would have said, yes, this is what he done. So stop it. So let us stop this so that we can rebuild a new Nigeria. Thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you, Echo. So that's exactly what I was trying to nail Ayo down on. So
Can I mention what Jackson did within 4 years?
Yes,
Physical.
let's hear Jack on this list.
Yeah.
Ogadeko, before you move forward, one man, please, you must nail Ayo down because you and I have this topic. 2 weeks we went back to back. We debated this issue. You remember, one man. So Ayo must not come here and escape. He must face the hot seat and tell us what Tinubu has done.
He will not be able to now because Tinubu built nothing. He only went there to loot the place. We all know that.
Okay, let me tell you. Within 4 years, he changed the 2 sections in school to 1 section. And we saw Jakonde School everywhere. Everybody can see it. What it was called Jakonde School. So that he can give every children in that school, that state, education at secondary school, primary, secondary school, and university. He built Lagos State University. He built Lagos State Polytechnic. He built College of Education. And on the health sector, he built Bagada General Hospital. The Bagada General Hospital that you have today used to have this. What is this? This cardiovascular treatment center, the only one that functioned in the law of federation as at 86, 87 was the only one that was functioning around the country. Even the one you have at the federal government hospital were not functioning, but Bagaya General Hospital was functioning. He had this cancer treatment and what do you call it? He had it then. Jacob built that Bagada General Hospital. He built Ikorodu General Hospital. He built Ijede. Ijede was in interior, was a rural area. That Ijede you see today, Jakonde opened up that place. He built General Hospital there. And Agbowa, he built General Hospital in Agbowa. So along that corridor of Ikorodu, between Ikorodu and Nepe, he built 3 General Hospital there. And he built Orile Agege General Hospital that you have today. And on the transportation line, he opened up the waterway where we have Baba Kekere, this what do you call this water transportation between Apapa and CMS. And people that are coming, there was this ferry service from CMS to Mile 2. We have never seen such thing before in Lagos. We never seen that kind of water transportation before. This man introduced it in order to bring down what do you call traffic congestion in Lagos. That look, if you cannot travel by road, let's travel. Use the waterway to travel from Mile 2. A lot of people travel from Mile 2 through that waterway, through ferry service to CMS and to Apapa. And this man, again, he awarded this contract of Metro Line and already paid 50% of the cost to the contractor that came from France. It was this Buhari that came in that took over government instead of him to continue. The governor of Lagos State, the military governor of Lagos State that took over then was Mushajiru Lawal. He wanted to continue. He openly acknowledged that Jakonde, what this man did, he said he have never seen it before in his life. That man, the governor of Lagos State then, Mudashiru Lawal, because he was the military administrator of Lagos and he's a citizen of Lagos State and he was from Ikorodu. He publicly acknowledged the good work of Jakonde in Lagos. So Jakonde built a lot of infrastructure, even on the education. He's the one that set up what do you call this in order for education to function well in Lagos, he created this I can't call it ministry, let's say government division, or how do I describe it? A teaching service commission that were responsible for the education. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education is on the side. Those one can be, manage. Yes, they manage the educational system. That's the policy, and those one are in charge of the policy. But the TESCOM, Teaching Service Commission, that really administer the educational system, this man created in order to have efficient educational system in Lagos. I can go on. And this man built a lot of road. There are many rural areas that this man opened up with road. We've never seen that in Lagos before. The way this man built road across Lagos State, from the city to the rural area and to the interior part of Lagos. Many places that they open up in Badagry. So look, within 4 years, that tells us that when you have a leader that are really committed to the development of their country, we can achieve wonders within a short period of time. We don't have to be 23 years struggling and parabolating in one place as we are seeing it today, and everything is getting worse and collapsing on us. So look, this is what Jakonde did. And if you are saying that, if you guys, if Olas is saying that, The value of money was
Koko,
better.
the same way you are reading it, I posted
Let me
something
finish.
in
I
the
will
private
give it.
chat for one man
I
to
will
see.
give way. I will
See,
give way to you.
it is not as if I
you are
don't have
saying-
those facts.
Hold
Wait
on, let
now.
Ajale Koko land. Let him land. Then, then yeah.
Wait. So
Yeah, okay, land.
if you are saying that he was able to achieve much back then because the value of the naira was stronger, that tells me that you are acknowledging the fact that he achieved far better than your Tinubu. So
Okay, Ajale Koko, if I may interject. You see one thing, like I told people, I don't want to go into any macroeconomics, how the way you can get resources those days, because there's no basis for comparison between that time and now. Now, you've told me about what Jack Conde achieved. I actually posted a lot in the private session to see what Tinubu did. Starting from construction of Adeola Odeku, for example, dualization of Ikorodu Itoki, Inepe Link, all those areas, dualization of Ejibo, Ajao Estate, Airport Road, dualization of Mende or Baby Link Road.
Ola, sorry to interject. Ola, sorry to interject.
Hold on.
Don't
Let him
interject.
land.
Don't
Just like
interject.
Don't
I
interject him,
won't even
please.
reach
Leave him
anything.
alone,
You interject
please.
and you miss everything in totality.
Oh yeah, go on, Ola. Yeah.
See, what we are saying is this: everything that Tinubu did is well documented.
No. Give us the list. Don't tell us you were going to give us a list. Ajale Koko, he didn't say it was documented. He gave us a tabled list there.
Okay. For example, now everybody cannot remember that it was Tinubu that moved last protect to the new site, and they forget about the 5 libraries that this guy constructed. 5 different libraries across public school. That is, they were even computerized. Then we are talking of don't let even talk about the money they pay. All those Lazu Museum, renovation of furniture across presidential quarters, and this guy built a lot of estates. The construction of Faculty of Law built at Ojo, Lasu Computer Center built in Ojo, 5 student hostel block at Tepe, renovation of staff quarters at Ojo campus and Iba Estate, the power generating set for Lasu staff headquarters. So a lot that if I begin to read now, I will read close to 200 physical projects that this guy did. Nobody is giving Tinubu credit for BRT. BRT didn't start directly as this. He started with government money before they now call some people to invest in this project. So we are talking of Tinubu that constructed a new 417 road in Lagos. So this is when we say this guy has not done anything. It is just because we do not take interest to actually search for what he did. What about 1,059 units that he constructed at Abraham Desoya Estate? What about that one? What about the 114 duplexes high income units at Obadenyika Oyekon 2 Estate that this guy did? So a lot. So what of Ojokore Millennium School? You know that there was a time he shouted that, okay, because this guy wanted to change all the Lagos school to Millennium School, a very big standard, until the fund limited him to just 2. But what this guy started doing was start to renovate the one that Jack Conde built, and he started equipping them with new set of furnitures. So a lot of this. What about Lawman? The lawman that this guy brought this thing. What about Ayike House that he converted to Lagos Teaching Hospital that he added more facilities? What about the renovation of Island Mentality and a lot? So see, I've dropped the list of what this guy did that you can even verify on newspaper as he was commissioning them during those days. So let's see, if you don't have facts about what this guy did, let's just say, okay, we don't know. It's better for us to say, oh, this guy didn't do anything. I'm the kind of person that if I went wrong with something, I will come back the following hour or the following days to say, okay, apology, I missed this data and I've got the correct data now. So see, before we say, oh, this guy collected money and he did nothing, let us be very sure that we have our fact and figure. I'm not saying Jack Conde didn't do well, but writing Tinubu off that he didn't do anything. No, let's say we don't have the fact, and that is
Ola, we are not writing him off.
What we
are saying is that he did not do enough It did
No,
not
no,
achieve
no.
enough.
It sounds
It
as
did,
though
it
it
did,
did.
it
No,
did,
no,
it
hold
did.
on. No, hold on. You can't say that after the long list that Ola just read
One man,
out.
No,
can
no,
I
no.
say
Let me
something?
debunk. Let me say something. One man.
Yeah.
This man did not do enough compared to how much he generated.
Why
And I
do
will
you say
tell you
that?
why. I will tell you. Hold on, let me break it down. For 4 years, Jakonde built about 50,000 housing units. Tell me how many
Oh.
Tinubu built within
Oh,
8 years.
Agalekoko,
Hold
no
on,
basis for
hold on,
comparison.
hold on,
Look at the
hold
simple
on, hold
statement.
on,
Look at the simple statement for
hold on,
someone.
hold on,
What Tinubu was
hold
spending
on.
on
Let me
security,
finish.
all those rapid response
Let me finish.
established.
No, hold
Jakonde
on.
didn't
No,
do
hold
that
on.
because Lagos
Hold
Let,
was
on.
federal
let me,
capital territory.
Hold on. Everybody hold on.
yeah.
Ajale Koko, take on board the point that Ola just made. Repeat that point, Ola.
I said during Jakonde, for example, Lagos was still the federal capital territory. And then the responsibility of securing Lagos was almost absolutely on the federal government. But when this guy
No,
came,
Hold on. Let
wait.
him make the point, please. Yeah.
So when this guy came, you know what he did? He equipped RSS with armor personnel carrier. You know those days when they robbed at Amadu Bello, they had to Shoni Bank there. This guy they used to escape. This guy used to escape through water, for example. So
No, yeah,
when you look, when he introduced,
its security budget was a lot more because the federal presence was no longer there, and
exactly,
I think that repeats right across all of the sectors. So you can't compare Jack on the spirit. It was simpler times. It was just simpler.
exactly,
never a
and
time
that
that
generated
is
electricity
ever
to
simpler.
power parastatal in Lagos. Well, the Jakonde generate electricity to start powering government houses in Lagos. So a lot of things that we cannot really compare. So
Please, can I interject, please?
Let me finish. Let me say this. I will let you have my brother, please.
Go ahead.
I said within 4 years, Jakonde built 50,000 housing units in order to make life, or rather, how did I say, make, how do you say it, poor people, make housing available and affordable to poor people in Lagos State. Those houses that Tinubu built, are they affordable to poor masses in Lagos?
No, that's a different space
No,
now.
no, no, don't, no, no, no.
You're moving it in
No,
another direction.
we are telling you about leadership and good governance. Jakonde built his own to make it affordable
The
to
housing
poor
estates
masses
that Tinubu
in
built,
Lagos.
it was not for the wealthy. The people that had first options, they were mainly civil servants. Really.
No, it is not. It didn't build any house for civil servants. Jakonde started the housing scheme for civil servants is different for that of the public. Jakonde
Oh,
built several housing estates for civil servants in Lagos, and they take it from their salary every month. They take just little penny, just some few change from their salary every month. So civil servants that live in government quarters live even better than those that are renting their houses outside. So Jakonde did that. And this one, you are saying that he moved school to somewhere. Already infrastructure was there. The school that Jakonde, that Tinubu moved away from that place. The last project that he moved from there is where he built his TVC today. He stole that land from Lagos State. He stole it and converted it to his own use now. That is where he built his TVC. So
all right.
it didn't do. Jakonde built 3 or 4 additional water stations in order for Lagosians to have pipe-borne water in Lagos, across Lagos State. Because it was only before Jakonde came in, it was only Iju Water Works that was feeding the entire Lagos with pipe-borne water. Jakonde said, look, we cannot continue like this. Then he built about 4 or 5 water stations, water station across Lagos State in order for water to go
all
to
right.
many
Ajame
nooks
Koko,
and crannies of Lagos.
let Ayo
One
come
man.
in. Yeah, let's hear
Uh,
Ayo come in.
Yeah,
one
please.
man.
One man, can I
I,
just say something?
Yeah,
It's regards to what Ayo wrote in the chat room. Ayo says Tinubu built Ikotun Igondo Road. I think that is absolutely not correct.
That
That
is not
road
correct.
was
There's a
out.
lot of things that they're saying that
He
he
said
will
he
do.
also did Lasu Iba Road. That's absolutely not correct. That road was a death trap during Tinubu's tenure. Then also Lekki Epe Express Road. That is also not true. I don't know whether he awarded the contract. I'm not in the government. But for you to say he built those roads, those 3 roads are not true. It's not true. They were not done under Tinubu.
Sorry, I didn't write it. The evidence is in the public space. So if you want to say they don't write it, talk to Tribune, talk to
yes.
Vanguard in those years. Don't talk to me. Because this is the way you see things. If you publish something in
Even the BRT,
2007,
even the
wait
BRT that
now,
is
wait
claiming.
now. If they commission something in 2004, 2005, and someone is making reference to that paper, and you are telling me in 2022 that it was not true, then refer to those to the publisher, not me. I'm only making reference to the document in the public place. So if you have your own facts, please give us the source of your own fact. Because there's a difference between you giving me facts offhand without a reference and me giving you my own facts referring to a source. So please give us your own source
Ola,
whenever
we
you
all
want to
lived in
counter.
Lagos now. We all lived in Lagos. I
How you
don't
say
know.
will be all Lagos? For
Uh,
example, you did wait now. For
so
example,
you're trying to tell
Jonathan commission part of Warri Itapero before he left. It was at 70% completion. It's documented on YouTube and everywhere you can see. Now today, Buhari is claiming the same thing. So if I come to you tomorrow that Jonathan started that thing, I will say it's a lie. The first thing I will refer you to, I will go and pick the YouTube video and show you when he was commissioning and people were mocking him that, oh, they went to rent a car to drive this. They used a whole locomotive this into, but the fact remains that it was documented. So when you want to counter my facts, please make reference to where you are getting yours, because you don't expect me to believe your words when the Nigeria press publish something. So there are 2 different ways this is. Please back up your point with your own source. Then I
Thank
I'm
will
you.
let
telling you
One
of
man. Can I
roads.
interject?
One
I'm
man,
telling
please.
you of roads I usually frequent when I was in Lagos, and I left immediately during fashion last time. So I'm just trying to understand when and exactly those roads were created, because as of the time I was there during Tinubu's tenure, those roads were not good, except you say he actually commissioned it. If you say he commissioned it, I cannot object to it. But if you say those roads were created during Tinubu's time, I'll tell you no, because those were roads I used.
If Titan, you said those were roads you used. When
Yeah.
was that? Because that one, that one, you see, you were one of those reasons why I came on the program, because you were the one that first said, oh, when he came in, they were collecting these multiple taxes, oh, doing this, and those were false lies. That wasn't true. That was the reason why I had to tell him that, please, I want to come in. So now you are telling us those roads.
Wait, what is the lie about the taxes? I can tell you
Yes.
the taxes they were collecting during Tinubu's time when he came in, that
Okay. What
local
were the taxes
governments were
can you tell me those taxes that were collected when he came in? Can you tell me?
liquor, lock-up shop, environmental,
Okay.
advert,
Okay.
sales,
Okay.
entertainment.
Okay.
Um,
Now don't let us waste our time. I'm sorry. I'll soon leave very soon, the next 7 minutes thereabout.
mhm.
I explained this earlier. Those things you're saying, those belongs to the local government. And I said it. See,
But that is what I said now, that the local government were required to generate a
no, it is
certain
now.
amount of money.
Don't say. Look. When you're saying, oh, this is this, don't say it is Tinubu. It is the responsibility of local government to collect those levies.
And they spend those money on their own.
And the rest like that, they have to generate revenue. It's everywhere. It's there. This is what is called under Joint Tax Board, JTB. Not just so. It wasn't as if it was Tinubu who set that up. No, it's there. So it will not just come in and say, oh yeah, local government, go and be collecting this. Whatever
No,
I'm saying,
I'm extremely confused with this stuff because you're attributing the revenue generation of Lagos State to Tinubu, but you're trying to disassociate the taxes the local government are collecting from him.
Now that yes, the taxes local government are collecting are not for Lagos State. It's just like saying the taxes Federal Revenue Services are collecting is for Lagos State. No, it goes to the federal government, not to the state. So if FRS, you have a company now, you have 10 employees, and FRS come to your company. After pay, maybe you made 2 billion, profit before tax, and okay, you pay your company income tax. Are you saying that tax you pay for company that goes to Lagos? No, it goes to Federal Inland Revenue Service, which is federal government, and that goes in all the states too, not just Lagos State. And that's why I said all this thing is under what is called JTB, Joint Tax Board. And that's annually, every year, you see all the state internal revenue service, they meet together, most times in Abuja, and they discuss about it. So that's what I'm saying.
So wait.
This one has been done.
So you're trying to say in 1999 to 2006, there was a joint tax board, that local government taxes were going to federal government. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. No, what I'm saying is this. Joint Tax Board, JTB, means it's a program where all the state internal revenue services in Nigeria will meet. And in that forum, you always see taxes that are due to state, to local government, and the federal. So it has been in existence. That's what I'm saying. Those taxes you talk about, radio permit, local permit, when you see those officials from local government come to you and say, you have this radio in your house, you have this, they are levies collected by by local government, and it goes straight into their covers. And I made an example. I said, look, there are company income taxes and those that are collected by Federal Revenue Service. It goes to federal government, not state. So each revenue that is collected in any state within the tiers goes to the right quarters. If it is those that are meant to be collected by Lagos by state revenue service, it goes to that state. If it's the one that is meant to be collected by FIS, Federal Inland Revenue, it goes to the federal government. And if there are levies that are meant to be collected by local government, it goes to that local government in that state. So each state has theirs. Go to Sokoto, go to Imo, and the rest like that. It is there.
I'm sorry to interject. I don't get the point you're trying to portray here. I don't understand.
Now, what I'm saying is
no. I know you're saying something, but what you're saying, we already know that local government collect taxes, federal government collect taxes, state collect taxes.
Then
but
why?
Hold on now.
Let him land.
Hold on now, please. And we know that the state controls the local government and the state taxes. Why federal government taxes goes to federal government coffers? Why are you trying to lecture us about that? And again, sorry, I went out of the car and I came back. My question was before. I think what we're talking about right now, what Wama started was a good question, but I think we are debating for that question and bringing some things that's not really, really important.
No, I think Ola actually gave us a list on that space.
Yes, I want to ask that list. I'm coming for. That's why I came here to speak to that list. It's not going to be a pedestrian argument.
Okay, what please? I'm sorry.
We are going to enlighten ourselves here.
You.
First of all,
no
government.
Hold on, Ayo. Yeah, go on.
There's no government that don't have continuity. Even as the worst of the governor in Southeast, Zizi Kwazu, you still have some projects to show for. Even in South, Delta State, the Ibori, even as worst as they are, they still have something to show for. But what we are saying, what I think Wama was saying, or to my own understanding, is this. We can say, yes, Tinubu came and made things, he innovated things he made, and he adds some to it. that means that to the generation of to the wealth he was getting, the vast amount of money he was getting, he was supposed to do more, something that is very viable and very viable and physical. I mean, that's really physical. You can say it and we can talk about.
What piece are you taking into account? What Ola was saying, that the removal of the federal presence from Lagos, it placed an additional burden on the Lagos revenue. So the federal capital moving from Lagos to Abuja, it placed an additional burden on Lagos State to self-sustain.
That I'm not going to agree on, because in 1999, Lagos federal capital was removed long before now. It's not just when Tinubu came in, it was removed. Federal capital was removed long before now. But
when did the capital move to Abuja?
Abuja
91.
91, yeah. So
yes.
It's not on that Tinubu time. So one thing the federal government does is that when they remove one thing, they add another. So when that's why they see security votes. They start giving state security votes. They start, what they remove, they replace it with ×3 or ×4. So Lagos,
they don't.
No, they do. That's why revenue allocations are different from different
Woman,
states.
can I comment, please?
I'm sorry, what piece? Go through the history of security.
So the list of what you are bringing. One thing that hold
on.
What
piece? No, I just an advice.
Ola, let him land. Sorry.
Let me say one. There's a very simple one in the layman perspective. Everybody can just close his eye without unconsciously say, "Oh, 12 Miller Bridge, Babangida project." That's one thing we wanted to hear. Not Duarizon. The road you said to me about Duarizon was already there, built by somebody, which is continuity of government, which is okay. One thing he just did, new, fresh thing that he just created that was not there, like Ajanko said, that jazzed everybody up, that he just built, that everybody needed. Just one. Don't tell me what he built or what he met on ground that he repaired. That's all.
All right, thank
you. Okay.
Yeah, please, Fatai, sorry, I have only 5 minutes. Yeah, woman, I remember there was maybe last week. I saw you gave money to this lady. I think it was an apathy lady or something. Where you somebody. Yeah. So do you still have that account? I want to send 50,000 naira to that account now. So if you can give me that naira account now, I can do that. I just like before I leave, please.
All right. Let me just say this. It wasn't actually just the amputee. And by the way, that's from it's part of the social responsibility that we have decided to adopt as a platform. So it's not just the amputee lady. There's 3 people that it's Folly that is helping us with this. He's doing it for us in Ekiti or wherever he is. So we've tried to empower 3 people. So there's a barber. Actually, I've got it here if you want to see it. So there's a barber that we empowered. So here he is.
Mr. Wale, that's in the US.
That's in the US. Hello, Mr. Wale, that's in the US. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ẹ ṣé o. Fún ìrànlọ́wọ́ tẹ́ ṣe fún wa. Ọlọ́run máa bless yín o. Ẹ máa lọ síwájú o. Ọkàn yẹn máa balẹ̀ sí ni o. God bless you, sir. Thank you. God bless you, sir. Ẹ ṣé gan.
So that's one, and then this was the one that you may have seen. Yeah. That's the.
Yeah, baby.
I ṣe òmìnira wọlé o, Ọlọ́run máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ o, wọ́n ní kẹ́kùn ní 50,000. Ní wàhálà ìlú ìdààmú ẹ̀ nígbà tí owó yẹn máa lọ sókè ní lágbára Ọlọ́run.
So and the purpose of the show is this. They want to grow your business more than this. But this is the starting point. Okay? Before I move on, grab you. So go along with that.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni Ọlọ́run máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́. Ẹ máa rí ẹ máa rí lò. Ní ìdààmú ẹ̀ ní wàhálà tó dàbí káláwọ́ máa jẹ́ sí i. Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
And then there is a third one that Folly just sent me yesterday. So we've tried to empower 3 people with at least 50,000. In fact, not at least, but exactly 50,000 naira. One actually got 40,000 because Folly saw somebody that needed immediate injection of cash. But what we're trying to do is to empower these people, not to give them money to go and buy food, but to grow their business one level up. So I'm coming to what you're saying, Ayo. So I'm not just going on a long-winded. So we I've given him, so we've done that. So there's 3 people now that we've tried to empower, 50,000 roughly. So what I'm going to ask Folly to do is to monitor that space to see if there's any impact that money is having. So if it's able to report back that the money is having impact with at least one person, then we may well, or I certainly will, or the platform will adopt that person and try and layer them up to an economic to a higher economic bracket. So that's that. So that 50,000, maybe not in this tranche. Let's see what she uses that the first 50,000 for first. And then if Folly reports back that he's seeing signs of progress, then we inject in again. So that's what I wanted to say. So are you able to hold on to it for a few months so that Folly can report back?
Of course, that's not a problem. Yeah, I like your idea. Let's see what she does with it. If she's doing well with it, sure, why not?
Yes, and then we can because I'm actually thinking to really scale somebody up, to layer them up at least 2 rungs up whichever ladder they are in. So if they are at this level, just at least take them up 2 rungs up a ladder. If we can do that, then that'll be great.
Yeah, as I said, that's a good idea. Yeah, let's hear the progress from Folly, maybe the next 3 weeks.
But I wanted you to say it publicly because you've now committed it. So ring fence it and hold it steady. Or if Folly comes on, then you can send it to Folly for him to hold on to it.
I'm not shying away from that. When I say I'm a man of my word, so even if once at any time
you'll be man of your words now for 50,000 naira now.
No, hold on. Well, no, don't do that now, please.
I'm just
carry on.
Hold
on. Carry on.
Now, one piece now, so what I'm just saying is, I like that move. Let's see what she would do, or even the Baba would do with the money. Not as if, they gave me money, she feel like, it's a bonanza, and the money is gone, or the Baba spent it. So if they do well with it, sure, why not? We can say, okay, let's give her more, each of them maybe 100,000 again, because they've done well with what they were given. So there's nothing bad in it. So yes, I'll be there. Even if I don't come in the platform, I always listen from work every day. So at any time when there's a report about that, sure. Even if I'm not in, I will just send you a message and say, this is this, and I have the account number at that time, and it will be done. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and wait.
All right, brilliant. Yes, I'm hopeful that at least one person will grow from it. So you've made a public commitment. So there it is. So well done. So thank you. So back to the matters. Titan, you were saying that you were overly taxed in your shop in Apapa or wherever. But I think Ola has now accounted for how those taxes were spent, development after development under Tinubu, as I'm sure you saw whilst living there.
What I'm trying to say is that some of the roads he wrote here, like the Lekki Ekpe Express Road, I don't think it was done by Tinubu. Maybe Tinubu awarded the contract, but it was definitely not done by him. I can also say Ikontu Igondo Road. That one was also not done by Tinubu.
I have the publication for that.
You do?
Yes, and it's Tinubu's project.
And it was completed during his tenure.
It was his project, just like you said, Jonathan started the rail. It was his project. He started it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not denying it. I'm not denying if he started it. What I'm saying is that some of these roads, I was in Lagos during those times, and those roads were terrible. They were in bad state as of that time. I know some of them were completed during
Did you have the opportunity to go through Awolowo Road in Ikoyi?
Ikoyi?
Yes.
During Tinubu's time?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Tinubu, like I said Tinubu did a lot in the island, even in Lagos Island. I can't deny that one. Like, I won't deny that one. But if you're talking about outside island? No, man. I don't think he was even interested in anything outside island.
Sorry, this guy that is speaking very well and eloquent. Sorry, the Awolowo Road you're talking about, was there anything like Awolowo Road before Tinubu time?
In terms of if as the
Yes, there
road did the
was.
road exist before? Yes, he existed before. But
yes.
okay,
Awolowo
I
Road.
heard what you. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hold on. Not but. We're not but here, man. You just come to the platform and just like gel with the iron jaw argument. Just a simple question.
Yeah, okay. You want to throw jab or something? If you can hold on.
No. Oh, settle down, gentlemen.
Just a simple question. Yes or no question.
No, I think he knows where you're going because he heard you say it earlier. So he wanted to go to where you are going. So go there. Who was that was speaking just now?
RB.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
So new road, renovated road, they all spend money to do it. Okay, if you know the state of Awolowo Road, and when he finished it, if you know how beautiful that road was, and it was a 2-lane road on both sides, with lights and everything. I mean, if you live in Ikoyi, Etiosa area, you will know this, the Awolowo Road. I lived there, and I knew how great and how accessible that road was that Tinubu built over there. So either is new. Hold on. Either is new. Okay, hold on. Either is new or renovated. It doesn't matter. They spend resources to do it. So you saying because it's not just a new road, it doesn't matter? That sounds ridiculous.
RB, I don't really understand where War Peace is going to.
Hold on,
because the road was there before.
Calm down now.
Hold on, everybody.
Let's hear
from Adewale.
I've been waiting patient. Honestly, I'm provoked tonight.
Yes, I could see you writing a list in the comment section, and you couldn't stand it anymore.
See, you can call a dog a bad name, but you know one thing you cannot. I'm not batified, neither am I obedient, but we should be careful what we put out there. I see people, especially Ajanle Koko, with all due respect, sir. I see the way he was comparing Jakande administration to Tinubu administration, and I can tell him the number of people living in Lagos State when Jakande was a governor more than quadruple when Tinubu became governor of Lagos State. And I tell you this, I want to say what Tinubu did was you can categorize them as tangible and intangible. You see, the road we're talking about are tangible thing you can easily see and say, well, this person dualized this. It was during the era of Bola Ahmed Tinubu that commissioners now started embracing social media and the internet, that whenever anybody see pothole in every street, you can take the picture and there's a particular website dedicated for that. You can upload that, and I can bet you the following week somebody will come up there and address that road. But I tell you what, if there's one thing intangible, but it's still very, 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 very important, Lagos State, he changed Lagos State Civil Service. Before he became governor, Lagos State Civil Service was just moribund. Anybody, anything goes. He changed and reformed that section. What did he do? He made sure that he created jobs first and foremost. Lawma, refuse everywhere in Lagos State. He made sure Lagos State was clean. And then he created job for people.
He's not the one that created Lawma.
Sir,
Lagos State Waste Management Board has been existing before. Lagos State Waste Man. No. Hold on.
I want to.
Lagos State Waste Management Board has been existing during the time of Jakande.
Sir, I want to emphasize on job creation.
Come on, man. I'm telling you. You said I'm trying to debunk what you said. You said he created Lawma, and I said that is not true. Lagos State Waste Management Board has been existing during the time of Jakande.
I agree with you, whether created or not creation. But
don't say he created, because we are trying to paint
away from it is that he expanded it and employed more people.
Expanded? That is not. Forget about that.
No, you can expand. You reform and you expand.
Look, even
Loma
the civil
was there
service,
when the
even the
rescues
civil
were
service,
being
you are
dumped
talking that he
initially.
reformed. What did he reform in civil service?
Adaneko, let him make the wider point.
Rescues were being dumped in the street of Lagos when Loma was in existence before Tinubu. But he employed people and reformed it and expanded it to the point that he employed more Lagosians to have a steady job. You can say, well, what did he do with the money? He paid those people steadily. Their incomes were coming in every month. Tell me which state in Nigeria can survive without federal allocation as at present, even during his time. Tell me which state can survive without taking the crumb from the federal allocation. This man was not paid, but yet up to this moment, Lagos State has not owed any civil servant a penny. They have been paid on time, timely, except when I think the doctors in Lagos State were fighting with the Fashola then. And what were they? Not that they were not paid, they wanted more, and they could not negotiate well. But they were being paid. See, this is what is called ingenuity of a person. What did he do? He made sure he created job. Till today, every civil servant in Lagos State will vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All those people you see at his rallies.
How can you say that? Every civil servant.
I work closely. I work closely with these people.
I work closely with them too.
See, let me tell you something.
I work closely and I have a lot of them that we say they will not vote for them.
See,
because of the way
those people that said they will not vote for him, they are very, very small when you compare their percentage.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on, man. Why
I'm
are you
not
making this
batified,
kind
but
of
please
statement?
don't let us.
That,
don't let us.
all civil
Somebody
servants will vote for Tinubu. For what? What has he done?
Hold on 1 second. They said,
hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Housing estates.
Are the civil servants in Lagos State, do they live better than every other sector in the state? They are poorer people. They are very poor.
Hello, everybody. I greet you all. I greet you all. I'm a new.
Hold on. Just for you, sorry, Adewale.
They are not going on strike.
Sorry, can anybody even hear me?
Lecturers they are where people.
Here you one man. Adewale just continue talking.
When they asked to strike, Lagos University was not on strike. They didn't join. They were being paid. What are we talking about? You can call the man and say, well, you don't like his politics, but to say that he didn't do anything tangible in Lagos State, please, I beg your pardon. You know what? He built every successful.
Hold on. Can you
governors that came after him. Hold on, one man. His successors. You can't say that they did not perform. I don't know how long you guys have been in America. If you go to Lagos State, now the Lagos State you left when you left Nigeria, it's not the same Lagos State that it is right now.
Are you sure about that? I went to Lagos.
You may, if you're trying to compare,
can everybody let Adewale just land?
If you're trying to compare and contrast, please do not benchmark it to the standard of where you are living right now. Look at it in the framework of African standard. I would tell you, Lagos State has changed.
But should Lagos State be to African standard? Because Lagos State is a global city.
Sir,
it's a global city. No, we cannot have the African standard in Lagos now. Lagos is a global city. It's an international city.
So are you saying Lagos State is not part of Nigeria?
It's not really, is it?
They're going through the same hardship every other state are going through in Nigeria or any other state.
But Adewale, the wider point that people are making is that the development that you may well say that you've identified, they're not commensurate with the amounts of money that hold on. No, they're not commensurate with the amount of money that Tinubu, by his own boasting, claims he was able to generate. And people like Titan, who he got the money from, they are able to confirm that he squeezed them really hard. So there's nothing commensurate with the vast amount of monies that he generated.
Contemporaries.
And in addition, this is the 5th largest economy in Africa.
Before it became the 5th largest economy in Africa, somebody make it that way. It wasn't. See, among his contemporary, tell me the best or the best performing governor when Tinubu was a governor. Tell me which governor outperformed him when he was a governor.
There are a lot of them that.
Please mention one name.
Hold on.
Mention somebody.
There are a lot of them.
Please mention one name.
Comparison
I just
Then
mentioned
what
Donald Duke.
with
Donald
One
Duke
man, can I
is
just
because he
interject?
constructed
what
a
they
tourism
achieved.
place, Obudu Ranch. What is
It-
the outcome of Obudu Ranch now? Tell me. What is the outcome of Obudu Ranch?
Woman.
All right. Before you interject, let's hear from Just For You, who joins us for the first time. Good to have you, Just For You. You wanted to come into the conversation. Let's hear from you.
Okay, I greet you, everybody. I don't know the time here. I'm speaking from Germany. I listen to everybody. I just have a little comment, just want to say because I continue to listen. Before I make a contribution, I have to go into research before I talk about Lagos and Jakonde and the rest of them. The question I want to ask these people that are supporting Tinubu building Lagos, because when I listen to that young man who talk about the achievement of Jakonde, it is very, very clear and it is enormous. Lagos, if you travel to the east, when you are coming or when you are going, when you get to Oshodi there, you spend hours there. It was Fashola that worked on that place, not any other person. Even the military couldn't do it. At the time, people go against Fashola that he drove Igbo people away, he drove this one. But today, people are enjoying it. Collective effort is not good for one man to attribute it to himself. Let us call a spade a spade. We have to say things by the way it is. Now, Jakonde was there, another person was there. I have been listening to what people are saying. Sorry that this is my first time here, but as a matured man, I listen to everybody conversation. When you work together, collective effort, and one man is coming to say, I am the one who did it, how do you feel? Because I know of Fashola, as at that time I was in Lagos, though I rented a place there in Lagos, but I was going up and down. I've already traveled by that time. I can say about Fashola. When Fashola said he wants to rule for one tenure, he said, I want to make one comment here. He said, a good student doesn't repeat class. Did anybody still remember that statement? But why did he repeat?
Absolutely.
Okay, why did he repeat? Because everybody love him and say, you must go in because you did well. Okay, why will another person now come and claim the glory of that person? Does it sound right? I want to say that one. Then the second one, Ambode did well in Lagos. Then Ambode wanted to run for the second tenure. Tinubu said, my hands are tied. I watched the interview. My hands are tied. Must Ambode rule for the second time? Must he rule? He removed Ambode. What did Ambode did? Ambode did well, and the people love him. Let us call a spade a spade. Is this era? Do we have to have somebody who lays siege on a state? A whole state, one person will dictate who rule, who comes in, who goes
I have
out.
a question
Is it
for
the
you,
right thing? Is it the right thing? No, we are
Can
looking
I
for
can I
forward.
interject?
One man, I've been
Let
waiting
me
for a
finish.
while.
Can you let him
Let me
land?
finish. I'm a new
Yeah,
person here. I just want a new Nigerian. That is all of us we are working for. That is, I'm not after. Even if Tinubu is a good man, he wants to rule for 20 years, like Libya. Go and look at Libya now; they are suffering. If you want to rule for 20 years, fine, but give us what we want. Don't destroy something and you expect people to like you. That is the point. This Buhari we are talking about now, Tinubu is the one who brought Buhari. Has he corrected him? The APC, we see all the what they call it, the manifesto. It was a full manifesto. Have they done it? And this man is still the leader of that political party. Has he done anything? Then we look at the Charter House. Look at the way the question was thrown to him. Instead of telling Nigerians what to do, he attributed all those questions, distributed to a team, which he called
No,
team.
hold on, just for you. He did not.
Please let
Can
me
you,
finish. I'm not going to.
No, hold on. It's a conversation, so it's not a sermon. He did not attribute all the questions to others, did he? Did he?
Okay.
Did he? Did he at the Chatham House? Did he farm out all the questions? Did he farm it out?
No, he said they asked him. Even the person that was asking him said the people who want to govern. They want to hear directly from you because
Right.
you are the one. You are the one they want to employ. It's like you own a company. You want to employ a manager to manage that company for you. You don't expect another person to come and you are going for interview, and the person the manager you want to interview how you can run your company, and the manager is telling you, I have somebody who will answer this question. How will you feel? So that is why I brought that statement, because we are working for a new Nigeria. I don't know.
No. Don't worry about we are working with. That's just casual
Okay,
talk.
then for Lagos,
No. Hold on.
okay,
Like I said, it's a conversation. No, it's a
okay.
conversation. So you will find that we interject a lot just to interrogate what you're saying.
I
But
actually have a question for him.
yes, when you were saying that in the course of that Chatham House interaction, Tinubu was asked 10 questions. He answered 4, and then he delegated 6 to individual surrogates. That was what happened. So and he also gave a 20 to half an hour minute speech. Was that not what happened? Just for you.
Yeah, he answered, but what Nigerians want is not the people who they are not employing. They want directly from the person. Especially the security said they should ask Erufai.
Yes.
This is the problem we are having in Nigeria. The security is number one because nobody want to invest in Nigeria right now as I speak to you. Why? Because the security is not there. This is issue he's supposed to handle by himself. If it is only that one alone, that alone is making people to be afraid. Do you understand?
No,
Because
but has he not already articulated that space, his plan for security or insecurity? Has he not articulated it?
no, even if you watch the moderator, the moderator even counter him. He said these things. This is what Nigeria want to hear. You understand? Age, your personality, your ideology, and the rest of them. He's supposed to answer all of them because if you look at what they call it, Atiku, Peter Obi, all of them, they are saying they don't delegate people to answer questions for them. You have to tell Nigerians this is what we want because we are voting for him. Okay, so what I mostly want to talk concern today, because I don't know whether I'm diverting from your topic or it's a general topic. So, but for Lagos, what the question I ask, this collective effort, why is Tinubu attributing it to himself that he built Lagos when somebody have already stated Jakonde build this, build the other one? I have been listening to this program right from time, but I didn't want to come on the members of the panel. But what motivates me now? I want to ask this question. So you make something, the other one make something, the other one. Why would one person now saying that he built Lagos and the little you have done is not even up to a quarter of what the other person have done?
No,
so that is
you are missing.
Can I answer him?
Hold on. Okay, go on. But I think you are missing the point. People, we like a lot of peppy little cliches in Nigeria, and one of those peppy little things that we'd like to say in Nigeria is government is a continuum. But the master strokes of the evolution of Lagos State was, in fact, they had somebody will remind us now. During the start of Tinubu's administration, they had a retreat where they went to brainstorm on a plan for Lagos. So it is that plan for Lagos that was arched under the Tinubu administration that is unfurling still till today. So the whole of the thing that goes on in Lagos is directly attributable to the master strokes of the Tinubu administration. So building it is one thing. You say anybody can build anything, but the ideas of what to be built, why it should be built, where it should be built, what economic impact it has on the space, all of that are all embedded in a master plan. So anybody that builds this is just the builder. So that is why a lot of the attribution goes to Tinubu, because he master stroked the Lagos we're seeing today.
But
Okay,
one man,
can
but
I
one
ask
man,
you?
can I
One
just say
man, one
something?
man,
One
Can
man.
I
one man.
say
Now
Can I
this
say
something?
interview,
something?
Can I
Fashola
say
said,
something? One man.
Yeah,
Let
let's
me
hear
do
from
this.
Ajane Coco. Yeah.
Look, when Jakonde was there, Jakonde team developed a developmental plan for Lagos State, and it was in the ICAP. They have it in Lagos. So if somebody come, took up that or added to it, I'll continue or build on what Jakonde are built on the ground. Because Jakonde put infrastructure and every infrastructure that can drive governance well in Lagos. Jakonde put them on the ground that this man came and met. So if he improve on it with developmental plan that Jakonde left behind, he cannot claim that, oh, I built Lagos. This is just fraud. This is the way they, market fraud. What they did not do, they will put it out there, manipulate the people, spread their supporter to start spreading it around, and people will buy into it and then acknowledge them as, oh, these are the people that achieve so what and so what. So they should not. There are a lot of things that Jakonde
Ajane Coco. Ajane Coco.
that they've been
Sir,
Ajane Coco.
Lagos State waste management.
Please,
Lagos State. Let me tell you this.
please, let me
Let
round up.
me conclude. I will let you talk. Let me talk.
Just give me 1 minute to round up.
Let me
one
conclude.
voice,
Let me
though.
conclude.
One voice.
I will
And
yield to you. I will yield.
Ajane Coco. Yeah.
This Lagos State Waste Management Board, when Jakonde was there, when Jakonde brought it with all this truck, every local government, they were present, and it was free. They are collecting refuse free. Before Jakonde came, you can see refuse every nook and corner of Lagos State. Jakonde came, he cleared them up. This incinerator you see at Adeniji Adele, and that place that you see that they are putting the refuse, Jakonde was the one that put everything in place. And we were collecting refuse for free. And even water, we were paying for water before Jakonde came. He said, no, water got to be free. And we were enjoying free water when it came. And they double up on that from one plant Iju Water Works and build additional substation, like 4 or 5 additional substations around Lagos State, all within 4 years. How many sub-water stations did Tinubu build? And it's still for 23 years. They've been there. Do we have pipe-borne water? Do you have pipe-borne water running in that state? And you want to attribute the top of the top sources to this man? How can you live in a city and there's no pipe-borne water? Everybody boiling borehole everywhere. Even in your so-called, what do you call it, Aja and all these places. What have they turned Lagos to that they are celebrating as sources? Let me leave it there, man.
Can we come in?
Let me conclude. Let me conclude, please. Let me conclude.
Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. We are talking about number one citizens in Nigeria who will represent us internationally. We don't want to go into international meeting and mess up. Okay. The capacity to think. We don't need somebody to write something before you read and things like that. Somebody who can react instantly. Somebody who is agile. I have nothing against Tinubu. He has not done anything against me. Okay. But I am working. Everybody is working. Because I live in Europe. I want to go back to Nigeria. I love my country. Wherever you are holding green passport. You are a second citizen there. That is what I want people to know. Your home is your home. There is no two ways about it. So all of us, we must work in collective effort. Let us remove sentiment. I don't know Obi. I don't know the rest political party.
Just for you. So hold on. Yeah, you see what we have is we are having to make a pick of a bad piece from poor choices. So we are having to make a pick of a bad piece from poor choices. So the electoral field in this cycle is filled with very, very, very poor, low standard candidates. So that's the choice we have. So out of those very, very poor, low standard candidates, and I'm talking about the people viable, I'm not talking about Sowore, who is an excellent candidate, but doesn't have a hope, or Prince Adewale or all that. So of the four that are viable, they are very, very poor choices. So we are having to pick a bad one out of the one that is less bad in terms of him able to do something. And in all of that, the two that have any real possibility are somebody like Atiku and certainly somebody like Tinubu, in terms of having an actual real brain that we've been able to quantify in the course of their journey. Is those two choices. So the choices really is Atiku or Tinubu. But even that Atiku and or Tinubu, they are the worst of the choices that we have. So we're having to pick from a rotten bunch. But then who else is there outside of those two that is able to, that has a brain? No, I'm not talking about,
Okay, for me, you see, the ability for us to choose the rightful candidate lies within us. Number one, we look at their characters, what they have been doing. So Tinubu, we have seen so many errors in Tinubu. Number one, he went to go and hire fake bishop. That alone.
No, leave all of that. That's politics. Don't worry about all that.
Okay, now.
Just for you. Sorry.
No, let me land, please. Let me land because we don't have.
No, hold on. Too many people have been broken up. He will lose his flow. Let him just flow, please.
Yeah.
I'll come to you next base. Yeah.
We are looking forward. These two people we are talking about, I don't think they fit for Nigerians' economy or they fit for Nigerian presidency. They are not fit for Nigerian presidency. That is why I make mention of 18 political parties. Actually, the rest are history because these four people you mentioned, Labour Party, Kwankwaso, Tinubu, and Atiku, these are the forerunners that we emerge. One of these four we emerge. But the ability for us to choose, we don't have to choose like Buhari. Then we regret. That is what I'm driving at. I don't know whether you understand me. Then we look at their performance. We look at their characters. We just don't come here to talk. We have to look at their characters. Then we follow up. How will these people perform? What is their physical strength?
No, forget the physical strength.
These are the requisite of the president.
They are not. You forget their character and forget their physical strength. What you have to look at is their antecedent. That's all. That's all. Their achievements is what you have to look at. So you are not looking for a nice guy. You are not
when you look at this Oye Bonkri now, when you look at this Oye Bonkri, now they are discovering illegal pipeline. Who brought this thing out? It is Obi. Obi said, you and I cannot steal oil because before a vessel will come to the seashore, at least
Obi discovered there's oil bunkering in Nigeria.
Who is the one who raised the alarm? He is the one who. That is what I'm trying to say.
Hold on. Obi raised the alarm that there's oil bunkering going on in Nigeria. Is that what you said?
No, I did not actually mean that one. What I meant is that they know that oil bunkering have been going on, but he's the one who said that oil bunkering government has hand in it. That
Obi was the one that said that.
Yeah. I know he was the one who said it. Yeah, I can defend that one.
Are you joking? What I'm trying. Yeah, joking. Okay. Look at this.
So what I'm trying to say in the nutshell, finally, let me just round up. We are looking at the capacity. We are looking at the capacity. We are looking at competent. We are looking at people who have the people's heart. We are looking at the performance in their past employment or their past position. We are looking at all of that. We have to put all of this together before we can choose. We don't just look and say, okay, let us remove this, let us remove character. If you don't have good character, then you don't expect somebody to do well. Character must be there. You are telling me we should forget that one. That is why I'm telling you the character of the person matters the most, because you must have the people at heart.
No, forget character, especially when it comes to politicians. Politicians are actors and they sell you a narrative, So I suspect that you are trying to indicate that Peter Obi has this pro-people stance and stands with the people for probity and honesty. But Peter Obi is an actor, as are all politicians. Remember when he went to Benue State, he made this announcement that because of the flooding that was going on in Nigeria, he was going to suspend his campaign, and he was inviting every other candidate to suspend their campaign because there was a national emergency. And the very next day, he was in the middle of a flooded area, decked out in his party regalia, Obidati all over him, pretending like he was sympathizing with the victim. So it's an actor. He is. So that's why I said forget all of that. It's their antecedents that you have to look at. Forget all these acts that they put on for you.
Let me tell you another thing that
Obi, for example,
discovered River Niger.
Today, it's not receiving title. It's not interfering to the state he has governed. It's not receiving title. It's not receiving wages. It's not receiving anything. This is what you have to know.
Forget all of that.
All those ones are still acting.
Those are props now. Those are props now. Have you ever been to the theater when they put an artificial tree there to show forestry? And then they put a cardboard cut animal at the back, and then the actor plays out a scene. Those are props. Those are props. What has he done? Antecedents. That's the thing. Forget the props now. Those are props. Don't worry about that. The political space. Hold on. The political space is too advanced for that narrative. I have to tell you that. Just for you.
One man, please.
That he went to Benue and he was carrying baby, saying he stopped campaign, draped in his party rig. Forget now. What's all that?
One man, sorry to interject. This is what I was trying to say. This argument is going in a different direction. Now is Obi argument will not end for continue this thing. But I would like us to go back to the base of the argument. The base of the argument was very gentle and was very, 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 very how will I say, intelligent discussion that we can have in this platform. It's not to smear Tinubu or whatever, but your question was leading us to a place. First of all, the question started like this. The reason why you brought the question up, to my understanding, you're talking about he looked so much. Just 1999, just before 1999, Tinubu declared bankruptcy. He has no money. But today, for that 2022, he's one of the richest men in Africa, or second most richest person in Africa, which we cannot account how you make that money, which led to that. The question you made that, can anybody show us one structure? You basically said structure, and you still said that not did that, I did that.
You see, when someone is not saying the truth,
and Ayo could not defend it. Hold on now, Ayo, like you're making my this thing. Please now.
No, you faded out. Yeah, Karen.
Can you hear me? It was just a discussion for us to sit down and tell me, okay, he built this and he built that, or he didn't do this and he did that. But I think at twice, one man came in and point Ayo to the right direction again. Just tell us the structure, not he completed this or he dualized this. We know that. Just tell us one structure he did.
But those are structures now. I think people have given you.
Hold on. Yes.
One man, please. One man. Allow me to interject and correct one impression.
Okay. Let Wobblies land. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
So, people came to give us what he did, and that's what I was expecting. So that you tell us what he did, then we'll push on that and see if he really finished it when he did it, and give him kudos where he's supposed to be giving kudos, and the bomb where not supposed to be, the bomb where we're supposed to debunk. Now, if all they have said till now, nobody has actually really tell me about one structure. Those things they said he did. If you go into it, you now hear, okay, he completed it. He completed this. I can actually tell you one he did. I don't know if he finished it, started on this time and finished on this time, but we can.
Oh, all right, you faded out again. But
Talk about something like that he did.
Okay.
That is very visible.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right. I think we've gone through that list already. Ola gave us a list. Adewale also gave us a list. So I think
that list, that's what I'm saying. That list
as a matter of fact,
that list is not. Adelico could dive into that list, search up and down, and they all see admit like Adelico, yes, he did started it or he didn't finish it. We wanted something that he started and finished. Just one. You said but one, like a bridge, just something. I'm not trying to tell me he built give ambulance to Lasso. Just give me one visible structure he did.
No, they've given you a list already now. They've given you
one man. I want to say something before he completely landed on his speech.
Yeah, go on, Adewale.
It's easier to forget. 1991 was when IBB took federal capital to Abuja. As at that time, all the infrastructure in Lagos State were in comatose. They were not rehabilitated. But guess what? When the Tinubu administration came in, they focused, even up till Fashola's administration, they focused on rehabilitation of those, even including the Jakande project. That alone was time-consuming. Now, when Fashola became governor, he started beautifying Lagos because they were trying to clean up first before they started expanding. Somebody said, what did he spend the money on? You need to realize that those infrastructures were in bad shape. The roads, come on. Now, to top it off, the pride of any politician is to have somebody that will succeed them and that will surpass their achievement. But guess what? Fashola surpassed Tinubu because Fashola was not even a politician. Fashola was a practicing lawyer, a friend to his Tinubu's brother. But he brought him in because of his brilliance. He brought him in to become his chief of staff. And when he was leaving, he single-handedly handed him to the party. That this is his man of his choice. And guess what? The party accepted him and brought him and made him the governor of Lagos State. And he never disappointed. He did it. He built on what his principle has laid down for him, continuously up to the present governor. And somebody said he didn't achieve anything when he was a governor. No, of governance in Lagos State. You can't say Fashola did not perform. You can't say even a one time of Ambode, he did not perform. You cannot say that the present governor did not perform. He continued building on what has been designed by their political principle. So with that alone is a big and
nobody is saying that he did not perform.
No, somebody said he did not build anything. Somebody said he did not build anything.
The success recorded, the success recorded by Fashola and Body should not be attributed to Tinubu.
They are
That is our point. That is what we are saying.
It was a master plan that it was working on.
No, forget he didn't plan anything.
Oh, come on.
What is master plan? I was telling you that Lagos had a developmental plan since the time of Jakande, and it's right there.
Goodness.
Oh my Adewale, just a second. But Ajale Goku, we even listed the project done by Tinubu on his own.
Myself, look, I can tell you that I do not even like Tinubu, but to say that this man, during his tenure for 8 years,
does nothing.
No, we didn't say he didn't do nothing. We didn't say he didn't do anything. We didn't say that.
Surpassed the previous, and even including the military governors, he surpassed their achievement.
It did not surpass anything.
Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Ajale Koko. Yeah. See, like Adewale is saying, the way I talk, it might seems like I am certified. I am not. But let's say the fact. When you were reading out Jack on this achievement, before I make this comment, I went online and I was trying to look at what are the specifics of Tinubu's achievement. See, I can see more than enough. Then these were things that I can remember because I was still in Nigeria. I was in Lagos when some of all these things happened. Now, let us go back to 99 to 2003 to 2000 when Tinubu was the governor. We all agree that Tinubu was never an orator. So nobody was speaking for Tinubu. All this is I'm seeing here. If we were to be in this current age, where Sanwo-Olu is everywhere, Ambode is everywhere. See, when Fashola came, Fashola is a lawyer. This guy speaks, me personally, I admire Fashola when Fashola is speaking. Fashola does not need a teleprompter to speak. So when he speaks, he can say, okay, my government has done this, my government has done this. Tinubu, go and check. If you go and look at old videos of Tinubu, Tinubu was never an orator. He's this kind of local politics person, all this kind of Babadedibu kind of politics. It's only just that he's educated. So nobody was speaking for Tinubu. So you can say there were a lot of things that I can see online. These are not things that I'm making up. I'm in front of a system now. A lot of things that Tinubu did, and the one that he approved that never commenced, I can see them here. The one that he did, and all these things cost money. See, government is not all about infrastructures. What is the essence of building infrastructure? And the security is at low. Tinubu, he worked. Now, was he a good orator? Okay, let me digress a little. People were talking about
what does orator got to do with this argument?
Okay, see.
Can I interject you 1 minute?
No, so sorry. I can't let him have that. Let him have that flow to land. Sorry,
okay.
carry on.
If somebody just asks, what does that have to do with this government? See, let's take an example of a Fashola who can articulate, okay, I did this, I constructed this, I did this. You see, whatever you keep on hearing will stick to you. In the days of Tinubu, nobody was speaking for Tinubu like, we have constructed this, we are doing this. Nobody. And Tinubu himself was never somebody who can speak the way an average Obi will talk. An average Ambode will talk. Tinubu is not that kind of, he's not eloquent as such. So nobody was speaking about his achievement. Did it work? Yes. Again, I'm not going to vote. I'm not voting in even 2023, of course. But I am talking based on what I can see here. I try to look at all the things Ajaloko was saying. They were absolutely right. He was right. All the things he said, Dankode did. But the fact is that one man asked, all this money that Tinubu made and his performance, were they at par? And I'm saying, to me, I agree that they were at par because all these things that he said he did. Okay, for instance, between 2006 and 2007 alone, Tinubu injected 1 billion naira into LASU. Look at now, 2007, 1 billion in LASU. That's in LASU alone. That was money.
It was a glorified secondary school before then.
So all these things cost money. But Tinubu was never, okay, I said I wanted to digress. They said in Chatham House, 10 questions, he answered 4. He delegated 6. And people were talking. Go back and check his time as a governor. When Tinubu go and present budget, his guys will be there to talk. So it's not a new thing that Tinubu is doing. Even when he was presenting budget in Lagos State to House of Assembly, that were his people. Tinubu will not talk. He will just talk a little. He will say, okay, head, defend your own. Defend your own. That is his style. Did he perform? Yes. I'm not going to vote. It's not I'm campaigning for Tinubu because I want to go and vote. And I don't like him either. But the way people are talking about he's not doing, in fact, he's making me to research more about the guy. And I'm beginning to like him more. When they say he didn't do this, I'll go and research. He didn't do this, I'll go and research.
Are you trying to say Tinubu was like the best performing governor during his time?
Yes.
Never.
Yes.
Okay, I won't even say that. I won't even say that. Recently, someone who said something, I think he said it in this London that he went to. He said that the plan that they are working with, he said they are coming up with a new plan now, which that confirms truly that Tinubu had a plan. And Tinubu has only said that they had about 20 or 20 something years plan. Someone just retweeted about a week ago that he is coming up with a new plan, which means that plan truly existed. Now, if Tinubu had done something within is 1999 and when he left office. He will not show faces. All the things Buhari is doing now, of course, I don't like Buhari either. But it looks like Buhari is not doing anything. When Tinubu comes in, or article comes in, or Obi comes in, and those deciders, they will tell like, oh, they will start saying that is what Buhari has laid the foundation. See, did the guy work? Yes. Did Fashola performed? Absolutely. Even Ambody of a one-time governor did excellently well. If Sanwo-Olu had deviated and has gone to doing something else, you won't be seeing this progress. Fashola was able to make that name because he was building on the foundation that Tinubu laid. If Fashola had been a PDP governor, Lagos would never have been the way it is now. Because he will leave all those projects. He will go and start doing something different.
Thank you.
He will leave all those and start doing something different.
This is Grace. I was asking this question. Sorry. If Tinubu did all this so well, where did he get the money that he stole that make him so much rich at most second richest man in Africa?
That's another thing entirely.
Okay. Let me answer you. Let me answer that. All of us agreed. No, I don't think there's anybody on this platform. No, there's nobody on this platform that will say Tinubu has not stolen money. I think everybody has come to that. All of us have come to that realization. Whatever they say Tinubu is today was never a wealth that is acquired in one day.
We know that, but which source of the government did that source all this money from? Because in taxation, Ayah told us the money from that tax went to local government and the state. They use it judicially. Now, where did the money now come from that he stole so much that make him so wealthy? If every infrastructure he did so much infrastructure, you guys have counted about 400 infrastructure.
One piece.
Can I ask you a question?
People are talking about character. This is why I talked about character before.
Okay. Can you give me a second? Even in United States of America, politicians get paid money by lobbyists that is more than the money they earn as a salary. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you really speaking on this platform, or are you just talking to me through phone? I don't understand.
I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Why are you talking? You're talking to me. You're telling me politicians get paid lobbyists.
I'm telling you, politicians even in the United States, that is number one when it comes to a democratic system, are also corrupt because they get money from lobbyists and other organizations that is more than the money they earn in a year, and they can't even account for it. And that happens.
Sorry, what please? What are you trying to establish that Tinubu corruptly enriched himself in Lagos? Because I don't think anybody is disputing that. So nobody is arguing that.
Yes, nobody is disputing that. But what you're implying right now is that if Tinubu did all this well, we cannot say is this corrupt, because as 1998 he declared bankruptcy, and at 2008 that he's leaving power, he was the second richest governor in
because he corruptly enriched himself.
So yes,
which all of us agreed on.
Hold on. Yes, so understand. That's why
where's the argument? Yeah,
the argument is this: they are saying every sector he did well. So I want to know the sector he did not do well. I can see where he stole the money from. If he did this so well, where did he get the money from?
He corruptly enriched himself. The corruptly enriched in Nigeria is usually embedded in contracts now. When the whoever is in charge of the contract will award twice the value of the contract for their own financial gain.
Now you answer my question, and you answer a Jericho question. The money he made during his time, and you're saying Jakonde made 4 million, and you were saying Tinubu money you cannot compare with Jakonde. We cannot say that Tinubu made more money during his time. That's why he could make money from contract that make him that rich.
Well, Pete, Jakonde you are talking about, right?
So,
I read somewhere. You know why I not even put out to post it, that even Jakonde was realizing above $1 billion every month as a governor. You know, I didn't post it because I cannot verify it from somewhere. Any day I'm able to verify, I will post it too. So that means Jakonde was not actually even making 4 million naira a month or maybe dollar a month, according as it was stated. He was actually getting more than that in revenues. Otherwise, by the time you reconcile all his projects, you put value on it, honestly, there's no basis, there's no way you can say he actually achieved all those things with $4 million. That's another fallacy. No.
No. Hold on.
I
Hold on. I think that was a mistake. It was making 40 million every month. And let me tell you this. Hold on. I want you guys to listen very well. All these praises for Tinubu, increased revenue and all this. Before Jakonde get there, the revenue was not as much as that. Okay, let us now look 40 million that Jakonde was making every month. Between that period of time to the time of Marwa was making 600 million. Let's consider, look at the percentage of increment right there between that period of time and what they have done within their own time now. And let's see who has performed the best. From 40 million to 600 million, 600 billion. 600 million. And compare it to their own time that he claimed 600 million to 5 billion. So
5 billion, 5
Who
billion is billion.
performed better?
Hold on, Jalikoko, don't forget during Marwa, Nigeria was in serious embargo.
Seriously.
Serious embargo.
Marwa,
time.
look, if Marwa, as at the time Marwa was leaving, if Marwa had contested for governorship position of Lagos, Marwa would have defeated anybody.
You know why that is possible, sir? It's because once you leave office and you are still fresh, people will judge you.
Because he performed, not because of friends. No, this guy performed. Let me tell you this. Hold on.
Tinubu was also popular when he left.
Let me hold on. Let me tell you what Marwa did. When Marwa came in, there was security challenges in Lagos.
Okay.
Marwa said, first 100 days, I will put the security challenges under control. And then number 2, he said, all potholes in Lagos, I will fill them up within 100 days. That guy achieved it.
Oh, really?
It's a lie.
What did he use?
It's a lie. Ajanle Koko.
Hold on.
I'm not sure where we are in this conversation. But...
Hold on. And what did he use? He was using direct labor agency. He filled up all potholes around Lagos within 100 days. And this guy, within the short period of time, he spent a big so many roads as well. One of them that was major was from K2 to Ikorodu that he dualized. He dualized that road from K2, maybe from Ojota or K2 to Ikorodu. However, it was one way in and out, to and fro from K2. It dualized it, 2 lanes this side, maybe 2 or 3 lanes, and 3 lanes, and it built 3 or 4 bridges. I think about 6 bridges. There are some smaller bridges along that line, and the Odo Yalaro Bridge. This guy built it. Do you know that how much this guy spent to build that road was lesser than what Tinubu spent to build that Oregun Road from Obafemi Awolowo Road to Ojota? Was far. This K2 to Ikorodu Road had more kilometers, times 3 or maybe times 5 or 10 kilometers than that of, and what Tinubu spent between Awolowo Road, Oregun Road to Ojota, I can remember that amount, was 600 million naira. We were aghast. How can you spend 600 million?
Okay.
This little road.
I have a counter.
You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm telling you is that when people and that agency that this guy created, that he was using to build roads across Lagos, he destroyed that agency in order to start awarding.
Yes,
Start awarding contract to NPC.
Ajale Koko,
I want to
hold on.
debunk something.
Yeah, let
You
Adewale
cannot
present.
compare
Yeah.
Marwa administration to Tinubu administration. You know why I would say that? Marwa is a military administrator reporting to the commander-in-chief. It's a democratic system, has political influences and interests. Marwa does not have that. All those impediments are not there during the military time. They can decide today we want to bulldoze this place, we will do it, and we will do it. There's nothing you can do. Military people don't compensate. They take it and they do whatever they want to do. But at the same time, you can't compare when Marwa left. And now we have interest, political interest in the democratic system. You're trying to do it, other people will block you. Military created states. Under the democratic system, we couldn't achieve that because it's a long process. During Marwa's era, there were a lot of armed robbery in Lagos State. Despite that, Marwa also, it did some in terms of security, but then there was a lot of insecurity. But when Tinubu got there, he created LASMA. You see all those agberos, he rebranded them, created job for them so that it can be reformed. And with that, it reduces insecurity in Lagos State. You may say it's not that feasible or significant, but then the impact of that single act alone goes a long way. Up to today, Lagos State is still benefiting from it. So if the military administration spend less money to construct capital projects, you'll also be assured that the political interests involved are very, very minimal. But during Tinubu's era, or any administration that is under democratic system, will have a lot of political influences. And at the same time, the contract that was awarded then, the value of that contract, you can't compare it to when the democratic system comes in. That's the reason why I said I want to debunk that. And when we are comparing and contrasting, we should know
he was in the control of the assembly now. He controlled
even with that, we're talking
had
about
the control
numbers.
of the assembly.
On
So
that,
they were inflating the contract, taking
so
much
that
of
is,
that
that
money
is,
that
that
will
is part of the political influences that I'm talking about.
But Ajale Koko, that's not unique or peculiar to Tinubu. That's the Nigerian political space. Who was not doing that?
Let me add to what you
and
just said.
Yagbero, you are talking
Ajale Koko, let war peace come
Marwa
in.
cross Agbero in Lagos.
Hold on,
Ajale Koko, let war peace come.
Hold on, please. Ogadewale, that Agbero you talked about, it was not only in Lagos, it was in every state. When we were a military regime, Agbero was less in every state. Though they were there, but they were less. Then when the military left, there was a vacuum for them to fill. That's why there was criminality during the military regime, because those people had a lesser job then. So when they go into democracy, most of the governors then injected into the system and gave them the appropriate job that would suit them. So it was not a genius thing that Tinubu did in Lagos. It happened in those states. It happened in Aba, it happened in Delta.
Did other states created LASMA?
Every state had their own. Lagos called their own last man. Hold on, Adewale. Lagos called their last man. Benin could call their own EDS. Edo State, this thing. It's just last man mean Lagos State, whatever. Edo State is Edo State, whatever. EDS something they call Edo State's own. Delta State had their own. You understand? So every state had their way of turning the Agberus, those criminals, into Agberu and give them job. And we all saw the effect and the impact of it. They took over some states, they took over some areas, and there was problem. Same in Lagos. Yeah, when Agberu took over, the Oshodu we're talking about, it was just at the tail end of this guy, what's it called? This last guy that impeached, they removed, that from Mondo,
Ambode.
Ambode, that fixed that place.
Yeah, but it's
I was in
already been in
Lagos,
the pipeline.
2001.
It has already been.
Hold on now, please now. 2001, I was going to embassy. I was going to leave the country. 2001, 2002. I don't stop in Oshodi. We don't stop there. 2003, we don't stop there. There was still criminality everywhere. Not like Tinubu just came in, the crime just dropped. And don't forget, when Babangida was the president in Nigeria, he was in Lagos. And I don't know, I guess you know, Anani Lodge was controlling Lagos and Bende states. So you don't say that. Criminality has always
in 2001, under Oshokibe, you will see how more personal carrier there.
Because there was still crime. There was still crime. There was still crime. Even though there was in front of the
we are so used to quick answer. We want to be rewarded now. You see, when talking about the long-term goal and achievement, people always think, well, you know, a plan that's been put in place in 1999, up to this moment, that plan is still working. Why do I know that? Thank God that the APC is the one controlling Lagos. If it were to be PDP, maybe the plan would have changed or something comes in. But up to now, it is still AD, original AD governance, that is still coming to Lagos State, right? Now, every successive government in Lagos State continue with that master plan. Tell me, how is it possible for a governor to single-handedly created a project, and you want to tell me that a political party, the platform that put him in that office, will not have an input in that project? It's not possible, because we're talking about political interest. So if you're now saying that the platform that put that governor there doesn't have nothing to do with that project, then that is just absolutely a lie.
Can we also attribute the failure of APC president to Tinubu as well, since we are attributing party success to?
Absolutely. There's no way you will mention Buhari administration that Tinubu's name will not come up. Because why? He was part of the political party that put the Buhari into presidency. So if today he's trying to deny his affiliation with Buhari, on the other hand, and is trying to promote his own previous achievement while being in the government, then the burden is on him. There's no way he can distance himself from Buhari. But what I'm saying is this: there's no governor or any political public office official as of now that will say, well, I single-handedly, put this project in place without the input of the political party that put me there. So when you're talking about Fashola Sussex and Ambode Sussex, you cannot distance that from Tinubu as well, because he masterminded their coming into politics. So there's no way. They will always consult with their godfather. For Tinubu is still seen as their godfather, right? So if you're now saying, well, Fashola's achievement is not Tinubu's achievement, how can you separate that?
Adewale,
I cannot deny that those three
mentioned,
have not performed.
Adewale, you mentioned about last man they created. Let me tell you this last man that he created during the time of Jakonde, we had it. They called them Maja Maja. I can't remember the name they gave them officially then, but we called them Maja Maja. That was what that con. So
no, Maja Maja was FRSA. No,
hold on now. Lagos, when military came after then, they dismantled that. So this is what he brought back and basking around as if this is what he has done for the fall. No, there's a lot of things that Jakonde are put on the ground that they are building upon. Jakonde built Lagos. The Lagos we have today is Jakonde that put the structure in place on the ground that every successful administration built upon.
I
know you are
passionate about Jakonde. I know you are passionate about it, but there's up to this moment, every political ideology comes from certain, individuals. You borrow your ideology from people and match them, coupled with today's what is trending as of today. During the Jakande, there was no technology, no social media, right? But somebody now at this moment in the Nigerian political scene is promoting himself on social media, right? There was nothing like that. So when you borrow ideology, maybe you borrow a little from Awolowo, you borrow a little bit from Akintola, you borrow a little bit from Bashoram Kebeabiola, then you have your own school of thoughts too. You bring it, you match it together. That will become who you are as
what we are
individual.
saying, don't give all the glory to one man as if he's the one
But I can
that
accuse you
have
of doing
achieved
so
the
Jakande
most
as well,
ever.
sir. I can accuse you of doing the same thing.
Yes, you
No.
can be accused equally, Ajale
So
Koko. You're giving all the glory to
what did you
Jakande.
want to accuse me? Oh, yeah, tell me.
You are giving all the glory to
Jakande.
Jakande, and all the
I mean,
glory must
Jakande
be
was
to the
following the
Lord.
footsteps of Awolowo.
Yeah, yes, I will agree. Let's say we're arguing this thing from the middle. Let's say this: Lagos have a plan from 1914 or whatever, or 1913. Awolowo and the masters of then or the leader of that then have laid a plan on Lagos, which every Lagosian is following, except a different era or maybe a military.
Well, that's not true because Tinubu replanned Lagos State.
Hold
and
on.
it is Tinubu's plan now.
Let me land.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hold on, Ogezeko, let me land.
Yeah.
The only derail in that plan was the military era. So when the military era left, Tinubu went back to the old plan and add his own idea to it. That was just it. Any other person, any other Awoist or Lagosians that go into that office can do the same thing Tinubu is doing right has done. There will not be any difference because the plan, the blueprint is already on ground in Lagos. I'm not saying that state, in Lagos.
Yes. It's already put on the ground.
That's why they
before
call it the modern Lagos. Modern Lagos.
Forget about modern Lagos. The plan was already there.
Just a minute. So
the plan already there.
We agree that the plan was there, no argument. But now you were saying that Jakande created Maja Maja, right? Even though FRSN is what I know as Maja Maja. Let's assume he created legal version.
No. FRFC is not Maja Maja. No.
Okay, I don't hear you.
It's different. No.
Okay.
It's not.
Now the question is this: when Tinubu got to that
FRS is federal.
okay,
Maja Maja
I hear you. But when Tinubu got to that place, he didn't meet that thing on ground again because the military scrapped it according to your statement. Now he came and re-employed last man. Then he created Kai Brigade. The question is this: those things, will they cost capital or not? To even establish them, even equip them, will they cost capital? Because we are saying, what was he doing with the Lagos state money? That is exactly what we are talking about. So, lawman, will these guys spend money to maintain that?
I said lawman has been in existence before he came.
If you notice, I make a statement in that comment because I know the person, but I don't want to talk it publicly. It's as a result of what Tinubu did for the Lagos state worker when he insured them, for example. Go and ask anywhere in Nigeria today. Lagos state worker that got out of job is richer than any state civil servant. Quote me anywhere. You know, this is a figure that we can say, okay, you can quote me that I said this, that I told you this.
Repeat that again. Repeat it again.
If you retire from Lagos state civil service today, they are richer than their par in every other state. Because now, go and look at the figures someone just got. This is the person that I know. It's not to say them say. Now, this is the person that I know because
you know that depends on the level. On the grade level you are,
this man was level 14, the person that I was talking about. But whether it's level or no level, he insured these guys.
That level 14 is a director. He's a director in civil service.
See,
even
level 14 is a director in civil service.
How much does a director earn? How much does a director earn in other states?
Let me even debunk that. In 2005.
Okay, does the cost of living in Lagos, is it the same as that of other states we are talking about?
It doesn't matter, but we are talking of what this guy is doing with the money. It doesn't matter.
Let me corroborate what you just said. In 2005, right? I was going to Dubai. I was working and I was going to Dubai virtually every two months. I would go and I buy things, right? Guess who were my best customers? that always demands items from me. Lagos State Civil Service. Those people, they are always at my beck and call, asking me when next are you going to Dubai? When next? I'm not talking about director, I'm talking about the low-level officers. I work very closely with them because our banks then were collecting taxes on behalf of Lagos State and at the same time collecting VAT for federal. So I was one in charge of those tax remittances. I always go to their office. They were the one that patronized me the more. I'm talking about not even bankers like me. The civil servant were my best customer there.
Those one, did they tell you that they are living on their salary?
If they are not well paid, would they be
No
able to
wage, no civil servant is
come
well
on
paid.
now.
Before you say Oga, you have to say
Have
me.
you worked in civil service before?
I'm even
No
talking of
civil
the teacher.
servant is well paid. You guys just wait. You see,
I'm talking of the teacher.
Look,
Other Marua, you were praising the other
Lagos,
no
in
civil
the old
servant,
federation.
no civil servant is well paid. No civil servant is well paid. Look,
I agree with you, but their salary is
yes,
always
look.
steady.
I said compared to other states at retirement. Ajalegoku, I was specific. I said at retirement because of the insurance that Lagos State did under Tinubu for the Lagos State, they are better paid, they are richer.
In
other states.
There are other states.
You are talking of somebody who is level 14 officer, who is a director in civil service.
Yes, he's a director.
You want to compare to somebody at the low level. You said, do you know how much?
Hold on. Hold on. Gentlemen, let Adewale come in with this point. I think he wanted to come in with a point. Adewale.
I agree with Ajanle that they are not how do I put this? They are not paid the way they're supposed to be paid, but their salary are steady. He reformed that sector, civil service in Lagos State. He reformed it. All right. But one thing I want us to understand is this. The engine room of any government is civil service. Tell me that state in Nigeria. I take it back. There are some other states in Nigeria that are as wealthy as Lagos State. But I haven't heard people saying, why haven't they turned them to Dubai? River State is there. Their government is building gutter and flyover and calling it a project. Okay? Why haven't they turned it to Dubai of today? You see, when we are comparing and contrasting, there are political interests. See, before money goes hand, this is non-military era. Before money even, once they said federal government release money or state government release money for this project, there are a lot of political interests already lining up to put money into their pocket before the project can even take off. As of now, see, when Tinubu left office, if at the moment that he left office, he contested for the office of presidency, he would have won hands down. But of course, it wasn't the right time because at that moment, he was just trying to build and consolidate on his political foundation. Because every governor that leaves office,
you said it wasn't the right time. Why wasn't it the right time if he would have contested?
There's a way you calculate. One thing I've studied that man, you may not agree with his political ideology, is the man with foresight. He foresees things before it happens. See, why wasn't right was when he left office in 2007, a Yoruba man was just leaving the office, right?
Okay.
And at that moment, it will be wrong for another Yoruba man to seek for that office.
Okay.
Okay. And the power went to the north.
Okay.
Okay. So when the power went to the north, as at that moment, he was still trying to find his foot by trying to enhance ACN then so that he will be able to, that will propel him to the central because it was still regional at that moment. He was building bridges. Now, if he had come out at that moment and said, well, I want to vie, it would just be like a Showore and Co. But then he knew what he had was not enough to push him. When it's like a propeller, you have to build more rocket behind
that's not the reason why he didn't contest. The reason why he didn't contest was that the power went to after Yoruba man to be wrong
Yeah,
for
but it's
it.
still part of it. Still part of
No,
the calculation.
sorry. Tinubu was actually, by his trajectory, he was meant to replace Yar'Adua. He was meant to replace Yar'Adua.
I beg to differ.
Obasanjo came, then Yar'Adua succeeds him, then power then should translate from Yar'Adua.
Which party would have put him in there?
No, he would have calibrated his politics towards that.
How is that going to happen? PDP was reigning supreme at that time.
Well, how did they manage to force PDP out of power?
No. See, as of 2007, when he left office, PDP was the lord of the land.
Yes.
Their words were supreme.
Yes.
Right? So how many states was controlled by ACN at that time? How many?
I couldn't tell you.
They lost on those states. They lost the Ekiti state. So he had no chance at all. And that would be a political suicide for him to seek for the presidency at that moment. He knew
after Yar'Adua.
No. After even before Yar'Adua, because before
No,
Yar'Adua,
I'm not talking about before Yar'Adua. The picture I was trying to paint was that Obasanjo would have served this 2 terms, which he served. If had Yar'Adua completed 2 terms of 8 years, then power should then transit to the south. And then if power transits to the south after a 2-term, because when power transits to the south, it usually comes to the Yoruba space. So when power transits to the south after a 2-term Yar'Adua, that would have been Tinubu's slot to come in.
So
but then Yar'Adua died.
Would he have contested for that?
Well, he would have calibrated.
How?
But he would have still, whatever happened in 2014 could have happened earlier. He would have formed alliances, made himself in a prime position.
It's impossible. That calculation is impossible. Completely impossible.
Without the vote of CPC, it's impossible for ACN.
He knew it's about this. The pendulum swing to the north, it swings back to the south. And at this moment is the southern time. So he knew.
Oh, you mean southeast time?
Look.
What do you mean southeast?
Every southeast or whatever, everybody have a shot. Okay, well, whoever wins that's not my problem. But the thing is this: he knew the pendulum is swinging to the south this time around. So what did he do? He had consolidated his political foundation when he merged with the ANPP, CPP, and whatever they call them, and part of PDP. He built that bridge, he consolidated by making sure that he merged with them. That is a political calculation, a mastermind, a masterstroke. And he did that, knowing fully well.
Okay. Adewale calculates this. Let me go back to where I was. Let's say Yar'Adua had completed an 8-year term, a 2-term space. If he had completed that, and the gentleman's agreement still subsists, that power should then transit to the. So there was never a Goodluck Jonathan period. So Obasanjo, then Yar'Adua for 8 years, then power comes to the south. Who would have been contesting that election?
I don't even see that changing. You know why? Because Jonathan was already in government. Okay. Now, without Obasanjo, Jonathan wouldn't have become a president or even a vice president. But as at that time when Yar'Adua died, Tinubu was still in ACN. There was no merger then. And there's no way we could have put merger together with any other political party, because that would have been too short of a period. So we're talking about to form
no, that's not where I was inviting you to. I'm inviting you to.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was inviting you to imagine that Yar'Adua is still alive as we're speaking now and healthy. So he completed 2 terms in government, and then power then has to come to the south. So if power comes to, so that would have been when did Obasanjo?
2015.
Jonathan would have won now.
No.
Would have won.
that calculation is what I'm trying to imagine. It probably wouldn't have possible. It's possible that Jonathan would have contested, but then you look at the relationship
But would
between
Tinubu have been in contention?
relationship between Yaradua family and Tinubu. Tinubu worked for the senior Yaradua.
Yes.
Right? But the younger Yaradua is what I'm not so sure about their relationship. And the both of them belong to two different political parties. But you should also understand that PDP too was trying to consolidate on what they've built before. Remember, they started in 1999 up to the time, 2007, it was 2009. No, 2009 when Yaradua died. And they're still continuing in office. So Tinubu wouldn't have been able to. That's what I'm trying to say, that contest for that political position. Because see, you have to look at your political capital. Now, how many places, all those traditional titles he was collecting left and right was not for a joke. He was doing it, and he borrowed that from MK Wabiola's playbook. So that by the time you started, cutting across to every nooks and cranny of the country, that you would have built bridges and make friendship with people. And that would have helped you. And that was what happened during the merger with other political parties. As far as I'm concerned, he wouldn't have been able to contest after Yaradua. He wouldn't have, because there's no strong foundation on ground.
If he had not been able to contest under Yaradua, and we're still imagining that Yaradua did not die, if he was not able to contest under after Yaradua, then he would never have been able to contest, because of course, if he doesn't contest after a 2-term Yaradua, then that's another 8-year slot, and then power transfers back to the north. So if he doesn't contest after a 2-term Yaradua, he cannot contest for 16 years.
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right to some extent. But then we just imagine what would have happened. But he might have probably even change his mind. But I don't see Tinubu having an alliance with the PDP. I mean, we're talking about the power of PDP at that moment. They were controlling a lot of states.
No,
right?
I'm not talking about forming an alliance,
No,
but I'm saying being on the ticket.
His political party wouldn't have been enough to propel him to that office, and I'm sure that would him being a strategist would have known that it's just he's riding on a dead horse if he's trying to contest, just like some other people are doing now, knowing that they're not heading anywhere. So, as far as I'm concerned, his timing worked, but then his political lifeline is in the hand of the electorate, whether they will, vote for him to become their president or not. But I think he came out at the right time.
But Mr. Dewale, the alliance worked in 2015, right? When Buhari came in.
Yes.
So if Yaradua was alive from 2007, he will have used 8 years till 2015. So it will have happened exactly when the alliance of Buhari happened. Do you understand?
I do.
No, what I'm saying, okay, it will have happened exactly when APC was formed and Buhari ran for the ticket. So that will have been Bola Tinubu then, because he's swinging to the south.
But you also need to factor in that what led to the margin in the first place. It didn't just happen on the blues. He was the one that said, you know what, I think we should take this step. And he made calls and talk to people, and they sees a great idea. I mean and they decided to embrace it. But to some extent, Jonathan finished one time, had 2 years left of was it 2 years or 3 years left of what is it called? Yaradua. So with that, it will have even go back to the north in the first place. Even if Jonathan, we are trying to remove Jonathan now, as if it won't be the factor after Yaradua. But because the power that be then forces the hands of the and push Jonathan there, even though it was a very reluctant agreement and all that. The power that put him there forced him out. But whichever way, time is the best weapon, and he used it to his advantage. But of course, I believe now age is catching up, right, with him, and that is one thing that is does not have going with him. And people that diagnose him with his health and all that. Well, I'm not a doctor and I can't say it because the Tinubu of 2005 is not Tinubu of 2022. But then you cannot take away his sense of reasoning.
Is Adewale of 2005 Adewale of 2022?
I'm more wiser, more human, more. I've changed and I'm more mature, super mature, because I'm having gray hair now. So, so yeah. But what I can say is I'm more mature, and I want to believe that's what Tinubu is at the moment. Because Tinubu of 2005, 1999 would have been a bombastic Tinubu going on the media. He liked to sound like American sometimes. And that's why people didn't like his, believe he was arrogant at that time and never really, he's always, robbing people off in some ways. But then people like his style at that moment because it was different, it was new, was something a little bit more on the modern side.
He was a party guy. Just say it was a party.
It was just a Lagosian, just a typical Lagosian.
That was what Tinubu
just a typical Lagosian. Somebody you can meet and at the same time hit it off with him. It's just is a life of a party kind of a person, and it still is. That is why you will see Agbero today, and it will be at home with that person. It will see a
they said they was partial to a certain white powdery substance.
See.
Yeah.
Woman.
I don't know about that.
Woman.
No, it's a well circulated rumor.
Woman. This platform, I want to believe, is full of intellectuals. When we are making speech, I don't want us to come from an assumption angle. Sometimes we assume, but we should also try to be factual. You see, I don't know you. I don't know if you smoke. I don't know if you drink Coke or you drink Fanta. I can stay here and say, well, this might look like he might be, drinking Coke and Fanta, right? If we haven't seen him doing that, we should not. I know.
Have you not heard that speculation though? Because
he smokes cigarette. I know that for a fact. I've seen him smoke cigarette before. Okay, he smokes cigarette. But then, like I said, if you haven't, like right now, I can see you on the screen, and I can start making an
assumption about me. Don't smoke.
Yes, everybody now, but only
no. See, we should be factual. We should not be. This is not a beer parlor discussion. We should be factual with whatever we say. I know sometimes we are.
But in your personal life, it's not a more belief in
But I'm only saying it. That might well account for his debilitation.
Big time.
It's a true Lagosian. I mean, if you have met Lagosian before, you will know their life 100% is all about Faji. It's about, that's why he's at home with Agbero. He's at home with, even a professor. That's one thing about Tinubu. The only thing I have against him, is
Adewale, you have said some things that you said he doesn't hold worker, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. Look, since the time of Jakonde put that tradition down, not to hold worker a dime every month.
Baba, we've had different administration after Jakonde now.
Hold on now. Even during the Jakonde time, they gave workers option whether to get paid every 2 weeks or once a month. So if you want to get paid every 2 weeks, you make an option. You understand what I'm saying? So after Jakonde left, they changed that system to one time. But Jakonde make it, before Jakonde came, Lagos State used to hold worker, their salary. It will get to maybe on the 15th of the month before they are paid the last month. But when Jakonde came, he make it maybe on the 28th or on the 25th of every month. But if you want to get paid by, what do they call it? Is it by monthly, or what do they call it? Twice a month, Sha. I mean, it make that option. So, look, there are a lot of things that Jakonde did for that state that were on the ground that others that came after him, continuity. They continue that system, and up to today, that these people that are running the space now still continue. But instead of giving accreditation, instead of giving that credit to Jakonde, that they want to hold everything. Oh, we build Lagos. That is fraud.
You didn't say he built Lagos. You said he modernized everything.
He didn't say that. He said I build Lagos. He didn't say I modernize. He never said.
He built a
never
modern
said I
Lagos.
modernize. He said I build Lagos. We have
modern Lagos. Emphasis on modern.
He said I built modern Lagos.
No, but Lekoko, it was just being poetic with language now. You know politicians now. It was being poetic with language. It's being poetic.
No, you see, like I said earlier, money money. You borrow from this, you borrow from there, and that makes you who you are. But there's nothing wrong. Baba Jakande was the best thing ever happens to Lagos. But what we're trying to emphasize here is that Tinubu changed the political landscape of Lagos. There's difference between governance and politics. He was good at both. He was the master and manager of a manager. He sees that you are good, brings you in, tap into your intellectual. But you see, I don't have to know what I'm doing. Somebody played a video, President Biden, President Trump, during COVID. There was a man called what you call this man? This doctor in charge of
Dr. Fauci. Dr.
Fauci. Thank you. God bless you, sir. So every time a question is asked that is pertaining to his field, guess what? Both presidents will call upon him to come to the podium and address the nation and give them the fact. Because they are talking from a political perspective. They want it from the real deal, the person that is actually in that field. There's nothing wrong. But then I would have preferred at least have a little idea of whatever question is being asked. That is my own. That's why I condemn his outing at the Chatham House. But then he's good at. See, he never met Vice President Oshibajo. He met Vice President Oshibajo at Otunbagbenga Adaniel's office, according to the history. And that was where their friendship was formed. Up to the time he invited him to the politics and he joined him in his administration. At the time, he was the commissioner, and his younger brother was also a commissioner in Ogun State during the Otunbagbenga Daniel. If it wasn't good, they wouldn't invite him. He knew this is not a thoroughbred politician. But that is what we're talking about. Ability to be able to see the potential in people. That's what makes you a good leader. And somebody talks about is into politics. I mean, he's seeking for the office because of his ego. He doesn't need money. See, every politician, no, I take that back. Every individual seeking for public office is full of ego. He's at the twilight of his life, whether we like it or not. Sometimes people want to have a redemption. They want to pay forward. They want to pay back. And opportunity you have, once it slip out of your hand, you may never get it again. So you will do everything in your power to make sure you get this. We're talking about the power of presidency. You're like a second to God. Your declaration, your executive declaration is enough to get things done. But at the same time, this is non-military. This is a democratic system where you have to consult at the same time consult widely with political interest before you can, because that can be an arbiter to your political machine or whatever you can call it. So That is what it's good at. Now, the public optic we are seeking, we are so dazzled with people coming and performing. I can stay here all night and speaking Turanci as if I have something in my head. But when it comes to follow up, execution, for those who are in the project management here, execution and controlling and follow up, and when you are good at that, that makes you the best manager, a manager of a manager. That is the type of candidate which Nigeria should be seeking for. Somebody who can go to somewhere in the Meduguri and bring out, or go to Onisha and bring out the best from that area and put that person in the platform to be able to benefit people. That's what you should be seeking for. But then democracy allow people to have a voice. And that is why I would never criticize Obedient. I could criticize them on a fact basis, but at the same time, batified and articulated, I could criticize them on some factual basis. But when people have options, they go for it. And that is the beauty. See, a lot of things we take for granted now. 1998, 1996, when the land was even full of chaos, couldn't even think about this. Now we have a lot of things taken for granted. We're talking about what this person is not, this and that. Before then, you're not bond anybody where to even say something bad about the president. You will be in jail. Today, the journalists can call somebody and be pointing at the politician and tell them this and this. And they're not born you well before that. But we take it for granted because now we have our freedom, we have democracy. We can change.
We don't have freedom.
Right.
You see, Buhari's wife, one college boy said something against Buhari. Why he was taken to jail.
That one is 50-50. See, freedom get level. Okay, freedom get level.
Freedom get level. You're either free or
what she did is what she did. Okojaye. I'm talking about the woman. But that boy needs to be taught a lesson as well. See, there are a lot of people online. Right now, I'm sure some people will be typing nonsense and be abusing me and talking about this guy. Once they see that you are talking a little bit, oh, you are Tinubu's brother, you are this and that. Oh, you are obedient, you are doing that. Some people are just, I don't know, this democracy, and the social media enable people to bully other people. And that is why I see that, it's 50-50 to me. But then that woman needs to be tongue-lashed a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Adewale. So thank you, Adewale, and thank you, gentlemen. We've hit the 6-hour mark, and you know what that means. We were going to seek to start to round off to land on that Koko, but I think his systems just dropped. So we seek to start to round off and land on Ola instead. Patrick joins us, I think it's just left now. So we seek to start to round off then to land on Ola, and we kick the rounding off with RB. So RB, another one bites the dust, another session are done and dusted. RB, closing remarks. All right, I think we may well have lost RB. So thank you, RB. Thank you for your company today. Join us again.
Here. I'm here.
Right, brilliant. Closing remarks. We were about to run off.
Okay, thank you, Juan. So for this educative platform, learn a lot. I mean, disagree with people, but also thank you for holding, trying to coordinate the platform and hold the people to some facts when they just pull things out of their whatever. You try to make sure they try to bring it from a place of fact. I just want to say something about just one of the candidates that I know about. Somebody said something earlier about Ambode, and I will just say this. Ambode was a good governor, but sometimes there's something called emotional intelligence. No matter how good you are, you have to know there is something that made that platform that got you to be a governor. And you are, even if it seems like it's corrupt money that makes that platform there, you still have to make that money go there. You can't block it, because if you block it, then the next person after you is not going to be able to get to that platform. So Ambode, just as good as a governor he was messing up with the structure that was set for the party to get the money down to the grassroots. So that was where he fucked it up. And also he sacked Fashola's sister, who was the general manager of one of the parastatals. So if you have information, I think that was even in the paper then. So he actually messed up he ruffled some feathers back then. And that's why he couldn't get his second time. So let us verify and understand politics is, like you said, there are actors and there are rules to it too. And if you don't follow it, no matter how good you are, if you ruffle some wrong feathers, you're going to be cut out. That's it. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Abi. So thank you, Abi, a man of deep thinking. He's such a deep thinker. He has the image of the brain as his avatar. So thank you, Abi. So from Abi, let's go to Titan, who rejoins us just to give us his closing remarks. Titan, closing remarks.
Yeah, I just want to thank one man, and I want to tell everyone to like, share, and subscribe. This is a great platform. It's almost therapeutic. Like every day, I'm always on this platform, and the days one man is not here, I wonder what I do with my life, because this is a lovely platform. Unlike those of us in the diaspora, we're not given a voice to communicate our ideas and to share our thoughts on Nigeria. We love Nigeria so much. That's why we're on this platform. And what I want to tell everyone is I think we should stop celebrating bad behavior. Little bad behavior can spread to a pandemic. We were celebrating Yahoo, and now see what Yahoo is causing in Nigeria. We were celebrating Togri, now see what is causing in Nigeria. At one point in time, the North was celebrating Boko Haram and all those things. Now look at what is causing in Nigeria. We shouldn't be celebrating bad behavior. And I'm surprised, people tend to overlook all the bad behavior Tinubu has done. Obviously, Tinubu is a great man. No one can deny it. He's a great man, but I believe he should be better. And we should support something that is better, and we should support good behavior. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you, Titan. Join us again. If you have the articulation, you must always join us. It's just the articulation that we delight in, and you have plenty of it. So thank you, Titan. So from Titan, let's go on to Adewale. Adewale, closing remarks. Adewale, do we still have you? Can anyone hear me? Have I dropped off?
Hello? I can hear you.
I can hear you, one man.
All right. It looks as though we may well have lost Adewale somewhat. So thank you, Adewale. So from Adewale, let's go on to War Peace. War Peace to you.
Yeah, my country people, it's already the final hour. But quickly, let me say this. I missed most of the conversation because I did con laundry. I did wash my children's clothes.
You go laundry?
Yeah, I went to con laundry.
Oh, you do not have a washing machine? What
one man close for how many people? You know how many bags I brought here? I have a washing machine at home, but not as big. Like I told you,
okay. You do the heavy ones in the laundry place, and then you do the small ones.
Yeah. I do the school uniform, socks, and but the major clothes like bed sheet and all that. You know, it's winter now, so clothes hardly get dry now. So I came here like 6 bags, big bags. So I've been in and out of the laundry house. Anyway, let me quickly say this.
What system do you have? Is it assisted laundry, or you just put your coin in a machine and then just sit down with watching it spin? What pace?
My network is dropping. My network is dropping off and on.
All right, carry on. Just give us your closing remarks.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, my network is dropping off and on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Can you hear me now? My network is dipping off and on.
Yes, we can.
Like that. Okay, that's your laundry stuff. I don't know what you're trying because I did.
No, don't worry. Just give us your closing.
The laundry, I just put my laundry inside, put the coin, the amount, and the hours I needed to wash for. Yeah, okay. My closing remark is this: in that Tinubu space, it's good that we talk about it, and we have done that, and we have moved on to the next. And my country people, I not get much to say. Mona click like, shares, and thumbs up. Make una buy coffee Do what I say, not what I do. Because the day I'll do my own. Now, booyaka, it go be. One man, I don't have much to say. I'm inside my car. I'm about to head home. I'll join you guys again tomorrow. So now I'll say peace. I'm out.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Warpace. So thank you, Warpace. Try to multitask, and they tell us men cannot multitask. So thank you, Warpace. So from Warpace, let's go on to Ola. So Ola, to you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. As usual, the one man went to go as delivered today, and it's not just possible to come to this platform and we not learn, no matter how. And you see, like people will say, there's no difference between an illiterate and someone that will not get himself educated regularly. And that education is what one man went to Mo is providing. You can't believe the type of task before me now that I'm still listening, and definitely the forum is keeping me on and very interesting, and I've learned a lot of new things today. That's why I keep telling people to say, okay, it's just your thumb up. Should we not be too little or too much just to click thumb up to encourage the forum? And what's the purpose of doing that? We bring more quality people. You know, I can't stop mentioning Adewale. I can't stop mentioning Saki Father. We know Ajali Koko is there, and so many Ayakulata, and so many brilliant brains that have come to this forum to share. So the more we click thumb up, the more we get more people to come and share their view. So those are the kind of things I benefit from, and I can tell you categorically today that I've learned a lot. Then, when we are analyzing our politicians, we know these people are bad, no doubt about it. But what I keep advocating for is, if all of them are Satan, let us evaluate the option we have for now. The option we do not have, there's nothing we cannot do. Yes, we need a saint, but the saints are not coming. So among the bad product we have, we be okay. Let's see the benefit of each bad product and let us reposition ourselves and let's see what they can offer us. And when we keep misrepresenting figure just to kill our opponent, we are not doing our country the right good. That thing can be like I can even call it a lack of patriotism by the time we start misrepresenting data. So please, for the purpose of those people that will learn from us, let us be very cautious and very careful of what we say. Let them take wrong information for the truth. So other than that, I don't have any other thing to say. That one man went to go, we expect you tomorrow, and I believe that's better topic and better brains. We are better brains, but I think we get more better brains to come and give and educate us again tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So Ajande Koko rejoins us just only in time then to give us the final word. So the final word, Ajande Koko, the man with the golden gun. Ajande Koko, the final word.
Thank you, woman, and thanks to everybody that came on the platform today. You know, American says that another day, another dollar. But on this platform, another day, another session. Today's session is I think will be recorded as historical. The present and the past. The people that are running Lagos State now with their godfather that is known as Tinubu, and the man that ran Lagos in the 80s, Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. What Jakonde was able to put on the ground, what he was able to achieve, you don't need to go online to look for it. You don't need to check it online. Everything that is put online there were put by Tinubu and their team as their achievement. But that of Lagos State, but during the time of Jakonde, this is what was very visible. We saw it happen. And everything I told you was, I didn't check it online. This was what I witnessed. This was what we saw. And that is why we will always called Jakonde, the builder of Lagos State, the man that laid the foundation of good governance in Lagos State, Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. I wish we can have a man like that since his time. If we have had a person like that and his team successively up to this time, Lagos would have been ranked with New York City, with London, with Dubai. That is what we have seen Lagos would have turned to. But what is Lagos State today? Go there. I was there 2 years ago. I'm not impressed. So, but people can say whatever they want to say. But seeing is believing. Go there, see for yourself. If you can even live in Lagos, if you can live there, let us know. We have seen people that live in the most expensive area they call Lekki. Every time it rains, it gets flooded. Is that what we should be celebrating about? I don't think so. We should live better than that. We should be able to live in Lagos as if we live in London. Lagos is the 5th largest economy in Africa. There is no reason why we should still be ravaged with flood. There's no reason why we should still have bad health sector. There's no reason why we shouldn't have better public education. Most of people that I know does not allow their children to go to public school. Because why? It's a failure. And that's why they don't allow their children to go to public school. When I was growing up, we can count number of public schools in Lagos. Maybe like 2 or 3. We all went to public school. We can count private school rather. Maybe 2 or 3. But, well, that is history. But Lagos of today, that when it rains, everywhere gets flooded in the most expensive area. It shouldn't be like that. It's a shame. It's a sign of failure on people that have governed Lagos over the year. It's a sign of failure that Lagos State today, you can run up pipe and water at every nook and cranny of Lagos. It's a sign of failure where you don't have, a state that you can drive around with ease. But let's leave the rest till another time. Let me thank those of you on the comment section. You are the greatest, the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow. Let's do another round with one man. And to those of you listening around the world, do this platform a favor by clicking on the like button. When you do that, the algorithm will go wider, and we can bring in new voices, and we can, continue the struggle together. This is a struggle. What we are doing here, we are struggling. We are working hard to see how we can contribute in our own little way to, towards taking our country back from hyena, from lion, from all these criminals that occupy the spaces. So please do that. And as you are doing that, subscribe as well. Click on the like button and subscribe so that at any time One Man Way Tomorrow is alive, it's going on live, you can get notified. So one man, 6 hours, 22 minutes. Great thanks to you for bringing us together again. Bring us whatever you have for us tomorrow, and I guarantee you we shall join you, trash it out, and continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Good morning to you in UK. Good night to all Americans. See you tomorrow. Thank you, woman.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So ladies and gentlemen, this has never happened before, because as soon as Ajale Koko has his final word, the session ends. But we only allow this only because it's a developing voice within the space, and we want to encourage him. But Adewale, don't let it happen again. After Ajale Koko speaks, nobody else speaks. But have your closing remarks. But people will tell me off in the comment section, but carry on. Closing
With all
remarks.
due respect, Odanle Koko, Agbanya Daleo, God bless you, sir. I feel challenged and I liked it. A robust discussion, and everyone that joined the show and were in the studio today, and all the listeners, thank you. You challenge everybody. We are doing this just like Ajale Koko said. We are doing this to better ourselves, to better our country. And then we should look back. We've gone far, a journey of almost 30 years where we are. Today we can discuss politics together. We know what is going on back home. That itself is an achievement. Now we can build on that. Abusive words is not going to help. A rhetoric online that is dividing is not going to work. But collectively we can discuss as a family. We can disagree and agree. However, our current candidates, our current public officials that are there now, we should also know the military has done a lot of havoc in our society. We are building back. It will take us a journey that might even last generations. But we should also know for every decision we take today, every step we take today, will last for generations. Vote for your candidate. Vote your conscience. However, if you strongly believe in one particular candidate or the other, tell others the reason why you believe in them, and maybe our country will be better off. Thank you very much. Ajale Koko, I appreciate you. One man, thank you very much for the show and bringing me back. Thank you. Good night.
All right, thank you, Adewale. So thank you, Adewale. And that brings the session to an end. So vote fresh. You all remember vote fresh? That used to be maybe some of you, outside of that vintage. That used to be Chris Okotie, who started his life off as a musician, became a pastor in an intermission, then became a politician. So every road to the market, which is the Nigerian way. So there it is. My voice now fast faded. So I'll just round it off. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here I say peace.